The threatening man looks at the lady and demands a divorce, saying he loves Christy. The girl can only cry sitting on the bed, and her whole body is trembling. She is very aware of what they recently told her, but she cannot stop the tears from running down her face. The girl doesn't understand at all if this Duke of Feyheron has a conscience. As soon as the two married, the man constantly walked to her left. The Duke used to kiss some girls in all sorts of casinos or clubs. Once the girl loved him, but now she spent entire nights crying. Now the man asks her for a mutual divorce. From these thoughts, she tightens the document she holds in her hand. The girl's hand loosens, and a piece of paper falls to the floor, saying that if she really wants the divorce, then she should prepare compensation. That old and submissive Alice of Feyheron completely died today. Although the man is not entirely satisfied with having to pay the girl, at least she agrees to divorce him. The Duke scratches his head, wondering how much money Alice will demand from him. The girl clings to him and whispers in his ear that he must give the lady at least a third of all his assets. The man shouts at these words, pushing Alice as far away from him as possible. But the girl understands that she will no longer allow herself to be offended and will move on with her life. And now, on a bright morning, she is by the window, looking into the distance. The girl remembers all the happy moments associated with this very place. But now everything is over, and it is time for her to leave. Those wonderful days will never exist again. The girl continues looking out the window, sitting in a chair, and suddenly there is a knock. Alice turns her head toward the door, indicating that they should enter. The maid hesitantly enters the room, starts speaking awkwardly, and approaches the lady. Alice remembers that this is the maid she brought with her when she married, the only one the girl could trust in this house. Tears are already springing from the maid's eyes, and she wants to tell her mistress something. She still hesitantly asks if it is true that they want a divorce, and hears a positive answer to her question. And then Neri shouts, "Is the girl really going to leave here?" But there is no other option left. The maid wonders if she will go with Alice, or if she will have to stay here. The girl turns her head and says that only Neri can decide here, because she doesn't want to force her. But the maid immediately shouts that she will definitely follow her mistress, and nothing else. Neri takes the girl's hand and tells her that no one is more important to her than she is. Alice gently strokes the maid's head, thanking her and offering for them to live together when they leave here. Suddenly, the girl asks her not to call her mistress anymore, and the servant looks confused, not understanding what to call her now. The lady asks to be called Miss again, and at that moment looks very happy with the freedom. Now she is no longer Alice of Feyheron, but has become Alice of Harpen again. The girl is sitting on a sofa in a large living room, and a man who came was in front of her. Does he report that he came on the Duke's orders to help with the property division? The girl took the document handed to her and began to read the text carefully. Afterwards, Alice placed the papers on the table, wondering if exactly 1/3 of the property was there. The man awkwardly adjusts his glasses, saying that this is true and that there is indeed some problem. He starts quickly flipping through the documents, checking everything written there. Alice reports that she is not satisfied with the conditions because the Duke decided to cheat, but she is not easily fooled. The girl clearly stated that she should be given 1/3 of all assets, and the Duke agreed. The lawyer gets nervous and starts saying that it will be difficult to calculate the total cost, but the girl immediately convinces him that he should not worry about this, because every year she receives reports on the valuation of all properties. Alice states that she is not concerned at all how he will manage the money. The girl can also calculate the cost of the mines and everything located in the state's territory. But this is too much, so she suggests sticking to what she suggested and closing the matter. The girl started walking towards the door, and the lawyer told her he needed to discuss this with the Duke. And now, at night, Alice is sitting in a dark room, holding a glass of drink. The way this timid little girl found out everything was through memories of her past life. Because one day, she simply woke up in this place. Early in the morning, upon waking up, the lady sat up in bed, rubbing her shoulder sleepily, and tried to cheer herself up. Alice got up and walked to the window, contemplating the grounds of this huge mansion. The girl is incredibly happy, because the day has come when they must give her the money. And now 2 girls are standing in the bank building, and the clerk has placed a suitcase with the amount they requested. Alice looks at all this with satisfaction, having obtained the amount of money she needed. The girl counts the money, believing it is retribution for the Duke's sins. Both ladies leave the bank building, satisfied with a suitcase in hand. The maid asks where the young lady plans to go next, to which she turns around. The girl cheerfully and confidently declares that she is going to spend money. Alice, satisfied, continues walking, humming something to herself, and Neri behind her only watches. The girls enter the next building, and a friendly woman immediately approaches them wondering what they are looking for. Alice states that she would like to buy a house, while Neri inspects the premises. The clerk immediately wonders how much she expects and pulls out some thin books. The woman hands these same books to the ladies, saying that there are quite expensive houses there. Alice starts flipping through the pages, sure that there is no house she cannot afford to buy. A persistent woman appears behind her and offers to recommend something. The worker takes the book from the lady's hands, pointing to the page of a very beautiful house. Alice looks at the location of the house and realizes that it is not suitable for her at all. The girl looks out the window, thinking that public carriages in the empire are mainly used by merchants or doctors, but surely in the near future, common peasants will also start riding them. The girl reads the text on the page at home with disgust and realizes that there is also a debt there. In fact, the houses should cost 10 billion less than the stated price. This woman specifically wanted to cheat Alice into selling the house at a higher price. Flipping quickly through the book, she points to one of the pages and says she wants to buy this particular house. The worker is surprised what kind of old house the lady wants to buy for such a high price. Alice slams the book shut and asks her to notify the owner and inform the girl about the results. For a girl, it is important to buy not what looks beautiful, but what is likely to increase in value in the future. It will be a real success for her if the house is valued below its worth. The maid admires how the young lady makes deals bravely. Neri did not even suspect such a trait in her. In a past life, the girl worked as an accountant in a large company, so she understands those calculations. Alice looks at two cheerful ladies who were talking about something. Alice looks at them and thinks that she could have done the same once, but despite being the Duke's wife, the property did not belong to her. The girl calls the maid, thinking something in her head, and then she invites Neri to go shopping together and buy something. The girl immediately grabbed the maid's hands, pulling her and telling her they should get used to this. Neri does not understand how Miss can make such unexpected decisions, because it is not typical of her at all. But Alice only asks to forget her old image, because it no longer exists and will not exist. The girl drags her forward and tells her she will show her how money can disappear quickly. And now in some shop, a friendly worker greets the girl in a friendly manner. Alice does not understand how she knows her, and they tell the lady that she is quite a famous person, thanks to the Duke. The girl simply exhales at this, saying she wants to see the new dress. Alice looks at all the dresses in the row and consults her maid about each one. Neri carefully examined each one, but everything was too beautiful and it was difficult for her to choose. Alice decides to buy all the dresses at once, and the worker happily supports this decision. The girl was taken for a fitting and now comes out in a new dress and a hat. Neri looks at Miss with confusion and admiration, not even finding words to describe her. Suddenly, Alice asks the worker to choose 10 outfits for her maid. The girl also reports that she can no longer be called a duchess. After all, the divorce papers have already been signed, and the ring is no longer on her finger. Now the girl is once again the same Alice of Harper, a lonely lady. Now the three girls were sitting at the table, already with bags full of dresses. Alice wonders how much this whole mountain of new things will cost. Having found out the price, Alice immediately handed over a check for the required amount and paid them. Now the girls left the store completely happy with the day. Finally, a few days later, Alice received a notification from a real estate agency, and the house was being sold. The girl immediately, without hesitation, signed a contract for this desired house. And together, with Neri, they agreed that they would start a new life together. A bright-haired girl walks down the long corridor of Duke Faharan. Alice, seeing her, realized that the man wanted to transfer his place after the divorce. She frowns at the approaching lady and realizes what a pig he behaves like until the end. Christy let and says sarcastically that she never thought they would meet again in this place. For 2 years, this woman was the Duke's mistress and became the reason for their divorce. Alice decided to pass by her silently, not wanting to start any conversation. Suddenly, the girl is forced to stop at the words that she still really considers herself the Duke's wife. The lady turns around, not understanding why this matters. Christy wonders how a person who is thrown out of her house dares to ignore other people's words. Alice gains confidence and says that, since the lady will live with trash, she shouldn't bother her. Christy screams, not understanding how someone can insult the Duke like that. This makes Harper laugh so much that she leans over holding her stomach and laughing. Alice only warns her that since the Duke cheated on his own wife, he can easily cheat on her too. The girl wishes Christy happiness and calmly, with a slight smile, walks as far away as possible. And now Alice is sitting on the sofa, watching Neri spin in a new dress in front of the mirror. Admired, here the maid asks the lady for her opinion on this very outfit. The girl smiles, telling her how beautiful she is and being touched by her servant. And now both girls started trying on new dresses, one after another. Alice examines herself in the mirror and thinks that something is missing in this look. She approaches the employee and asks her to recommend a nearby jewelry store. Now the two girls enter the new building, where they were also greeted amicably. Alice immediately asks to show her all the decorations so she can choose. The maid quietly asks how many jewels the lady wants to buy. But Alice will buy whatever she wants, and money doesn't matter. The girl looked among a pile of jewelry, and the employee asked her if she really wanted to buy all of them. But Alice thinks she would like to see even more jewelry. Suddenly, the girl notices an unusual gold jewel with a blue stone. She points to the jewel she strongly desires to buy. But suddenly, the lady sees a hand taking away what the girl was looking at. Alice Harper reacts immediately and asks him to wait, because she needs this decoration. The hooded guy looks at her confusedly, waiting for more words. Alice politely says that she chose this decoration first and wants to take it. The guy thinks that he was the one who chose the jewelry first. She explains that the hostess simply misunderstood her. But in response, she hears that the lady herself explained everything incorrectly to the hostess. There is a tense atmosphere between these two that only intensifies. The owner says that he will still have to yield to the master because he was the first to make the decision. Both girls are shocked by these words as they expected their luck. The guy is very happy that the owner himself confirmed his words. The girl does not like this decision and thinks that the gentleman is most likely a regular customer. The owner awkwardly asks if they will assume that the guy is taking the jewelry. Miss Harper sighs deeply, but still hands over the jewel. In the end, the girl was given everything she had chosen before this decoration. Alice looked at the guy one last time and thought about how cheeky he was. And now the girl is already sitting on the living room sofa, listening to her father's shouts. He is displeased with his daughter and expresses everything he thinks of her. Alice, on the other hand, is calmer and relates that, having left his house once, she will not dare to return to it. But in such a divorce situation, it would be rude not to visit one's parents afterwards. After these words, Alice's father hit the table with his fist, shouting that she was a disgrace to his family. There is no need to worry about the girl. She can take care of herself, but she only asks you to promise her one thing. The head of the family trembles with anger, and behind him is Alice's displeased brother. The girl looks at him and thinks that they have never been close. Alice calmly asks them to promise her not to seek a reunion with her, no matter what happens in her life. After these words, the girl felt her father instantly slap her cheek. The man shouts and throws his daughter out of the house and tells her never to appear before him again. The girl looks at her father angrily, but she had a reason to appear at his house. If they found out that Alice received monetary compensation, they would probably treat her differently. And she knew it. The lady sarcastically thanks her father for ending their relationship. Finally, the girl approached her maid, and she immediately noticed her. Neri smiled cheerfully at the sight of her and immediately ran closer. Suddenly, the maid looks at the girl in shock and wonders what happened to her cheek. But Alice replies that everything is fine because she no longer has a family. These words make the maid's eyes fill with tears, and she sobs. The girls hug tightly, embracing each other and saying nothing more. Alice calmly and sadly says that she has Neri herself. The maid tearfully promises that she will serve Miss Harper well. Here Alice finally suggests going to her new house and arranging it. And now they are in a carriage, and now everything seems like nothing to the girl. If a lady collapses now, she will not be able to withstand all the trials that await her in the future. In the mansion, the maid offers her a new dress, and Alice notices her good taste. Neri likes everything that is happening very much, as if she was just waking up. Alice likes everything too. She lay on her back on the bed, not understanding why she hadn't lived like this before. The girl remembers a jewel from that jewelry store. Suddenly, she sits up in bed, remembering it, and the maid is even startled by the movement. The girl sighs deeply, remembering how beautiful that necklace was. The maid only wonders if that second decoration exists. After these words, Alice Harper has a sharp thought about what she can ask some master. Only after the girl paid the owner of the jewelry store a large sum of money. He told her about the jeweler who made that necklace. The girls looked up the required workshop on the map and walked towards a dark alley. As they walked and searched for the correct door, the maid noticed a black kitten. Finally, they found the correct door, and Alice immediately knocked on it. The girls were surprised to see where the master lived. Alice asked the man sitting inside if Mr. Harley Penson was there. The man, without turning to the girl's voice, replies that such people do not exist. After that, the ladies started walking down the alley and knocked on every door, searching for the right master. Finally, they knocked on the last door, hoping to find the right person. Finally, the door was opened to them by a threatening gray-haired man with glasses. Not understanding what the girls wanted and who they were, Alice asks the same question: if Harley Penson is in this place. The man anxiously adjusted his glasses, wondering why they needed him. And after a couple of minutes, the girls were sitting at the table right in front of the master. Miss Harper begins to talk about how she would like to order a necklace that he was already making. Up to this point, the man has had no personal orders. He wonders what kind of product the lady needs. The girl smiles and points to the necklace she would like to order. They immediately began to discuss the appearance of the decoration, every small detail. The man wonders what will happen to the delivery time of the products, but the lady doesn't care about time and speed at all. The main thing is the skill with which everything will be done. Harley writes something in his notebook and says he will do everything she asks. The girl asks him what kind of fee he usually receives, because his work is wonderful. The man calculates the amount at 200,000 nits, and in a month he can produce about 10 things. Mrs. Harper was extremely surprised to hear such a low amount. She doesn't understand if the master cannot charge more, but in that case, he won't have any work. But besides the man, there are other craftsmen who work for the same salary. Although he cooperates with several companies, they never pay more than this amount. To a lady, this is simply absurd, because jewelry is sold for tens of times this amount. Jewelry stores simply exploit all the craftsmen in the empire. They only formed cartels for their own benefit. The girl immediately stands up and shouts that she will pay him 5 times more. The master immediately asked again, not even believing the girl's words in front of him. In return, all he wanted was for the man to take all his orders from now on. The master shakes Alice's hand and concludes the deal. But what is the reason for such a large payment? But for the girl, this is the real price of this master's work. The man looks at Alice in shock, not expecting such generosity. And now Miss Harper is sitting in her office thinking. The girl reasons that there must surely be a way to break this system. In the jewelry business, of course, the material is important, but the most important thing is the craftsmen themselves. After all, the untreated stone is nothing at all. If the girl increases wages and hires all jewelers, other companies will no longer be able to exploit them. Alice decides that she will create her own monopoly. Still, she decides to try because she has enough capital. Even if the business fails, Alice gets up, making her final decision. She is already tired of spending money. Now she is thinking about trying to do something worthwhile, not what they tell her, but what the lady herself likes. The maid saw Miss Harper quickly pass by her. Neri asks the girl where she is going so fast. Alice turns around and says she has very interesting things to do. The maid shouts, not understanding how she can leave without breakfast. But now the girl is already standing in front of a familiar door in a quiet alley. The master immediately opens the door and wonders who approached him again. The girl just sweetly greeted Mr. Penson, smiling. Alice reports that she needs a man's help. She would really like to meet the jewelers in the capital. The girl stood up and smiled sweetly at him, but the master himself could only look on in incomprehension. And a week later, all the jewelers in the capital gathered in a room. Mrs. Harper smiled and immediately thanked them for coming to this place. At first, the masters just looked at the girl in incomprehension, waiting for her new words. Alisa offers the artisans comfortable conditions and high wages for orders. The jewelers start whispering among themselves, arguing and asking questions. And now Alice looks at Harley standing next to him, smiling at him and feeling her success. A servant enters the Duke's office and announces that he has received a letter. At first, the man didn't even pay attention to it, thinking it was from relatives. But after learning that the letter was from a stranger, Rummister thought it might have been sent by an investor. Reading the back of the newspaper, he saw the name Alice of Harper. Carefully opening the letter, the Duke began to read its content attentively. He suddenly says it turned out to be a business proposal from a lady. The guy tells his servant that the girl wants to receive a supply of stones. The Duke realizes that Alice is involved in the jewelry business, which interests him. Miss Harper already holds the letter and cheerfully shouts that everything went well. The maid sitting next to him asks what happened. Alice explains that she received a response from Duke Rummister, saying he wants to meet the lady. Miss Harper wants to meet the man as soon as possible, but they agreed to meet only 3 days later. The girl will have to go to the Duke's estate because the initiative was his. Nuri doesn't understand where the lady will go if the meeting is only in 3 days, but she decided she needed to explore the market. The maid does not understand what that phrase about market research means. The girl appears in the new building, looking beautiful and saying she would like to see the watch. Alice carefully examines every watch and realizes she needs to behave naturally. Miss Harper looks around and realizes that most of them are necklaces. I analyze everything in the store. The lady realized that the rings immediately follow her. With the help of the salesman, Alice was also able to find out that watches are a completely secondary product. Suddenly, a lady in a green dress bursts into the jewelry store and loudly greets the owner. The aristocrat asks if Bottom has new jewelry. Finally, Harper, after looking at everything in the store and analyzing it, asks him to give her the product she was looking at. And so the girl walked down the street, remembering all the information she managed to find out. Miss Harper finally decides that it would be good to open her own private store. Jewelry stores use the services of distributors to process precious metals. That is why the prices are so high. The girl looks happy, making decisions about what will be best. Neri enters Miss Harper's office and brings her some food while she is eagerly writing. The girl wonders what Alice is doing and begins to explain that she is drafting a document based on her observations. Observations. Neri enthusiastically says that the more she looks at the lady, the more she admires her. A blonde girl sitting in a luxurious living room, eagerly reading a book. Her brother approaches her and hands her a small box wrapped in a ribbon. The lady looks at the gift with genuine interest, wondering what is inside. The prince sits in the opposite chair and informs her that it is for her birthday. The girl sees the beautiful jewels and shouts how beautiful they are. The young lady sees such a beautiful necklace for the first time, and her eyes sparkle looking at the jewel. The boy reports that he had to try very hard and even had a fight. The sister does not understand how he managed to fight someone, and the prince begins to explain the situation to her. The girl exhaled, only hearing another strange story from her brother. The boy is completely sure that there is no girl who can refuse him by looking him in the eyes. For a lady, he is a handsome and caring brother, but sometimes he had a strange self-confidence. The girl really hopes that he forcibly took the jewel from her. Then she becomes interested in which lady he took the jewels from, and the boy begins to recall. He recalls the appearance of Alice Harper and associates her with a squirrel. At this point, the boy feels awkward and clears his throat, moving on to the topic of whether his sister is okay. The girl confirms that everything is fine and thinks that the girl was most likely beautiful. Then the lady begins to tell that, in the absence of her brother, something happened in the empire. The girl shows him a newspaper article stating that the Faharan marriage has divorced. The prince grabbed the newspaper, read it attentively, and growled in surprise. The boy threw the papers aside and said he would like to fix his sister's story. The servant greeted Alice Harper with a smile when she finally reached the carriage. The girl went up the stairs to the huge mansion, examining it with admiration. Finally, they are told that they have arrived, opening a high door. And then the door opened completely, and a man warmly greeted Miss Harper. The girl sat down in front of him and thanked him for the invitation to the mansion. Alice took out a pile of papers and said she wanted to show the business plan she had drawn up. The man is delighted that the girl managed to prepare something like this. Alice thought it would be better to show it clearly once rather than explaining every detail. The owner was delighted with the clarity with which the girl wrote down the content of the sheets. Mrs. Harper remembers how her experience as an accountant in a past life helped her, where she constantly had to do some kind of reporting. With a smile on her face, the lady talks about working hours, production time, and the hourly rate. The man immediately realized that the girl was quite well prepared. Then the lady, Harper, handed over another stack of papers and explained that these were the terms of the contract. Finally, she asks when the girl will start her own business, and Alice easily answers the question. The brief silence worries Miss Harper, and she wonders if there will be any problem with the contract. Already in another room sat two women, calmly drinking tea and talking. Christy recalls a dialogue with Alice Harper and how she had to play the role of mistress for 2 years. Everyone around her believed that even if she was an illegitimate daughter, she still looked pretty and would probably become the mistress of some second-rate aristocrat. But Christy also wanted a good life, not endless suffering. She wanted to enjoy with her head held high everything that married women had. But instead, Christy always had to contain her sadness. And then, 2 years ago, fate itself sent her Duke Faharan, who offered to live with him for the rest of her life. And it didn't matter at all that he was already married. And finally, Christy would become a legal wife and get everything she wanted. The interlocutor tells Alice that, in fact, he is satisfied with the price they offered him. Looking at the contract, the man's interest was piqued, but for him there is a problem in the volume of supplies. The girl gets lost in thought and realizes that she has researched everything in advance. But then the man explains that these are transactions with other clients, and these are risks. Alice begins to speak convincingly about the fact that she analyzed not only the market, inspiring confidence in her. The man finally accepts Miss Harper's terms and realizes how amusing she is. The girl is only surprised that he accepts everything unconditionally, but he only decided to trust the lady's self-confidence because he knows how to judge people well. And finally the deal was closed. They shook hands and thanked each other. After Alice left, the man spoke with his servant, who noticed how cheerful the owner seemed. It seems to him that they will be good partners, but he would also like to become a close friend of the lady. The servant awkwardly asks if his interlocutor liked Miss Harper, which embarrasses him. A red-faced man begins to justify himself by saying that all this is only in terms of business. He looked at something in the documents, saying that from now on he would see her often, but that she shouldn't think about anything else. The maid cuts the bun and realizes that it is from a famous bakery, and Alice says that she signed a lease agreement for a shop on the same street. Neri is genuinely surprised because most jewelry stores are located on another street, but there are too many competitors there. If she opens another jewelry store, she may not be able to cope with the competition. Mrs. Harper explains that the most important thing is that customers remember her store. Aristocrats often frequent restaurants and cafes, after which they feel relaxed. Therefore, there is a high probability that after their leisure, they may continue shopping. Neri admires the girl and is genuinely interested in everything related to the store. Miss Harper thinks of a name for the building while drinking a cup of tea. Suddenly, memories appear in Alice's head, and thinking, she begins to pronounce parts of the words. Here the girl smiles and explains that fragments of incomprehensible words mean that life is beautiful. Miss Harper sharply asks how much more needs to be spent, and Neri begins to flip through the book to do calculations. The maid explains everything and also points out the correct pages to Alice. Miss Harper pats Neri on the head, embarrassing her and thanking her for all her help. Alice immediately notices the maid's scratched hands and realizes that she cannot ask her to do absolutely everything. Suddenly, Harper began to prepare to go somewhere again, and Neri noticed this. Buttoning up her coat, the girl asked the maid if they had any social packages. Finally dressed, Alice smiled and said she would be back soon. Neri sighed heavily and thought that the young lady was not even tired. In this world, it is impossible to find information on the internet. You have to go and find everything out for yourself. While walking down the street, Alice asked the vendor for a newspaper to find out the news. Already at home, the girl read how much ordinary workers earn. Alice thinks that you can pay a lot for a small amount of work, and no one will definitely refuse. Neri placed her hands on Miss Harper's shoulders, to which she said she was physically a little tired, but that life seemed to be in full swing inside her. Alice lived for so long and did not know at all what it was like to be free. The maid, looking at her mistress, almost cried from the emotions she was experiencing. But thanks to the divorce, she now has a wonderful life and can be grateful to her ex-husband. After the divorce, Alice received a large compensation and began to live freely, but he belittled her self-esteem for so many years. But the girl's head simply cannot shake off all the evil he did to her. And finally, the right time for sweet revenge has come. A man enters the building and wonders if there will be any work to do this time. The landlady points to the side and tells him to check the vacancy column in the newspaper. The man sighs deeply while reading and realizes that everyone needs professional skills. Suddenly, he is attracted by the words about a jewelry store employee for 3 million the needs. Alice assigns the maid the responsibility of registering everyone who passed the interview. And the brief opinion. Nuri's eyes shone, and she sincerely promised to do everything. Finally, the first applicant for the jeweler position came for an interview. So some time passed, and many workers came. Neri is happy that so many people are coming to them. And then another man came, wondering if he had come to the right place. Miss Harper invited him to sit in front of them, which he did, preparing to talk. Alice, looking at the guy, notices that his clothes are a little worn, but he looks like a noble young man. Still, it is very important that a person makes a good impression on visitors. After a brief interview, Alice thanked him and said she would report the results next week. The guy's hands are trembling. He asks to speak immediately, and Angie will be ready to leave even the next day. Neri begins to wonder if perhaps he has some special reason. The man says that he simply urgently needs money for something. Alice understands the situation and asks to go home to wait a little while. Unexpectedly for both girls, Agi jumps up from his seat. He claims that he is more capable of being a worker than a salesman. A man can protect the body from thieves and clenches his fist. Both girls scream loudly because of what happened next. A small fire suddenly appeared in the guy's hand, created using magic. Agi looked at the girls sadly, thinking that nothing would work out. Nari covered her face with her hands, scared by the strong fire, while Miss Harper hugged her. It seemed to Alice that this guy looked a lot like a big dog, or rather a puppy. Miss Harper asked to remove the light first, because Neri was afraid of it. Suddenly, Alice says she will hire him, which makes their eyes widen. Angie looks at the girls with bright eyes, not believing her words. Miss Harper asks Neri to bring the contract for signing, and she immediately jumps up. Alice is extremely interested in what happened to him, because with such skills, he could work among aristocrats. Finally, the girl asks to read the contract carefully and sign it. Miss Harper wonders if the guy worked elsewhere, but there, he immediately gives an awkward negative answer. The girl realizes that although he looks like a noble, it is clear that he lives poorly. Saying goodbye, the boy bowed, sincerely thanking the lady once again. Neri looks at Miss awkwardly, wondering if this person is really normal. Already near their house, there was a letter for Alice Harper in the mailbox. Neri was the first to notice the paper, took it out, and told the girl it was for her. The ladies immediately begin reading the letter, and Alice, with a smile, reports that it is from Mr. Penzin. The next day, there is a pile of different ornaments on the table that Miss Harper examines with admiration. The girl looks at Mr. Penzin, satisfied with herself for having accomplished all this. Alice takes the man by the hand and sincerely tells him that he is the best. But Penzin maintains that the work of other masters is attractive in its own way. The lady examines the jewelry again, not understanding how he managed to do all this so quickly, but only thanks to the quality of the stones that Alice sent him. He feels awkward speaking, but for the man, the atmosphere has become much more pleasant, and therefore it is more fun to work. Mr. Penzin bowed to the girl, expressing his sincere gratitude. But the lady, Harper, felt awkward and reported that she was only doing what she had to do. It seems to the girl that there will be high demand for this type of jewelry, and she will continue to provide everything necessary. Mr. Penzin is still happy because the lady gave hope to everyone. The man takes off his glasses, wipes a tear, and continues saying that now he can think about how to make more beautiful jewelry. Miss Harper, looking at him, was also touched, and tears gathered in her eyes. Memories arise of how everyone around her said a lot of different unpleasant things, and insults to the girl. Alice had long forgotten that someone could be happy because of her. Finally, the girls stand in front of their store, admiring it. Neri wants to enter as quickly as possible to look around, and at that moment, Miss Harper was called. Two of her store employees, Selene and Agi, were heading towards them. Alice was sincerely happy to see them and immediately invited them inside. Finally, when everyone was gathered, Miss Harper decided to explain everything. The lady asked them to stand in the indicated spot where they would have to work. Selene immediately did everything Alice told her, for which she was praised. Miss Harper looked at Agi and instructed him to do the same. The guy began to move to the correct place, and his movements were comparable to those of a wooden doll. The entire friendly team got to work, dismantling and moving boxes. During a short break, they had time to chat cheerfully and have a snack. Suddenly, an aristocrat entered the room and wondered if she could look at their decorations. The entire friendly team immediately took their places and welcomed the arriving woman. Finally, there were more and more people in the jewelry store. Neri affably communicated with customers, showing and telling them about jewelry. Celine did the same, smiling at every customer and chatting with them. Alice looked at the worker and noticed how she knew how to communicate with customers. Neri runs cheerfully towards Miss Harper, believing that success awaits them. But they should still wait until the influx of customers coming with interest subsides. Alice specially displayed the most beautiful jewels from her jewelers in a prominent place. Celine praises Miss Harper and says that everything is due to her unique vision. August greeted customers stutteringly, not knowing how to work properly. When the customer asked the guy the price, he immediately asked to wait a little while. Forgetting all the prices, Alice sighs, noticing that August is worrying too much at work. Moreover, he also has his own dignity in the form of a pretty appearance. Customers admired almost every action and word he said. Some aristocratic women enter the store just to look at Angie. Then, Miss Harper overhears their conversation, with a customer asking to reduce the price by only 500,000 deniets. Alice intervenes in the conversation, introducing herself as the hostess and explaining that the employee does not have the right to make arbitrary discounts. There is an intense tension between the girls, and Angie can only stand awkwardly next to them. The girl asks to first look at quality jewelry before asking for a discount. Miss Harper puts the jewelry on the aristocrat, trying to convince her. In the mirror, she shows the lady how it looks, using compliments to reduce her distrust. Now the customer, smiling, reports that there is some truth in Alice's words. But the customer still insists that the price is too high. Miss Harper wonders how much aristocrat thinks such a jewel would cost in other jewelry stores. Alice immediately feigns annoyance and should reconsider the market situation. Now Harper shows herself to the customer again in the mirror, telling her that even among similar jewelry, there are differences in details. This jewelry store has a much higher purity than similar items on the market. And when buying jewelry, you can receive a free repair guarantee for 2 years. Many will envy this jewel because it has such skillful engraving of the stone. The client walks away, wondering how the hostess knows the reaction of other people. Suddenly, Miss Harper promises to return the aristocrats 1 million the needs if the client listens to the reviews. Alice places her hand on her chest and announces that she will never lie to customers. Finally, the aristocrat gives up and decides to buy the necklace at the agreed price. Miss Harper smiled sweetly and thanked the aristocrat for the purchase at her jewelry store. After such a dialogue, Alice exhales deeply and realizes that she has done it. After saying goodbye to the aristocrat, the girl turned there, wanting to ask if she was okay. But suddenly she noticed his sparkling gaze, full of sincere admiration. Alice immediately felt embarrassed by this look, but the boy was only surprised by how well she treated the client. But all this was possible only thanks to the girl's total self-confidence. Miss Harper calmly returned to the room, somewhat tired. The boy is still surprised by Alice and her confidence in the masters. But suddenly the question arose, what if the woman returned and demanded a discount? Miss Harper only hopes this doesn't happen, because the necklace is of high quality. The aristocrat wanted to show herself in the best way in front of others. Alice, crossing her arms over her chest, says confidently that if an aristocrat hears a lot of praise, she will think that the mistress is right. Harper's eyes shine, because in business it is important to change the opinion, even of the most demanding customers, and she succeeds. Insecure, Agi is like a puppy and realizes that he still has a lot to learn. Alice held out her hand to the boy, pointing to his palm and asking him to teach her magic someday. Suddenly, Neri returned and fulfilled the hostess's order by buying food. Harper noticed her immediately, praised her, and thanked her for the help she was providing. Now Alice turns to the boy and invites him to dinner together at her house on Sunday. Miss Celine has already said she can come, we just need an answer from Aja. The boy's face turned red, and he gave a positive answer. Finally, the workday ended, and both ladies were already entering the territory of their house. Suddenly, Neri noticed another letter in the mailbox, intended for Miss Harper. Alice began to open it, and the maid was anxious to find out what was inside. Miss Harper said with a smile that the letter was from Eugene Rumister. The next morning, Alice arrived at the meeting in an elegant sky-blue dress. Eugene Rumister was already sitting in the designated spot with a cup of tea in his hands. Alice, seeing the guy in a small window, thought he seemed attracted. The girl quickly shook her head, realizing that it was not entirely good to have such feelings for a business partner. Eugene looked up when Miss Harper greeted him. Sitting at the table, the girl noticed that the Duke had arrived quite early. Eugene explains his early arrival and thanks the lady for spending time with him. Miss Harper carefully selected the tea she wanted, while Roomister examined her. The guy started talking about opening a Harper jewelry store. Alice tucks her loose hair behind her ear and praises her jewelers who work so quickly and efficiency, while the lady herself doesn't even have time to sit down. The Duke was interested in this and asked to visit her store someday. Suddenly, the girl wonders why Eugene suggested meeting. The Duke placed his hand on his chest, indicating that he would like to make an offer to Alice. Miss Harper looks at her interlocutor uncertainly, saying nothing and not knowing what to expect. The Duke begins to tell that a mineral vein was recently discovered in the mountains that belongs to his family. The only problem was that the mine required too much money. The girl is sincerely surprised by these words. Some people don't even have a mine, and here there is also a new vein. The Duke wants to supply Miss Harper with the minerals that will be mined there. Eugene Roomeister crossed his arms and began to list all the minerals. Alice shouted when she heard that he could provide her with Afghan lapis lazuli. Afghan lapis lazuli is a rather rare and valuable stone of which there are not many in the world. Even among high society secular ladies, few have this stone in their collection. If a girl needs such stones, Eugene would like to provide her with a constant supply. Miss Harper's eyes shine brightly, and she says she will only be grateful. The Duke is embarrassed because he has something else to tell the lady. Alice takes a cup of tea and wonders what else the man can offer her. Now Eugene speaks less confidently, thinking that the request might not seem entirely simple to the lady. Soon a ball is planned at the royal castle, and the Duke asks Harper to go with him as his partner, which makes her choke on her tea. The drink flows down the girl's chin as she hopes she is only imagining things. But Eugene Roomeister sits and waits patiently for an answer, his face completely serious. The Duke immediately begins to explain, seeing the girl's gaze, that he was invited to the ball, but that there is no one to accompany him there. Alice awkwardly lowers her head and says that if the guy goes with her, it is unlikely that he will hear flattering criticism. Miss Harper is very aware of her reputation in high society after the divorce. If they go to the ball together, the Duke's honor will be tarnished. Wherever the lady appears, she will hear whispers behind her back, but Alice cannot hide all the time. The Duke states that he doesn't care what others say, he just wants the girl to go to the ball with him. Alice suddenly realizes that from the beginning, the guy had no prejudice against her. And since the girl is involved in the jewelry business, it is necessary to attract the attention of marquises interested in selling jewelry. The lady in front of them should not be Duke Fahiren's ex-wife, but Alice Harper, the owner of a jewelry store who will win their hearts. The lady finally agreed to go with Eugene. She could change her image of a divorced, pathetic, and inconspicuous woman. Duke Roomeister smiled happily, looked at Alice and thanked her. A slightly embarrassed boy announces that he will flirt with a girl next week. Eugene's servant is surprised that the Duke is going with Miss Harper to a ball he didn't even plan to attend. The guy is interested and asks with a smile if Roomisto really likes Liz, which makes him tense. Eugene quickly makes the excuse that he just wants to get to know Miss Harper a little better. The servant pours tea and teases the Duke, saying he has never met anyone out of curiosity before. Eugene Roomeister sighed heavily and leaned back in his chair, stretching. The guy realizes that the offer to become his partner was quite shocking. Duke Roomeister felt very embarrassed remembering the girl during the dialogue, how her eyes shone, and how sweet she looked while speaking. Eugene clutched his heart, which was beating fast, and did not understand how such words came out of him. Then the servant appears again, approaching and mockingly asking when the Duke is planning the wedding. Eugene looked angrily at the guy and demanded that he stop joking and go to work. Suddenly, the Duke abruptly gets up, passing his servant, who does not understand where he is going. But Duke Roomeister needs to take a walk and promises to return soon. The young servant smiles happily, realizing that Eugene definitely likes Alice Harper. And there is no doubt about it. That evening, the lady eagerly watches Neri prepare dinner. The girls wonderfully displayed the finished dishes on the table and realized their success. Upon Aja's and Celine's arrival, they were greeted friendly, inviting them to proceed. Celine is surprised by what they have prepared, as she has never tasted this even for her birthday. The girl did not think that one day she could taste such meat and is looking forward to starting to eat it. The guy notices the good wine and lets slip that he hasn't drunk it in a long time. Neri is immediately surprised, because this is the first time she has tasted such expensive wine. Miss Harper interrupts the conversation and informs them smiling that it is time to sit down at the table. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Alice sits at the head of the table, holds a glass of red wine, and invites everyone to toast to the prosperity of her store. All together, the companions cheerfully clink their glasses for their jewelry store. They had a great time chatting and telling each other various stories from their lives. Celine and Angie believe that Miss Harper had a very hard time listening to her story. But now the girl is happy because Neri remained by her side, who was touched by such words. Tears appeared in the eyes of the short-haired lady, and in response, she began to talk about how happy she was next to Alice. Looking at the two girls, Celine was also touched. She was glad to see such a strong friendship. The mysterious guy could only sit in silence, unable to say anything. Celine begins to tell a story about how one day her father suffered a lot. The girl had to work very hard just to feed him, and it seems there is no job she wouldn't try. Miss Harper supports Celine and realizes that she also went through hard times. Suddenly, Alice directs her attention to Angie and wonders if he has a story. The guy awkwardly begins to ask about telling the story next time, but Harper does not insist. Alice apologizes for asking without thinking in advance. Suddenly, Neri changes the subject, saying they have good news and everyone is interested. The girls start talking about how Duke Rumester will now provide them with very rare stones, and that Alice will also go to the ball. Angie and Celine are genuinely happy for Miss Harper and congratulate her. Alice says that, in fact, the Duke asked her to accompany him to this very ball. For this reason, Miss Harper asks 2 employees to receive and attend to visitors, to which they promise to do everything in their power. A slight blush appears on the girl's face and she thanks them, because now she will be calm. Finally, the day of the ball arrived, and early in the morning the lady went to the hairdresser. The master seats Alice and asks what kind of hairstyle she wants. She suggests that Miss Harper make large waves, which are currently in fashion, and here's agreement. To make the wait more interesting for the girl, she was given a secular fashion magazine. Finally, the master approaches and offers to start cutting it. The girl carefully combed and curled Alice's hair, and then informed her that everything was ready. The young lady looks at herself in the mirror and notices the quality of the master's work. Alice is delighted with her new look, as she is praised and flooded with compliments. Miss Harper replies by congratulating the master and saying that she is the best master in the world. Suddenly, the girl notices a wonderful necklace around Alice's neck and asks where she bought it. The girl smiles contentedly and charmingly pronounces the name of her own jewelry store. The master had never heard of such a store before, and Harper says it belongs to her. The girl is shocked by such words without even realizing it. Alice talks about a recently opened jewelry store and invites him to visit someday. The artisan's eyes shine, and she promises to come and contemplate such beauty. Miss Harper had no doubt that she would like it, because the lady spent a lot of time choosing the decoration. Alice handed her a business card with the store's address and opening hours. The master notices a drawing of a beautiful swan, which is the logo of her brand. The girl laughs lightly because she was able to learn a lot from her interlocutor. Miss Harper thanks her and promises to give her a personal discount. The girl worries if this will affect Alice's business, but she assures that everything will be fine. This became another trick, because there are reasons to serve VIP clients. Many high society ladies shake Mrs. Jackie's hairdressing salon. While styling the client's hair, an informal conversation takes place. If the master speaks positively about her store during short conversations, this will be the beginning of word-of-mouth marketing. Miss Harper left Jackie a tip and prepared to leave, satisfied with herself. In the evening, a carriage arrived at Alice's house, in which Duke Rumester was waiting for her. The girl approached Eugene and thanked him for coming to pick her up. After examining the lady, the Duke commented on how beautiful Miss Harper looked. Alice admits that she was very worried, but the boy's words calmed her down. Eugene is sure that the girl will undoubtedly be the most beautiful of all at the ball. Miss Harper laughs, covering her mouth and wondering how he figured it out. But the Duke just extends his hand to his partner, offering to personally check his words. Upon arrival at the designated place, the girl immediately began to look around. Before Miss Harper left, the Duke extended his hand to help her. This was very unusual for the lady, because it was the first time she was going to a ball holding the hand of a man who was not her husband. Memories arise in the girl's memory of how at such moments her ex-husband simply stood at a distance, rushing her. But now everything is different in Miss Harper's life. Now she is happy. Duke Rumester, holding Alice's hand, offers to finally enter. The girl smiles happily, agrees with him, and her eyes sparkle. As the couple walked through the area, they could hear everyone around them whispering to each other. But Miss Harper was already prepared for such an outcome, so she simply did not pay attention. When the girl arrived at this place, in fact, everything turned out not so bad. The couple entered the hall, still holding hands and smiling, paying no attention to those around them. The aristocrats looked at them, without ceasing to whisper among themselves. Duke Roomister looked sadly at Alice and asked her to tell him if the lady felt any discomfort. But the girl firmly decided to pull herself together. Her goal was to show her jewelry to everyone. Mrs. Harper smiles broadly and insists that she herself is perfectly fine. At the ball, everyone around them had already started slow dancing to soft music. The Duke brings the lady's hand to the center of the room and tells her that he trained for that day. Alice is a little embarrassed that the guy rehearsed a dance for this. Slightly embarrassed, the Duke asks if the lady would like to dance with him. At the same time, Duke Faharan invites Christy to dance, to which she immediately agreed. But suddenly, the girl noticed that a crowd was whispering about a dancing couple. Christy wants to go see an amusing spectacle and informs the man about it. Among the crowd, the lady noticed Miss Harper spinning in the arms of Duke Rumiamter. The Countess could not understand what she had forgotten here, not even with such a person. Christy sincerely believed that Alice was walking around and didn't even dare to lift her face. Suddenly, she bumped into Duke Faharan, shouting in surprise. Suddenly, despite the girl's prohibitions, she saw a dancing couple in the crowd. The Duke looked in her direction with surprise and disbelief as Christy tried to pull him away. Suddenly, the man pushed away the Countess's hands that were around his arm. Miss Harper looked incredibly beautiful and happy while dancing with Eugene. The Duke cannot take his eyes off Alice and wonders if she has always been so beautiful. Christy begins to shout, not understanding who her lover is looking at. The man makes an excuse, saying that he had never seen Duke Rumister with ladies before. To which he stared. The Countess asks not to pay attention to them and finally goes out to dance. And now many couples are dancing in the middle of the huge hall. The prince, who was on the balcony at that moment, noticed a very familiar woman. The Duke asks Alice for her opinion on their dance, but she couldn't even imagine that it was so excellent. Eugene suggests another dance, but the lady is hot and wants a drink. Now Duke Rumister offers to have a glass of something. Suddenly, Milliburn appears from behind the bar and immediately greets Eugene. Immediately after, he directed his attention to Alice, who bowed slightly, and introduced herself to him. Milliburn asks to hijack Eugene for a while, whom he hasn't seen for so long. Miss Harper immediately agrees because she doesn't mind at all. While dancing, she saw many glances, and now is the time to get down to business. Suddenly, the wife of Marquis Barkin, well known in social circles, approached Alice and offered her a glass of drink. Miss Harper immediately congratulates the girl on her excellent memory. The Marquise's wife is happy to meet you and invites you to join the table. The girl immediately understands that everyone is only interested in what kind of relationship she has with Duke Rumister. Alice agrees to sit at the table, and her main task is to make them interested in jewelry. Miss Harper greeted all the girls sitting at the table kindly. Alice slowly smooths her hair and shows off her jewelry. The girls at the table quickly look at each other and nod to each other. One of those present immediately begins to congratulate her and admire her. It seems everyone was surprised by the way Alice appeared before them that evening. The girl pays special attention to Miss Harper's necklace, which she has her eye on. The girls' eyes sparkle with this jewel, and they wonder where it comes from. Miss Harper pretends to feel embarrassed by all these compliments. The girl in the purple dress also liked the brooch, and again asked the name of the store. Mr. Penzin put his whole soul into the jewelry that the girl wore to the ball. The stone is carefully crafted, which is why the jewel shines so brightly in the light of the court hall lamps. Suddenly, the Marquis's wife apologizes for the question, but wonders what kind of relationship Alice has with Duke Rumister. Mrs. Harper smiles, as she had been looking forward to this very question. At the same time, the blonde-haired prince was sitting with a group of people at another table. The guy remembered Miss Harper, whom he had seen earlier in a jewelry store. He looks somewhere and his sister, sitting next to him, notices his gaze. She directly asks her brother what he is looking at so intently. The guy simply downplays it, with words that he seems to have seen a familiar face. The young lady notices his gaze towards Miss Harper and tells him that she is the wife of Duke Faharan. The prince immediately shouts, without waiting to hear such words. The sister expresses sincere surprise because last time she spoke about Alice. Suddenly, an adult man intervenes in the relatives' conversation, saying that the Duke and Alice divorced recently. He assumes that Miss Harper and Duke Roomister are lovers, since they attended the ball together. The prince laughs at this suggestion, not believing that everyone who dances must be lovers. Suddenly, he remembers that the man himself danced with Selina 5 years ago. Does he really mean that he is the lover of his own sister? The man begins to deny fearfully, stating that this is not entirely true. The rest could only remain in awkward silence at the table, looking around. The sister sighs deeply and realizes that the boy is again clinging to words. The adult man immediately bows and apologizes to His Highness. Selene tells her brother that she also wants to dance and asks him to go down together. The boy looks tenderly at his little sister, agreeing to go with her. Passing by an adult man, the prince tells him that he should calm down because it was a joke. At the girls' table, Alice begins to talk about how she and the Duke have a special relationship. Everyone is immediately surprised by such words, not understanding what she means. Miss Harper is glad she made her fantasize with her words. Alice continues speaking calmly, twirling a strand of blonde hair around her finger. Suddenly, Miss Harper ruins all their fantasies by revealing that they are business partners. Alice talks about how she started her own business and all the jewelry in her store. Everyone around her was interested in the fact that the girl had her own store. Alice managed to get attention when she heard the girls talking among themselves. Now everyone begins to understand that Miss Harper attended the ball with the Duke as business partners. The girl says Eugene has a wonderful character. Alice thinks they could become good comrades, but the Marquis's wife heard that the Duke has no friends among women, but all thanks to the jewelry and sketches the lady showed him. Mrs. Harper believes she needs to make others believe that Roomister communicates so well with her, thanks to the jewelry from her store. Alice mentally thanks the Duke for being able to use him as a model for advertising completely free of charge. In her previous life, she used exactly this method when she wanted to present a product in the best way to potential customers. Smiling sweetly, Miss Harper asks the girls to visit her store so she can recommend something. Alice also admits that she is embarrassed by so much attention to her story. Initially, the main goal of this ball for her was to spark the interest of potential customers, which happened. If these aristocratic women wore her jewelry, it would be spectacular advertising. And those men who want to give a gift to their women will form a new group of customers for her store. And then they themselves will be able to buy goods, for example, a pocket watch or a tie pin. This is precisely what became Miss Harper's main success plan. Getting up from the table, Alice announces that it is time for her to leave here. Miss Harper pretends she needs some fresh air because she is dizzy from the champagne. Already in the large courtyard, Alice stands by the fountain, leaning on it and sighing deeply from fatigue. But she can be satisfied with herself and the work she did at the ball. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice from behind calls the girl, and she turns towards him. This very voice turns out to be His Highness, greeting the young lady. Miss Harper, not knowing what to say, wonders who he is and what he wants. Suddenly, the face of the boy, who is slowly approaching her, seems familiar. Alice points her finger at him, shouting that he is the one from the jewelry store. The girl remembers fragments of how he took the jewelry she needed from her. The prince, with a smile and a hand on his chest, asks if the girl remembers him. Miss Harper, in turn, cannot forget that day and his fish head. Suddenly, after examining her interlocutor, Alice realizes that he belongs to the royal family. The girl immediately begins to reason and determine his age by his appearance. According to Miss Harper, the guy in front of her is most likely the prince. After these thoughts, Alice bows politely to greet His Highness. The prince also bows awkwardly in response, admitting that he is not here for these formalities. Alice is only surprised that the insolent boy from the jewelry store turned out to be part of the royal family. Suddenly, the lady becomes interested in how the prince knows about her. Suddenly, the boy asks forgiveness for the situation in the jewelry store. The prince openly admits that he showed excessive impudence in front of her that day. Miss Harper replies by apologizing to him for not saying everything clearly right away. The boy reasons out loud that his verbal apology will not be enough. He approaches and says that he doesn't want any misunderstanding between them because of that incident. But Miss Harper insists that everything is perfectly fine. The prince, as if not having heard her, wants to invite her to dinner as an apology. The girl is surprised, not expecting an invitation to dinner from the prince himself at all. Miss Harper begins to argue that she has already finished promoting her business for today. If she also involves the prince in this, then there might be an opinion about her that she, like a fox, sticks to everyone. Of course, interest in Miss Harper will arise, but of a different nature. Alice absolutely does not want others to think incorrectly about her. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls the girl, and both interlocutors turn to look at him. Breathlessly, Duke Roomister quickly approaches them, and at the same time smooths his hair. The boy immediately bows to His Majesty and greets him politely. The prince realizes that Duke Roomister has not attended balls for a long time. Eugene extends his hand to the young lady, wanting to see her off, because he has been looking for her for so long. Suddenly, a certain anger appears on His Majesty's face, because they are so close. The Duke confirms this, and Miss Harper feels confused by the situation. The prince crossed his arms over his chest, dissatisfied with the fact that they only danced one dance. Eugene justifies this by saying that Alice is dizzy, but His Highness has nothing to worry about. The prince also notes with displeasure the insolence of Duke Roomister at the ball. And so, when tension arose between the men, Alice intervened, moving them away from each other. Miss Harper tells the Duke that she will return home now. Addressing His Highness, Alice only says goodbye. Duke Roomister bows to her and tells her that this is exactly what they will do. The boy takes the girl's hand and bows goodbye to the prince. Because it's time for them to leave, Miss Harper knows that he is from the most powerful family in the empire, but she does not understand how someone can communicate with the prince like this. His Highness turns his head and tells them to move if the lady is tired. The girl reflects that if she feels embarrassed, she might deny the prince himself dinner. The blonde remained standing in place, watching the departing couple, considering them amusing. Duke Roomister led Miss Harper right behind him, not letting go for a minute. Alice did not understand if they really had to walk hand in hand the whole way. Suddenly, the Duke stopped and turned to look at his companion, as if remembering something. With an easy movement, the boy threw his snow-white jacket over Miss Harper, seeing that the lady was clearly cold. Despite all the girl's denials, Roomister sees how lightly dressed Alice is, and talks about her anxiety. Harper's face turns bright red, and she awkwardly thanks her caring companion. The Duke smiles sweetly, noticing the embarrassment on the lady's face, and saying that this is much better. Increasingly embarrassed, Alice quickly shakes her head, realizing that she needs to pull herself together now and think exclusively about business development. The Duke Roomister, in turn, looks at the girl with disbelief, thinking that she is trembling from the cold. Miss Harper immediately denies all this and offers to return her coat to her companion. The boy only asks not to take off the outerwear and carefully adjusts it for her. Suddenly, the Duke admitted that he was a little embarrassed to have pulled the lady away from the ball too quickly, and to have shown himself to be a rude person. Alice smiles sweetly and says that on the contrary, she is grateful to her companion. Thanks to him, the girl managed to avoid the prince's proposal and not seem like a badly behaved child. Here Duke Roomister becomes interested in what else the prince managed to tell Miss Harper. Alice begins to recall that the boy simply apologized for the incident that happened before they met. Miss Harper begins to say that she and the prince only had an unpleasant incident. Suddenly, the girl smiles happily and thanks the Duke for the evening. Roomistra is embarrassed, coughs into his fist, and turns away sheepishly. The girl admits that this ball is a turning point in her life. She could have remained just a pathetic divorced woman, but thanks to the Duke, she got out into the world, and she was even able to advertise her business. But Roomistra does not need gratitude, because he also benefits if her business goes uphill, because they are in the same boat. This makes the girl laugh, and she agrees with her companion, having fun. The Duke smiles back at her and says that he is honored to have such a beautiful woman as a partner at the ball. Suddenly, the boy sees a carriage behind the lady, which has finally arrived, and now the couple is already walking towards the carriage hand in hand, smiling happily at each other. Finally, they stood up, talked, and said goodbye, promising to see each other in the near future. Already getting into the carriage, Miss Harper asks the boy to contact her later. Finally, departure was announced, and the Duke could only watch Miss Harper leave. The girl wonders if Roomister has really found another deposit. The Duke admits to himself that he actually just wants to talk to her more. And Miss Harper's jewelry store still has many customers who wish to buy jewelry. The effect of Alice's advertisement at the ball was even better than she could have imagined. The next day, those ladies whom the girl had seen in the palace began to arrive at the store. Of course, Madame Jackins also helped and the number of customers almost doubled. At the end of the day, all the workers were terribly tired and tried not to fall asleep on the spot. Alice smiled, announcing the end of the workday and looking happy. Already at home, Neri was serving tea, while Miss Harper reasoned that in the future it would be difficult for Angie and Celine to manage together. The girl looks at Alice with concern, wondering if it will be difficult for her to work so hard in the store as well as at home. Instead of answering, Harper suggests that Neri look at her store's sales chart, which has shown a 50% increase in sales. The maid is delighted that you can fly to the sky. Alice Harper explains how the chart clearly shows the upward trend. The girl frowns, slightly realizing that she should not let her guard down. After Alice was treated so cruelly and expelled, Fahiren's hunt was not easy, but the girl began to engage in the jewelry business and reappeared in high society. And in the relationship with Duke Rumister, although glimpses of some kind of tender feeling are glimpsed, this is nothing more than temporary interest, and all this is just the beginning. Suddenly, Mrs. Harper banged the book on the table and said they needed to order a logo. Neri looks at her interlocutor completely expressionlessly and asks again. Alice begins to explain that she will make a large logo that will symbolize her store and hang it on the wall. Miss Harper's brand will symbolize the best and irreplaceable brand in the entire empire. At the same time, her servant enters the Marquis's office, reporting that the loss of jewelers is too great. He begins to explain to the embittered man that it is all because of Fahiren's ex-wife. In a rude and dissatisfied voice, the Marquis says the name Alice Harper. Neri wonders if it makes sense for everyone to remember the drawing. Alice again says that if the logo is successful, the brand will be recognizable without unnecessary explanations. Neri admires the girl again and considers the idea truly brilliant. The ladies begin to discuss how many more workers they need to hire. Nuri suggests hiring one person each to help Mr. Agi and Miss Celine to serve customers. Miss Harper looks silently and smilingly at her interlocutor. Neri looks sadly at Alice, thinking she was wrong. Suddenly, Miss Harper approached her, pressed her close, and hugged her tightly. But Neri says everything correctly and hears that she will be a reliable partner. This confuses the girl and makes her blush a lot. Now Alice says she needs to prepare one more thing because she is opening 2 branches soon. If there is stable sales for 2 months, it will mean that they managed to win the hearts of the customers. And then Harper will expand the business. Neri really likes this idea and admires Alice again. Miss Harper begins to explain to the girl that a franchise is opening a store elsewhere, but under her name. Neri immediately shouted, thinking that this meant the lady would soon become rich. Miss Harper takes the girl's hand, corrects her, and tells her that it won't be her who gets rich. But then, Neri is embarrassed, denies it, and says that she is just a maid and that the property belongs to Alice. The lady smiles and replies that the interlocutor is no longer the maid of the Harper family, and Fahiren, but a very smart business partner. Tears began to spring from Neri's eyes, and her lips began to tremble. Alice is grateful to her because only thanks to her, she was able to overcome all difficulties. Nari, on the contrary, became so happy only thanks to Miss Harper. At the very moment when everyone turned their backs on Alice and abandoned her, the maid stood by her side. Nari runs into Miss Harper's arms, who said that she replaced her family. The 2 girls became emotional, hugging each other and promising that they would try. They will definitely be happy. Alice will definitely do everything possible for this. While in her jewelry store, Miss Harper invites Neri to go with her to the real estate agency. The brunette turned around, asking with interest why she suddenly needed to go there. Alice explains that she wants to open an office, hire people there, and do related things for expansion there. Neri asks with some sadness if she will now work separately from Mr. Agi and Miss Celine. Miss Harper supports her friend and tells her that they will not be far from the main store, so there is no reason to be upset. Suddenly, Alice remembered that Neri was the same age as her younger brother. After those thoughts, she quickly shook her head, realizing that she needed to think about something else. Now the girl remembered the smile Duke Rumister gave her the night after the ball. Then Miss Harper's face turned bright red, and she hit herself on the head. Neri looked at her interlocutor with sympathy, thinking how difficult it had been for her lately. Suddenly, Mr. Agi entered the store, and the girls were immediately happy to see him. Neri immediately ran to him, looking like a loyal puppy with a sparkle in her eyes. Miss Harper called the boy closest to her to tell him the news. Already sitting opposite each other, Alice began to talk about how she plans to hire 4 more workers. Mr. Aji listened carefully to the lady while she explained that two of them would help him. And Miss Selene, Miss Harper herself and Neri, will now work in an office next to the jewelry store. Mr. Aji looks sadly at his interlocutor and realizes that they have very little time left to work together. Miss Harper looks at her worker with satisfaction and realizes that she was not mistaken. It is Mr. Aji's responsibility to attract female clients. When this guy starts explaining, while smiling broadly, the girls lose their minds and immediately buy jewelry. One day, one of the clients handed a note to the gentleman, Aji, which he looked at without understanding. The aristocrat asked him to read the paper when he was alone and quickly ran out of the jewelry store. Mr. Aji simply watched her leave silently, while Miss Harper laughed at the situation behind his back. Alice informs that there will be no problems in the store without her, because many people come to see her. Mr. Aji begins to deny it, saying that it is all thanks to his efforts. Miss Harper claims that the boy has the ability to attract people to himself. You just need to have a little more self-confidence. Then he sank there and hung his head. Alice looked at him with concern, not understanding what had happened to him. The boy awkwardly rubbed his neck, looked aside, and asked again. Miss Harper still doesn't understand what's wrong with her saying he has skills. It seems to the gentleman there that there is actually nothing special about it. The girl only asks the boy to take care of the store with a smile, calling him charming. Neri saw a man who reported that they had a visitor. The girl apologizes for the fact that they are still closed, but the stranger only looks at her threateningly. Miss Harper jumps up from the table and shouts the name of Marquis Black. The man, ignoring Neri, pushes her, goes forward, and says that Alice has become quite famous. Miss Harper flashes a sweet smile thinking that his wife asked her to decorate her store. Marcus Black shouts that he doesn't understand why he came and starts approaching. Leaning towards Miss Harper, the man said that he came on behalf of James and Myrtle, as well as Spimin. Neri watches them, clinging to Mr. Aji, who only looks with disgust in the direction of the man. Marcus Black was the owner of the most famous jewelry company, Jane's. The Myrtle and Spimin companies also supplied jewelry made by jewelers. Marcus Black sits at the table and says that a divorcee took the Duke's money and decided to run a business. This sentence began to anger Mr. Augie, who was about to approach the man. Suddenly, Neri appears in front of him and shouts at the Marquis how rude he is communicating with his mistress. Miss Harper immediately stops the girl and tells her that she will handle it herself. Marquis Black came here because he could no longer stand the way Alice looked down on them and allowed herself nonsense. The man hit the table with his fist, shouting that she didn't even know how much damage she had caused them. The calmest Miss Harper asked what damage she had caused. The Marquis gets even angrier because the girl has taken all the jewelers, and they cannot receive jewelry supplies. At that moment, Nuri was calming Mr. Aji, who clenched his fists in dissatisfaction. Alice assumed that he wanted the lady to break the contract for hiring jewelers, but Miss Harper also has her own conditions. The Marquis must immediately pay the total amount he promised to his jewelers for 3 years. Alice counts everything together with bonuses and gets a large sum. Marquis Black cannot stand it and jumps up shouting that these are ridiculous conditions. Neri looks at them with pride and admiration, realizing that her mistress did not remain silent. The man is sure that if he wants to do business, he should at least follow traditions. She does not understand whose traditions these are, because the only thing they did was exploit the masters. Marquis Black promises to teach the girl a lesson by planning something. Suddenly, the man shouted for strangers to enter. A crowd of men with bats runs into the jewelry store. The Marquis ordered them to break all the showcases and goods. Suddenly, Mr. Augie grabbed the man and ordered him to stop. Marquis Black immediately pulls his hand away, wondering who he is. The scared girls called the boy because it was too dangerous. The man demands that the crowd deal with Aji first, calling him trash. The boy realizes that Marquis Black does not know who he is. The boy smiled and explained that if he didn't know, then he shouldn't move his tongue in that way. The Marquis, without restraining himself, grabbed Mr. Aji by the shirt, pulling him closer, and demanding that he repeat the words. Alice realizes that it is not Black who needs to be stopped, but Aji. Suddenly, Miss Harper freezes upon noticing something that surprises her. A menacing fire appeared behind the two girls, which the boy took advantage of. With one hand, Angie grabbed the Marquis's hand he was holding her with, and in the other, a flame appeared. A crowd of men stares in their direction, stunned, not daring to approach. All Marquis Black can say is how annoying the guy is. Neri looks at this scene and awkwardly reports that Mr. Aja's lights have worked. Mrs. Harper recalls the boy's words in the interview and his magic. She is angry, thinking that if it weren't for the gentleman, her store would have been destroyed. The Marquis grabbed the hammer, shouting how insignificant he was and wanting to strike. Mr. Aji managed to dodge it easily and with an indifferent look. Then he completely grabbed the man's hand without much effort. Mr. Aji twisted his arm, taking the hammer out of his palm. After such a scene, the crowd flees, shouting that he is a monster. Suddenly, Mr. Aji and Marquis are asked to stop. Duke Rumister enters the jewelry store and wonders what happened. Mr. Aji looks at the newcomer with disgust, not understanding who he is. Neri immediately explains to the boy next to her that this is Duke Rumister. Marquis Black jumps up, forgetting his aching arm and realizing who is in front of him. With anger in his voice, the Duke asks what the man decided to do here. Miss Harper realizes for herself that the Marquis grovels before the strong, but shows strength toward the weak. Alice starts saying that they have a small problem related to running a business. Still with the same burning eyes, the Duke asks not to give further explanations. Rumister looks at Marquis and informs him that Miss Harper is his main business partner and a close acquaintance, and the man decided to threaten the girl, but now he remains awkwardly silent. Alice notices that the Duke does not use force or swear, but there is a sense of power in him. Rumister informs that from now on, he will no longer do any business with Black. The Marquis screams without processing what he just heard. The man quickly starts making excuses, saying he only wanted to talk. The Duke crossed his arms over his chest and smiled, seeing how stupid his interlocutor looked now. Marquis Black screams that he cannot allow this to happen. Miss Harper watched them calmly, not thinking he would be so categorical. The Marquis tries to reason with the Duke, telling him that the relationship between their families started with their parents. But he doesn't care, because he is not going to work with someone who intimidates others for his own benefit. Marquis Black pointed at Alice, still shouting that she was the first to violate business morality. Mr. Aji's fist clenches again in dissatisfaction. He simply turned, but Miss Harper immediately stopped him. Alice approaches, but the boy does not understand what she is going to do. The girl realizes that Mr. Aji should not interfere in this. Suddenly, she bowed her head and sincerely said that she was very embarrassed. All three men were shocked by these words. They did not expect this. Marquis Black began to rejoice because he had finally regained his senses. Duke Rumister looked at the girl bewildered. Mr. Aji, who was nearby, also did not understand why she did it. Alice innocently says that, for a moment, she was afraid of such a cruel and arrogant man as the Marquis. Suddenly, confidence appeared on her face, and Miss Harper said she was very ashamed of herself. Mr. Aji and Neri were shocked by their mistress's courage. There was a smile on the Duke's face, along with pride for the girl. Marquis Black began to shout that the divorcee was becoming something. Miss Harper could no longer restrain herself, because the man was exploiting the foreman with low wages. He can bring mercenaries or negotiate with other companies. Aji and Neri looked at Alice, with pride, realizing how brave she was. The Marquis began to talk to the Duke, because if you do what the lady says, the miners will demand a salary increase. Rumister reported that he had already increased their salary by a quarter of the established wage. Miss Harper did not understand when the Duke managed to do this. Marquis Black was no less surprised than the girl, trying to object at least something. No matter what the man says, the Duke will not change his decision. And if he bothers Miss Harper, he should be prepared for the consequences. Now it is time for Marquis Black to leave this store. Miss Harper collapsed on the floor and Duke Rumister immediately ran to her. Mr. Aji and Neri also feared for the girl and began to run. Alice insisted that everything was fine, so they wouldn't worry about her. Neri realizes that Miss Harper's hands are trembling and gets scared. The girl exhaled, calming down and realizing that she had gone too far by trying to hold on. Mr. Aji simply approached and began to say something. Suddenly he falls silent and opens his eyes with some surprise. The boy noticed that Miss Harper and Duke Rumister looked good next to each other. He looked at the girl, wondering if she was hurt, and the lady in response only said that everything was fine. For some reason, Mr. Aji became gloomier and did not dare to approach them. Finally, Alice turns to Aji and Neri and tells them that she also feels awkward in front of them. The girl states that Miss Harper should not apologize because the Marquis turned out to be bad. Mr. Augie supports him and says that Alice has done nothing wrong. Miss Harper smiled tenderly, happy to have such people by her side and thanking them for everything. The girl turned to Duke Rumister without thinking that he would do this. Gratitude confused the boy, and looking away, he said that his affairs also concerned him. At the same time, Mr. Aji silently watched their antics, frowning with disgust for some reason. Suddenly, Eugene Rumeister approaches him, greets him, and introduces himself as Miss Harper's business partner. Mr. Aji returns the greeting, introduces himself, and bows his head to him. The Duke thought about it, because the guy stopped Marquis Black and his mercenaries. It seems he has serious skills. Mr. Aji looked away, sighed, and said he was mistaken, because the guy is an ordinary salesman. And ordinary. The Duke laughs and asks not to accept him hostilely. After all, Miss Harper's family and friends are also his friends. Mr. Aji pays no attention to the Duke's outstretched hand and asks him not to address him so politely, because he is simply a commoner. But Eugene cannot address a person he meets for the first time in his life. Miss Harper stands with her arms crossed between the two men and realizes that they do not seem to like each other very much. The girl interrupts their conversation and asks why the Duke decided to stop by her jewelry store. Eugene Rumeister smiled sweetly, reminding him of his invitation to his store. But the guy couldn't even imagine that something like this could happen here. He promises that if there are more of these, he will break off relations with everyone. Miss Harper is happy with these words and looks at the Duke with bright eyes. Suddenly, Eugene admits that only one thing bothers him. Duke Rumeister raises his hand and points at Neri, because she caught his attention. The girl does not understand why the boy was so interested in her, but Neri turned around and realized that the Duke was pointing behind her, referring to the jewelry in the window. Mrs. Harper explains that these are the most important items in her jewelry store. Duke Rumeister's eyes sparkle as he looks at the jewelry and wonders who designed them. Mr. Harley Penson collects sketches of jewelry created by other artisans and sends them to Alice. And the girl already chooses from them the ones she likes, and then they come made. What immediately catches Eugene's attention is the harmony of color and design of the jewelry. Duke Rumeister points to one of the decorations, ruby leaves and an emerald moon. Mrs. Harper begins to explain that she made some changes, changing the color and the shape, adding something new. Eugenio Rumeister is amazed by the beauty of this decoration and examines it with bright eyes. In fact, the Duke had already guessed that the girl had an unusually developed taste. This amazing piece of jewelry is the result of the skill of the jewelers and the impeccable taste of Miss Harper. Neri quickly intervened in the conversation and said that they also have jewelry made from special stones according to birth months. The jewelry store has a special display with stones corresponding to the birth month: January, garnet; February, amethyst; and December, turquoise. Once customers select the appropriate stones, they turn them into a necklace or bracelet with the design they want. Mr. Aji adds that items made from these stones have a special meaning. Such a gift is perfect as a gift for a lover or relative. Mrs. Harper points out that Aji and Neri explain everything well and do their job well. These are the best sellers in her store that provide high sales. Duke Rumeister applauds with shame and admiration, because it is the first time he has seen such an original way of selling. Alice thinks that these stones were very popular in a past life. This is a product that can be said to have passed the test. Eugene Rumeister thinks it would be good if there were several stores. Miss Harper starts laughing, realizing that, after all, businessmen have similar thoughts. Alice admits that she herself thought about several points of sale. Duke Rumeister is her main supplier. It will be much better for the girl if he knows her plans. Alice plans to open several stores under the same name. To sell these products, other stores will pay their interest, and in return she will lend the name. Duke Rumeister does not understand how much longer he will be surprised, because this is an incredible way to do business. Neri is as delighted as Eugene and confirms that Miss Harper is simply brilliant. Alice begins to deny that this is far from perfect. We still need to figure out how to make an advertisement. Duke Rumeister allows his name to be used for advertising purposes if the lady finds it beneficial. The girl is grateful, because if they say they use raw materials from Eugene, this will be a guarantee of the quality of their products. Miss Harper can turn to him at any time if any difficulty arises that needs to be solved together. Alice bowed to the boy and admitted that it was a great honor for her to work with such a generous person as the Duke. But Eugene Rumeister does it because he wants to, and it can hardly be called magnanimity. Neri watches with admiration that these two, both as partners and friends, are very suitable for each other. It is even pleasant to watch them. Mr. Agi does not show such emotionality towards the Duke. He still frowns slightly. Finally, Eugene Rumester reports that it is time for him to leave, and Alice thanks him. Now all the workers got down to business, prepared for the arrival of new customers. Miss Harper watches with some sadness that Mr. Agi must have been very nervous. After a brief thought, Alice approaches the boy and invites him to have dinner with her. That day was not easy for him, and the girl would like to treat him. Smiling happily, Mr. Agi accepts Miss Harper's invitation. Neri joins their conversation, happily knowing that there will be something delicious for dinner. They will all dine together and talk heart to heart, looking forward to this evening. Upon entering the house, Miss Harper thanks the boy for accepting her invitation. The girl enters the kitchen and realizes that the plump girl was preparing dinner. The guests came with Alice and she asked to cook more because they were probably hungry. Miss Harper doesn't even need to worry about this because the cook will cook in abundance. After waiting a little, there was already a large variety of dishes on the table for everyone. Everyone looked at the prepared food with admiration, wanting to try it quickly. Miss Harper introduced them to the plump lady and told them that the cook had prepared a special dinner. Everyone wished each other bon appetit to finally be able to start the delicious dinner. Miss Harper speaks first and addresses Mr. J. Alice sincerely thanks the boy for intervening, and her store did not suffer major losses. Neri supports her words, happy that they have Mr. Agi. The boy is sure that he only did what he had to do, and there is no need to constantly thank him for it. He just couldn't allow these people to burst into the jewelry store so brazenly and threaten Miss Harper. But the girl admires his courage to stand up to high-ranking officials like Marquis Black. But even if he has such a high status, you shouldn't be afraid of him for that. Neri notices that Mr. Agi behaves confidently in front of Marquis Black and Duke Rumester. Mrs. Harper recalls that at first, he was just a little shy in front of her, but he did not feel any sense of discomfort or fear. Neri noticed that perhaps he is not afraid of anyone due to his magical abilities. Lasser Harper also pointed out that Mr. Agi is an incredible magician. The boy admits that his level is not so amazing, because among magicians, there are many who can do the same. But both girls still praise him, stating that it was really great. After her words, Mr. Agi simply bowed his head silently. The girls immediately began to worry that this had happened to him. But Mr. Agi brought his hand to his face, which was covered in a bright blush from such praise. Miss Harper noticed that the boy looked very shy. Alice immediately expressed her thoughts out loud, and Mr. Agi admitted that. In fact, they did not praise him so often. The boy just wants to become a person who can be useful to Miss Harper. Neri intervenes here, saying that this sense of responsibility and concern for others are also his virtues. After a good dinner, the girl sat in the living room to think about what she could write. Finding shop owners turned out to be even more difficult than hiring workers. After attracting a large number of artisans, the lady managed to rise almost to the level of a monopolist in the supply of precious stones. But all this is temporary. If other companies hire new jewelers or start attracting labor from other regions, then their situation will change. Until this happens, it is necessary to convince as many merchants as possible to cooperate with her jewelry store. Nari appeared behind Miss Harper and said that the Duke was a good man who even took care of her store. Alice points out that it is very important to use an influential name, and he was the first to suggest it. Miss Harper invites Neri to read because she herself does not have the ability to write texts. She wonders if she can contribute an idea to Miss Harper's writings. The girl immediately asks Neri with interest what she wants to offer. Looking at what is written on the paper, the lady suggests shortening one of the sentences, and if she lists several of her main products next, it will look more impressive. Miss Harper hastens to point out that this would be a great idea. Neri suggests putting a logo and a brief explanation there. Miss Harper, clumsily and with a smile, thinks about how she managed to see something she herself didn't notice. But she could live like this, doing housework all her life and not even knowing that she has such abilities. Neri noticed Miss Harper's gaze, thinking she had allowed herself too much. But she heard that she was doing very well. These words immediately confuse the girl, who does not want to admit it. But for Miss Harper it is true. Sometimes she notices things that Alice doesn't see, and that's great. Neri was moved by such words, which caused tears to well up in her eyes, and a red blush on her cheeks. The girls discuss the need to slightly change their marketing strategy. They will not be able to last long with the method they are using now. To stay afloat, her brand must be well remembered by customers, just as Neri said. Miss Harper exhales deeply and leans back on the soft sofa because absolutely nothing comes to mind. Neri also promises to think about it with bright eyes. The cook enters the room and says that work is fine, but they need to take a tea break. The two girls look gratefully at what the plump woman brought. Miss Harper wonders why she brought the cake at this moment. Neri happily says that she was the one who ordered the chocolate cake. The girl invites Miss Harper to try the dessert, and probably a good idea will immediately come to mind. The girl looked sadly at the piece of cake and said that if she ate it now, she would probably feel better. But Neri does not understand what is wrong with this. Because Alyssa is already very thin, one cake is not scary at all. Miss Harper does not understand why she is still so obsessed with her weight. One of the dinners with her ex-husband, Phi Heron, arises in the girl's memories. The Duke got angry and stated that Alice was like a pig, and that was why she was gaining weight. Neri noticed that her mistress suddenly became silent, lost in thought, and decided to call her. Neri looked happily at the girl, who finally decided on dessert and also started eating it. Both girls admitted that it was really very tasty. Miss Harper decides to eat first and then continue thinking, but now she does not need to look at the opinions of others. Leaving in the morning, the girl saw a new letter in the mailbox along with a newspaper. Miss Harper bent down, picked up the letter that had fallen out, and wondered who it could have come from. After examining the envelope with the seal, the girl realized that it came from the prince himself. Now she does not understand what business he could have with Alice. Lost in thought, Miss Harper went back into her house to finally read. The girl recalls, looking at the letter, that not everything ended too well at that ball. Opening the envelope, Alice saw lines written by Nekil, stating that he wanted to talk about her jewelry business. Miss Harper hopes the guy is not plotting anything. The girl understands that she cannot refuse the invitation of the prince himself. First, Miss Harper will need to meet the guy and find everything out. Alice began to write a reply letter to the prince in her elegant handwriting. A week later, the boy was sitting in the living room of his mansion with a cup of tea and waiting for Miss Harper to arrive. Finally, the girl enters the room, bows slightly, and greets the prince politely. Miss Harper exchanged glances with the boy, waiting for more dialogue. The prince makes a hand gesture to the side, inviting the girl to sit on the sofa next to him. The boy understands that his invitation was probably unexpected, but he is grateful that Miss Harper came to him. With her hand on her chest, the girl responds by thanking the prince for his invitation. Without starting an important topic, he invites Miss Harper to try an aromatic tea. Suddenly, the prince takes the teapot, intending to pour a cup for himself. The girl does not understand how the prince himself can personally serve her tea. Miss Harper suggests that she serves the tea herself. In this society, hierarchy is strictly observed. This must be done by a servant, whose status is much lower. The lady wants to pour the tea herself, but refuses immediately. The prince informed that the lady had correctly noticed that he was not one of those people who serve tea to others. But still, he hoped she could calmly drink a cup of tea. Miss Harper awkwardly thanks His Highness while smoothing her hair. The girl drank some tea and realized that it was indeed a very aromatic drink. Finally, Miss Harper begins to remember that the prince wanted to talk business with her. There is no point in a girl wasting time because she doesn't even have a close relationship with him, and she needs to get straight to the point. The prince understands that Alice immediately wants to talk about the main thing, but first he would like to say something. Miss Harper became tense, not understanding what he could tell her now. After a brief silence, the prince said he would like to apologize for his rudeness. Miss Harper looked at her interlocutor in shock, not expecting such words. The boy admits that he acted just as he wanted, without considering her interests. The prince seems completely different. Alice would never have thought he could apologize so sincerely. The boy starts laughing seeing the girl's surprise. He admits that his sister actually scolded him when she found out about the incident. Miss Harper smiles, awkwardly realizing that not even the prince himself can say a word to his sister. The boy leaned forward, apologizing again and wanting to make some kind of proposal. 3 days later, Miss Harper gathered all the jewelers again. Mr. Penzin greeted everyone and explained that they had gathered the artisans here to inform them about something urgent. Now Miss Harper draws everyone's attention and asks for a minute. The girl has good news because they have a new client. The jewelers start rejoicing among themselves, realizing that they won't be rich for long. And then they wonder what kind of place this is. Miss Harper smiles and informs everyone that this will be a royal palace. She recalls Alice's dialogue with the prince to whom she would like to entrust the manufacture of royal jewelry. The girl looks at her interlocutor in disbelief and shame at such a proposal. She begins to say that she already talked about this with the king and queen, showing them some jewelry from the ladies' store. Miss Harper rejoices, internally realizing that if they entrust her with the manufacture of royal jewelry, that will only help with advertising. The prince noticed how the girl began to shine when the boy started talking about business. Here he says that this is not due to an apology or simple courtesy. Miss Harper's products are truly so impressive that they are recognized even in the royal palace itself. If the girl can satisfy their tastes, then the prince will completely entrust this matter to her. Still not believing what is happening, Alice is shocked by these words from her interlocutor. The prince will order jewelry that will be worn in the royal palace only from her for 3 months. For Miss Harper, this is not only a great opportunity, but also real luck. The girl thanks him and promises to take full responsibility for such an important matter. The prince is also grateful to Alice because he thought the girl would refuse him, as she has been very busy lately. Clearing her throat, Miss Harper smiles sweetly and says she will do everything in her power. The prince looks at the girl in response, covered with a slight blush. Princess Selina was sitting in a chair, reading a book. Suddenly, His Highness approaches his sister and asks about her occupation. Selin immediately notices that her brother looks very happy. The prince sat in the opposite chair with a smile and talked about how Miss Harper had accepted his proposal. Selin is happy because now they will receive the excellent products that she liked so much. To start, the prince agreed to the first sketch and will then ask for his parents' opinion. My sister thought he didn't even show much interest in her wardrobe, but here he was very happy about the jewelry delivery. The prince will also have to meet several times and discuss all the details related to the decoration. Celine suddenly thinks that her brother is rejoicing, as if he had been answered with a date agreement. The boy notices his sister's thoughtful look and comes up with an excuse. He informs that Celine knows more about jewelry than him, and that it would be good if she also met Miss Harper. For some reason, the girl became sad and accepted his proposal. In a meeting of artisans, Alice tells everyone that in 3 months they will supply jewelry to the royal palace. Everyone feels encouraged by the words that they are already working hard. But when making jewelry for the royal palace, they must put their whole soul into this work. However, in return, Miss Harper promises to generously reward them with a cash bonus. The jewelers immediately cheer up and ask her to fully trust them all. Miss Harper looks at the artisans with pride and joy. Suddenly, one of the jewelers with glasses approaches and asks to be heard. The girl smiles sweetly and asks the boy if something happened. The jeweler clasps his hands in embarrassment and says that it is a great honor for him. He cannot believe that he can make jewelry with his own hands that members of the royal family will wear. Alice realizes that unlike making jewelry for high society members, supplying jewelry for royalty is a completely different experience. Tears spring from the jeweler's eyes because after starting to work with Miss Harper, the boy became a more confident master. He thanks Alice for creating such good working conditions for them, and also for giving them the opportunity to create jewelry for the royal family. Miss Harper promises that if the royal family wishes, they will become their jewelry suppliers. Now Mr. Penzin begins to speak, confirming that the girl has changed their lives. The others also start talking, because thanks to Miss Harper, they no longer worry about how to live. Thanks to a girl, someone could finally love their job. Miss Harper was moved and said that everything was thanks to their unsurpassed talents. Alice is also very grateful to all of them because it was they who helped her dream come true. With tears in her eyes, the girl sincerely hopes that they will work together for a long time. All the masters enthusiastically and in a very good mood agree with her. Miss Harper will do everything possible to ensure that they can manufacture jewelry for as long as possible, and that they develop and grow together. The announcement in the newspaper had an immediate effect. Cooperation with the Rummister Duchy and a 3-month contract with the Royal Palace had an explosive effect. Less than a week after the announcement was published, letters with cooperation offers began to arrive. And among them, there were even questions about whether it was possible to open branches of her brand outside the capital. Miss Harper is happy because her brand is finally recognized. Neri realizes that now they have more things to do, which Alice confirms. They need to draw up contracts for opening branches, hire a lawyer, and apparently speed up the work process. Mrs. Harper smooths her hair and says she plans to hire even more people. For Neri, All this is so magical and like a dream. Finally, everything has been resolved for the better. Suddenly, the girl reads the inscription on one of the envelopes that arrived and immediately collapses, which Alice notices and wonders what is wrong with her. With trembling hands, Neri reports that this letter is not a branch application. Miss Harper impatiently wonders what could be there then. Alice hears that the sender of the letter is Marquis Black, and immediately her whole body tenses. Miss Harper hoped never to see him again after Duke Rumister spoke to him so harshly. The girl becomes interested in what is written there, and Neri begins to open the envelope. Marquis Black apologizes for that incident, offers to meet formally, and promises that he will no longer allow himself to be rude. Miss Harper does not understand if the man wrote this letter sincerely, but the Marquis wrote that if the lady did not trust him, she could go with his guards. Alice finds it unpleasant to get involved with him, but completely distancing herself from the entire Black clan could negatively impact relations with other companies. Neri reminds Mr. Angie, who is much more reliable than any security, but Miss Harper sighs, because the boy is busy lately and the girl cannot bother him outside of work. After which Neri decided to suggest Duke Rumister, who could pacify Marquis Black. The girl remembers how Eugene helped them last time. Suddenly, Miss Harper suggests calling Marquis Black directly to her office. The girls agreed with this idea and prepared the office for their meeting. Miss Harper does not believe that the Marquis would ruin her property if he wrote those words in a letter. The girl approaches the desk and announces that she will work there. Pointing to the second desk, Alice explained that this would be Neri's place. With her hand on her head, the lady promises to do everything that depends on her. Mrs. Harper, with her hands on her hips, invites them to make plans for the day. Neri, with bright eyes, immediately agrees with the girl. Looking at her watch, Miss Harper realizes that there is only an hour left before Marquis Black arrives. But the girl still cannot guess what could be going through this man's mind. And at the right moment, both girls were sitting on the sofa, waiting for the Marquis to arrive. Finally, a knock was heard on the door, and after permission to enter, the figure of Marquis Black appeared. The man looked at the girls, and tension was visible on his face. Marquis Black awkwardly informs that they are doing very well. Neri brings a tray with empty cups for aromatic tea. Marquis Black asks her if she is a maid, which makes the girl's face show dissatisfaction. Miss Harper explains that Neri is the secretary she works with, and that the lady now also manages the affairs. The man immediately understood everything and apologized to them for such a mistake. Miss Harper realizes that Marquis looks completely different now than the last time. Alice informs that it is better to drink the tea she has in her hands hot, and offers the man to try it. With notable clumsiness, the Marquis takes a cup of aromatic drink and thanks the lady. Finally, the girl asks why he invited Miss Harper to meet. This time, Marquis Black was simply going to talk to the girl. Miss Harper looked at him sadly and realized that everything was in the power of the Rumister family. Marquis Black slowly admits that he has a small favor to ask of the girl. Miss Harper raises her eyebrows, not understanding what he wants to ask her. The girl does not understand at all how she should react to the fact that last time he made such a mess. And now he came with a request. Neri begins to whisper in Alice's ear, hoping that she will not grant Marquis Black's request. To begin with, before asking, the man wants to apologize again. Rubbing his hands, he sincerely regrets his rude and cruel behavior. In his defense, he can say that his business could completely fail if wages increase, which is why he behaved this way. The lady realizes that she lived her whole life and did not take into account the opinions of others. And now he says this. Since Marquis Black apologizes so much, she wondered what kind of request he had for the girl. The man will be very grateful if Alice revises the wage level at least slightly. And before he has time to finish, they interrupt him. Miss Harper suddenly asks if he has to do this, which surprises the Marquis. Marquis Black explains that if this continues, his business could completely collapse, which would cause him enormous damage. The collapse of his business is the collapse of his family, but Miss Harper still looks inaccessible and somberly at her interlocutor. If Marquis Black had not had problems with the Rumisters, he would never have come here to apologize for his behavior. Miss Harper wonders what would happen if there was a way to avoid losses in such a situation. And the man is shocked by her words. Unexpectedly, for everyone present, the girl offers Marquis Black to sell his company. Both Neri and the man did not understand how Alice could suggest such a thing. Miss Harper generously offers to buy Marquis Black's company. This is a difficult request for a man in such a situation, but a girl does not ask to do it for a low price. She believes that the wages set by the lady are quite adequate, and if Alice lowers the artisan's wages again, it will amount to deception. In economics, this is called the rule of low wages. If a wage that has already been increased once is reduced, it will only meet resistance from the workers. Miss Harper promises to add another 30% to the selling price. Marcus Black was surprised by these words and did not believe it at all. Neri is worried if this is too much, but the girl understands that this small loss will bring them even greater profits. The lady simply sighs deeply and realizes that it is simply impossible to understand Miss Harper's thoughts. The girl is still going to expand, and it is better to adopt an already established system with existing staff than to start from scratch. Marcus Black wonders if he will definitely receive the indicated amount, because usually, on the contrary, they ask to reduce the cost. Miss Harper extended her hands and explained that this was the price for his company, which she really wanted to get. Marquise Black rubs his chin, thinking and realizing that this would be a good deal for him. Seeing the man's hesitation, Alice offers to sign the contract, and in case of deception, she will pay him compensation. The Marquis is surprised and asks if this is really possible. The girl smiles sweetly because she has no intention of deceiving him, and she herself can answer for her words in court. Marquise Black scratches his head and promises that he will think about Miss Harper's proposal. They agree on the time the man will need and shake hands. Miss Harper smiles and says she is hoping for a positive response from Marquis Black. The first person in the store in the morning was Mr. Agee, closing boxes of ornaments. Miss Harper entered the jewelry store with Neri and greeted the boy with a smile. Mr. Agee smiled sweetly, rejoicing at the arrival of the two girls. After a brief conversation about the company transfer, Alice plans to tell this news to Miss Celine the next day. Without much emotion, Mr. Agee congratulated Mrs. Harper. Neri noticed with concern that the boy was not particularly happy about this news. She begins to reason that the lady made a wise decision, because acquiring a company that has proven its effectiveness can also be a very effective method. Neri happily notes that her words were true and is also very surprised. Miss Harper noticed from the boy that he understood everything, although she hadn't explained anything to him. The girl started the topic that it seemed Mr. Agee already knew a bit about business. The boy calmly begins to explain that this is similar to territorial expansion. When the state's power begins to grow, Miss Harper immediately noticed that this was a very unusual comparison to territorial expansion, which made Mr. Agee seem to realize something. The guy scratches his head and starts justifying himself by saying he just let some nonsense out of his head. Alice plans to hire more workers after they take over the company, which will keep them all very busy. The girl admits that everything they were able to achieve was thanks to the three of them. Mr. Agee bows his head to Mrs. Harper, confident that it is all because she manages things well. Then the girl asks him to follow her, extending her hand, and a slight blush appears on the boy's cheeks from this gesture. Mr. Agee returned his hand and shook it firmly. Mrs. Harper thanks the boy for the job well done and plans to return home. The girl realizes that she needs to compose herself, because soon she will be very busy. And this is just the beginning. 3 days later, Marquis Black returns to Miss Harper's office with some papers in his hand. Alice gets up from her seat, notices the man, and invites him to accompany her. Hesitantly, Marquis Black informs the girl that he has finally made his decision. Sitting on the sofa, Miss Harper thanks the man for his positive response. Marquis Black hands over the necessary documents for the contract. Miss Harper points out that she prepared everything perfectly, although there were many documents. After reviewing all the papers, the girl handed them to Neri and asked her to look at them. Harper understands why he was against the salary increase. The company's profit is about 5%, and with the payments set by the lady, the profit will drop to 3%. If taxes and interest payments are added, revenue will decrease significantly. According to Neri's information, it is easy to determine that the company can be valued at approximately $8 billion. Then, Alice decides to add her own words, realizing that she will have to estimate the cost of the building. Suddenly, Miss Harper asks Marquis Black to give her a list of his company's main clients, which makes the man tense. The lady understands that this is confidential information, but since he is transferring all company rights to Alice, she can also share it. Marquise Black looks away, clearly hesitating about the idea. Miss Harper starts reviewing the documents again, looking for information about the clients. The man cleared his throat and said that he would probably find everything if he searched long enough. Miss Harper decides to ask how much the Marquis is counting on, but he starts pretending to be lost in thought and cannot state specific numbers. As if by chance, the man reports how generous Alice is, and it seems to him that she will pay him whatever she deems appropriate. Miss Harper easily guesses that the interlocutor wants to get even more money. Marcus Black pretends that he did not intend to be a burden to the girl. Alice chuckles, but realizes that if she refuses him, he will consider her a miser who saved money. Miss Harper already thought that she had finally managed to persuade him, but he turned out to be a real merchant. Neri watches the dialogue with concern and realizes that if Alice adds another third, the amount will exceed 10 billion denets. Miss Harper falls silent, distant, wondering what she should do now. Suddenly it occurs to her that in such cases, it is necessary to make a bet. The girl begins to sigh deeply, feigning how sorry she is. She admits that she does not have enough money to pay more, and that the amount she offered is all she can afford. Marquise Black did not expect this at all while shouting. Miss Harper returns the documents to him and tells him that it is not her problem. The girl will not force him to sell the company for such an unfavorable amount. Marcus Black tenses up, realizing that his plan has failed and the deal might fall through. Miss Harper innocently says that the man would be better off keeping the company. Marcus Black starts trying to think of something, still wanting to sell his company. They immediately start talking about understanding the situation, and it won't be difficult for him to accept the lady's conditions, just not keeping the company for himself. The lady continues to pretend that she is surprised that the man is willing to accept the terms she offered. This company belonged to the Black family, and she considers it her duty to help it continue to prosper. Alice and Neri look at each other and realize that luck is still on their side. Miss Harper already tells her interlocutor with a smile that in return, she will pay him the full amount in cash. Marquise Black, already anticipating bundles of bills, happily agrees. Upon completion of the transaction, they shake hands again. Marquise Black tells the lady how happy he is to make the deal with her. Looking at the man, Miss Harper remembers how he behaved when they first met. The girl promises herself that she will definitely achieve success in business. In this case, no one will dare to treat Alice as if she were nothing anymore. But even without the name of Duke Rumister or His Highness, the girl will be able to stand firm. After meeting Marquis Black, Miss Harper had even more things to do. The James building was re-evaluated, and the new corporate value of the company was established. Then Mrs. Harper hired a personal lawyer and reviewed all the merger documents. Then, the girl needed to meet with Marquis Black's lawyer and complete all matters related to the business transfer. A week later, the employees of the Janes company were sitting in front of Miss Harper. The girl started asking how responsibilities were divided in their company. After her words, Miss Harper realizes that all the work was distributed chaotically. The girl clearly decides to introduce a division of responsibilities. Miss Harper talks about how her brand will do business in a new way. The girl understands that this might seem unusual to her, so she prepared the documents. Firstly, they will divide the office into a sales department and a management department. The commercial department will handle products, prices, points of sale, and merchandise distribution. And the management department will take care of the personnel and economic aspects for now. Miss Harper comes up with the idea of a shift system where she will assign 2 people to each department, and then they can choose the one they like best. Learning that the girl was involved in finance, Alice decides to speak with her separately. The frightened worker looks at Miss Harper from under his eyebrows, wondering if there will be any kind of problem. Alice explains that the income and expense books were kept differently, which made it difficult for her to understand what was what. The girl bows her head to Mrs. Harper and quickly apologizes to her. But Alice doesn't need an apology, because there are things that need improvement, but she also understands that they had no structure. Miss Harper smiles sweetly and says she is going to introduce a new work system, and that she will need their help. All the workers look happily at the lady, enjoying working with her. After dismissing her workers, Miss Harper sat down on the sofa and exhaled heavily. The girl noticed that lately the days passed too quickly. Memories of a recent conversation come to Miss Harper's mind. One of the employees admitted that he held the position of manager, but that he was treated like company property. But now they could freely share their opinions, feel joy from work, and a sincere desire to work with Mrs. Harper. The others also supported her in that there is a lot to change, but everything will be for the better, and they will definitely try to fill in the gaps. Miss Harper returned their smile and thanked them for their warm spirit. The girl realizes that she has met truly good people. Miss Harper smiles and tells Neri that she is back. The girl, who previously addressed her, was delighted with her. Neri immediately approached the lady and asked about the meeting with the employees of the James Company. Miss Harper replies by asking how things are going in the store. Neri said that there are many more buyers. Celine and Angie are doing an excellent job with consultations, so everything is going well. Alice is grateful to the girl because only thanks to her, she was able to focus on the process of merging companies. Miss Harper noticed that Neri had become more skilled at embroidering beautiful flowers. The girl rubs her shoulder, sighing about some pain there. Neri immediately noticed this movement and approached her interlocutor. The girl stands behind Alice and offers to give her a massage, but Miss Harper informs that Neri is no longer a maid and is not obliged to do so. But even if the girl is no longer in this position, she can still give a massage. Neri places her hands on the lady's shoulders and asks her not to refuse. But the most important thing for her is that she wants to show her best side in front of her boss. The two girls laughed, talked, and had a good time together. Miss Harper admits that she wishes there were many more days like this in the future. She wonders if she can count on continuous good luck. Miss Harper awkwardly fiddles with her fingers, admitting that she suddenly had such thoughts. Suddenly, Neri asks Alice if she will allow her to do something. The girl gently hugs Miss Harper from behind, snuggling up. Neri does not believe that everything was thanks to luck. Maybe a little luck helped her, but the girl achieved everything by herself, and this is a fact. Miss Harper is scared by the thought that everything could collapse at any moment. The girl is happy to have Neri, because only thanks to her, she has achieved a lot. But Neri warns that one day she will meet a handsome man and get married, and then she will have to let her go. Miss Harper sincerely believes that her friend will marry a worthy man. The next day, Alice hands her an envelope with a letter and asks her to look at it. To Neri's misunderstanding, Miss Harper winked at her with a smile, informing her that inside was a payment receipt. The girl looked at the envelope in her hands with bright eyes and thanked her. In her previous life, Miss Harper always looked forward to payday, but now she can pay it herself. Neri sadly wonders if it is normal for her to receive this. Miss Harper immediately began to cheer up her friend, explaining that she needed to receive a proper salary for her work. With a brilliant smile already, Neri realizes that the girl has a salary for Mr. Aja. And Miss Celine. Miss Harper planned everything and prepared envelopes for everyone, including some nice bonuses. The girl is interested to know what reaction Mr. Aja and Miss Celine will have. Noticing the time on the watch, Alice suggested they hurry so as not to be late. Already at the jewelry store, Miss Harper sits at the table opposite Angie and Celine after having handed out salaries. And seeing their tension, the girl awkwardly asks Alice if the salary amount is exactly correct. Miss Harper believes there is some problem seeing this reaction. Mr. Angie and Miss Celine notice that the salary is much higher than last month's. After these words, Alice rejoices, applauds, and realizes that everything is fine. Mrs. Harper explains that part of the salary is standard, and the other part is a bonus for having high sales last month. The girl also had another proposal for the workers. The three looked at Miss Harper bewildered, not expecting more ideas from her. The girl suggests that the Duke closes for a few days. Then the workers will have a short vacation, and one day she would like to go on a picnic together. Eugene invites him to go with everyone else to relax. Miss Harper asks if Duke Roomister really wants to go with them. The boy starts justifying himself by saying he can help as a partner. This will not be a burden to him, and if he needs help, the girl can always turn to him. Mrs. Harper thanks Eugene for at least suggesting it. The Duke has a perfect country house for a summer vacation and would love for them to spend the holidays with him. Roomister tells how beautiful nature is there and what a good vacation can be had there. Miss Harper believes that Eugene is inviting her to spend time together at the manor. But personal invitations for a lady are still a burden. Duke Roomister explains that there is no intention here. It just seemed to him that nature could inspire Alice to new jewelry designs. The girl's eyes lit up, and she offered to also call Mr. Penzin, because it would be useful for him. With awkwardness and embarrassment, Duke Roomister realizes that everything is as he thought. It is too early to arrange a date with Miss Harper. This is not a problem for Eugene, and he agrees that Mr. Pinson will go with them. The Duke is interested in the merger of companies, and the girl takes out a folder with documents, where she has prepared information to share with Rumister. Eugene is surprised that she managed to prepare something like this, because she is always very meticulous in her work. After spending a good time together, Duke Rumister escorted the lady around the city at sunset. Without stopping talking, Mrs. Harper points out that she needs to go the other way to enter the store. Duke Rumister looks at the time in surprise and realizes that it is closed. Miss Harper says she knows about this, but she has work that needs to be done without the presence of workers. The girl decides to go, but Eugene wants to accompany Alice because it is already quite late. Miss Harper refuses immediately because it is still too light and she can walk alone. The girl walks to the store, humming something to herself, while Duke Rumister watches her with a smile. Eugene dreams that Miss Harper will be just as cheerful with him. Inside the jewelry store, a girl stretches, eager to get down to business. The reason she came to the store, without the employees being present, was to give each of them a gift. Miss Harper understands that they must have gone through difficult times with the influx of customers. But during all this time, they have never complained. Miss Selene clearly suits the warm yellow tone that matches her eyes. For Mr. Ajah, as Alice had thought before, emerald would be suitable. And looking at the ruby ring, Miss Harper plans to give it to Neri. Having carefully packed all the gifts, the girl hopes they will like them. Miss Harper returned home when it was already completely dark, again humming something softly. The girl stopped abruptly, tensing up as she noticed someone's silhouette. As Miss Harper approached, she recognized the silhouette of Mr. Ajah, who noticed her back. Awkwardness appears, and Alice wonders what the guy is doing here. Mr. Ajah admits that he wanted to give the girl something. Miss Harper notices a bouquet of flowers in the boy's hands as he rubs his head. Embarrassed, he begins to explain that Alice did a lot for him and that he just wanted to thank the lady in some way. Mr. Ajah looked at the flowers and explained that he chose them to match the girl's hair color. Miss Harper's eyes sparkle as she looks at the beautiful bouquet and thanks her interlocutor. The girl notices how beautiful they are and how deliciously they smell. Miss Harper reveals that she also has a gift for the boy. Alice hands him a box which he clutches to himself, thanking her and feeling embarrassed again. Miss Harper reminds him of the picnic and says goodbye to him until the next day. On the day of the picnic, the girl wore an elegant sky blue dress with a bow. Neri looked at her friend with admiration, noting how beautiful she was. And then Miss Harper returned the compliment. A cook enters the room and announces that the food baskets are ready. This is her first picnic, so she did her best and prepared enough for the four of them. Both girls admire how the cook worked for them. They thank the woman, telling her that they will gladly eat everything. Saying goodbye, the cook wished the girls a good rest. With everyone gathered, Miss Harper thanks them for coming. Mr. Ajah and Miss Selene handed her their gifts and thanked her. Miss Harper smiles, happy that they like them. Walking along the path, the company notices how beautiful it is around them. Suddenly, Mr. Ajah approaches Neri and Alice and asks them to hand him the baskets. The boy sees that they still look too big and heavy for the women. Finally, Miss Harper hands him the basket and thanks him for his help. Miss Selene points to a spot at the very end of the path and suggests they have a snack there. Mr. Ajah and Miss Selene notice how well the cook has done, but the girl does not understand if she and Miss Harper can eat from the same plate, because she is from the aristocracy. Alice explains that everyone is colleagues who are on the same path, and nothing can stop colleagues from sharing a meal together. Duke Fageron is sitting alone at one of the tables and hears a noise from somewhere. Looking with disgust towards the source of the sound, the man noticed the company, and among these people immediately noticed Miss Harper, who looked fantastic. Fageron was surprised how such an accident could happen. Suddenly, the Duke heard Christy behind him, who called him. The girl offers to look at the beautiful flowers she collected. Suddenly, Christy notices with disgust that Duke Fageron is looking away from her. The girl could also see Miss Harper sitting in the shade. Alice looked happy, smiling and laughing alongside her friends. The Duke starts awkwardly talking about how nice the weather is, diverting the topic. Christy threw a bouquet of flowers next to her and offered the man a snack. The girl clenched her fist and looked at the Duke with anger. Miss Harper felt like she hadn't eaten so much in a long time. Suddenly, the girl sees Mr. Ajah looking aside, smiling. Miss Harper noticed that the boy was admiring the couples on the boats. Suddenly, the girl offers everyone a boat ride. Everyone likes the idea, and they decide to immediately approach the lake. Mr. Ajah offers to be the one to row. Miss Selene looks at the boy with admiration and realizes that he has already sailed on a boat. Miss Harper immediately recognizes that water recreation is a high-class lifestyle. This might mean he is either one of the wealthy commoners or ruined aristocrats. Neri pulls Alice out of her thoughts and suggests they quickly sit on the boat. The man informs the company that they must return before the hourglass runs out of time. Finally, the whole company happily sets off to sail on the lake in a boat. At the same time, Christy invites the Duke to try the dish with a fork. But in Faharen's thoughts is only Alice, who is so beautiful, and he remembers that there are rumors that her business has taken off. The Duke remembers how he abandoned the lady and realizes that she loved him, and the man can get back with her. Christy notices the Duke's behavior and crosses her arms, wondering with disgust what he was thinking about. Suddenly, the girl screams, realizing that Faharen was thinking about Alice Harper. The man immediately starts making excuses, saying he saw her by chance and was surprised by her. Christine keeps yelling at him because the Duke only has eyes for Miss Harper. Faharen starts getting angry and, without holding back, demands that she stop behaving this way. The girl starts stuttering because she doesn't understand how the Duke can treat her like this. The man looked at his interlocutor with a cold gaze because she shouldn't care who he was interested in. After these words, Christy started sitting in silence, unable to say anything back. Duke Faharen, noticing the girl's reaction, began to be glad that she had finally quieted down. Suddenly, Christy starts talking again, clenching her fists, not understanding how he can treat her like this. Tears began to run down the girl's eyes. She admits that she was afraid the Duke would start thinking about Harper again and leave her. Dissatisfied, Faharen pulls out a small handkerchief and explains that she must learn to maintain composure and calm if she wants to become his wife. The man got up, exhaled deeply, and announced that it was time to return. Christy meekly agrees, as the Duke walks further and further away from her behind his back. Suddenly, the girl starts getting angry again, promising that she will never let Alice Harper take the Duke away from her. The group of friends still had a great time, sailing on the lake in a boat and admiring the beauty of nature. Miss Harper thinks about how warm the sun is and how cool the breeze is. The girl gently touches the water with her fingers and immediately notices how it sparkles. Neri also looks at the boat with admiration, comparable to a precious stone. Miss Harper is drawn to this comparison and begins to look thoughtfully at the water. Suddenly, a stronger wind blows, tearing the petals off the cherry tree. Miss Harper points her finger at the water, which has created a beautiful pattern of flowers. Everyone else on the boat begins to look thoughtfully at what Alice could see. The girl begins to explain that the petals gathered together and formed a kind of pattern that has its own beauty and individuality. Along with this, the idea arises to use these motifs in the design of a necklace or bracelet. Nari and Miss Celine begin to laugh, while Miss Harper looks at both girls confusedly. One of them begins to explain that Alice, even on vacation, keeps thinking about work. Nari confirms this by saying that at home, she constantly sees Miss Harper working. Alice blushes slightly, smooths her hair, and insists that this is not the case at all. Mr. Aji, in turn, says that this is very similar to Miss Harper. The girl is pleased with such words and smiles sweetly, thanking her interlocutor. Suddenly, Miss Harper notices someone's silhouette in the water behind Miss Celine. Finally, a blue head with unusual ears emerges from the lake. Miss Harper, who saw it first, screams and points her hand towards the water. Everyone on the boat turns around in fear, trying to notice what the girl saw. But now the lake was empty, and no person was visible in it. Neri, frightened, shrank back in fear, hoping that Alice was only imagining things. But the unusual man swam out of the water again, looking at the girl with a smile. Noticing the silhouette, Miss Harper screamed again, rising abruptly and pointing. After the sudden movement, the boat began to sway along with everyone present. Miss Harper felt herself starting to fall backward, ready to plunge into the water. But Mr. Haji managed to avoid falling into the lake by gently holding the lady by the waist. The boy looked at the girl fearfully and anxiously asked her if she was okay. Miss Harper felt a little embarrassed looking at his face, which was so close, and gave a positive answer. With Mr. Hodge's help, the girl carefully returned to the boat. Neri, even more frightened, immediately approached Alice, realizing how dangerous it was. Miss Harper rubbed her head and apologized to everyone for acting this way. The girl thinks about what just happened, wondering if she really imagined it. Mr. Aji notices the general fear and suggests they finally return to shore. Once a decision was made, the company calmly returned to finish the boat trip. But Miss Harper still cannot calm down and realizes that she saw more than just outlines. Mythology speaks of sirens who sang songs with a beautiful voice and fascinated the sailors on the ship. Already at home, Miss Harper looks thoughtfully, holding a pen in her hand, and thinking about something. The girl finally started drawing small hearts on a sheet of paper. Neri enters the office, closes the door behind her, and calls Alice with a worried look. The girl sees Miss Harper writing something and saying that this is her last free day. Alice awkwardly says she would like to work a little more. Neri starts trembling weakly and suddenly wonders what they should do. But Miss Harper cannot understand it. The girl reminds her interlocutor that she has a meeting with Duke Rumister. Miss Harper jumps up and asks what time the meeting was supposed to be. Neri calculates everything, but realizes the girl will be late anyway. Mrs. Harper thanks her friend while opening the office door and running out quickly. Duke Rumister was sitting in one of the cafes with a cup of tea, waiting for Alice. Eugene is annoyed because the girl is not there yet, thinking that something might have happened. Suddenly, the cafe door opens and Miss Harper rushes in, quite late. A smile of relief appears on Duke Rumister's face at the lady's presence. Miss Harper hurriedly sits at the table and sincerely apologizes for her lateness. The girl sadly realizes that the Duke managed to drink all the tea while waiting. Alice feels embarrassed because she is usually not late, but due to accumulated work. It is not herself. Duke Romister frowns, thinking that someone is bothering the girl again, but she immediately denies everything. Eugene asks what the girl is so busy with, and Miss Harper begins to tell the story. After carefully listening to Alice, Duke Romister suggested that she might have seen a water spirit in the lake. It could be Nea's, who takes the appearance of a child and loves to play tricks on others. And Eugene heard that among those who saw it, many fell into the water and drowned, or barely managed to survive. Miss Harper thinks about her interlocutor's words, because if Mr. Agee hadn't caught her, she would have been among them. The girl wonders if spirit summoners can control them. The Duke gives a positive answer, and adds that in this world, they are nothing more than low-ranking spirits. Suddenly, the man starts fiddling with his fingers, announcing that he has an order for the lady. Miss Harper looks at her interlocutor without understanding, interested in his words. With a slight blush on her face, Duke Rumister asks to dedicate an evening to her. The girl immediately accepts, realizing that she was the one who should have invited him to dinner. Still embarrassed, Eugene starts talking about having an aunt. The woman behind the husband behind Count Malscott, Duke Rumister, was quite close to her when she was a child. Miss Harper doesn't understand why the interlocutor is talking about his aunt, but then she hears that he was talking about the lady. The girl screams loudly, and the Duke realizes that he probably shouldn't have done this. Miss Harper realizes that she cannot directly ask him what his aunt said about her being divorced. Suddenly, the girl raises her head and hears that she is considered an incredible girl. The Duke explains that Alice herself came up with the idea. She started running her business and promoting it so boldly. And in secular society, people like this are rarely seen. A smile appears on Duke Rumister's face at his own words that his aunt would like to meet Miss Harper when the opportunity arises. The girl immediately worries about this, not believing that this can be true. Interrupting the lady's anxiety, Duke Rumister timidly suggests having dinner together at the Malscott estate. The girl had many visits from high society, as well as several receptions, but an invitation to a personal meeting would be something strange. Miss Harper fell silent, becoming increasingly subdued, and Eugene saw that the girl's face was getting sad. The Duke does not know if he has the right to say this, but admits that his aunt has no preconceived notions about what happened to her. Miss Harper had a lot of difficulties, but she never broke down, instead starting her own business. The girl immediately felt moved and embarrassed by such words, from which she could only look silently at her interlocutor. Sometimes Alice felt that she meant nothing, and was so afraid that everything would disappear. But in fact, there were people around Miss Harper who believed in her, and were always willing to be there to help her. The girl smiles and makes a firm decision to meet Duke Rumistra's aunt. Eugenio started looking even happier, and thanked the lady for her courage. Suddenly, Duke Rumister remembers something, and starts looking for something under his jacket. The boy put a box on the table, saying that on the occasion of the business expansion, he had prepared a gift for the girl. A slight blush appears on Miss Harper's face, not expecting to be gifted anything. Duke Rumister admits that Mr. Pinson made this gift. Miss Harper admires the neat piece of jewelry, with a blue stone in the center. The girl notices that the shape of the necklace resembles the logo of her brand. Alice's eyes sparkled, and something in her heart started beating faster for such a tender gift. The Duke knows that the man celebrated a monopoly contract with her, but decided to ask her for a favor. Miss Harper examines the necklace and realizes how beautiful the diamond is thanks to Mr. Penson's craftsmanship. Duke Rumister is satisfied with the lady's reaction and informs her that if she wants to know what she is capable of, Alice can contact her at any time. Miss Harper smiles sweetly at her interlocutor because she is already happy and will wear the jewelry with gratitude. Seeing the girl, Eugene's heart is about to jump out of his chest, and a blush appears on his face brighter than before. Duke Rumister awkwardly cleared his throat, happy that Alice liked it. In the royal palace, the prince sits on a plush sofa and reads the news from the newspaper. The boy reads an article about the merger of companies and realizes that Miss Harper is truly an incredible woman. He recalls the words that soon the girl will provide him with designs for royal jewelry, which means he will finally be able to see her. Miss Harper reappears in his memory, and the prince wonders if it will be possible to meet her soon. The boy leans back on the sofa, exhales, and thinks what can be done. Suddenly, a thought comes to him, from which he jumps up, and the prince realizes that he needs to place another order. His Highness rejoices at his own thoughts because Alice will probably like it. The guy called the maids, who bowed politely, wondering why they were there. The prince rubs his chin and says that he needs to send a message urgently. The next day, the courtiers deliver a letter from the royal palace to Neri. The girl screams, announcing that the prince has sent a letter for Miss Harper. Neri was told that it was something urgent and handed the letter to Alice. The girl looks thoughtfully at the letter, thinking that she wants to change the moment she hands over the jewelry design. After reading what was written on the paper, Miss Harper was delighted with the message. The girl turns to her friend and tells her that she has good news. Soon Miss Harper was driven through the long corridor of the royal palace. Seeing the girl approaching, the prince greeted her with a smile and waved. Mrs. Harper waved back, recalling that the boy had said he wanted to see her. His Highness is glad how quickly the girl arrived, but at his call, she is ready to come at any time, regardless of her business. With her hand on her chest, Alice explains that the prince believed in her company and helped many people. In return, she should also try to do her best. From such words, a slight blush and a brilliant smile appear on the boy's face. Sitting opposite the prince, Miss Harper immediately got down to business, wondering what matters he had with the lady. His Highness begins to say that very soon his mother's birthday will be celebrated. The Empress, Miss Harper, begins to understand what is happening, because this is a very big event. The prince wants to commission a piece of jewelry that she will wear at the ball that day. The girl is grateful that he wants to entrust her with such an important matter. The prince expects her to be able to do her best and make it as good as possible. It is her 50th birthday, and he would like to prepare a perfect decoration for his mother without any flaws. Miss Harper took out a small notebook, ready to write down the decorations the Empress liked. The prince thinks it would be better if she made several types of jewelry so he could choose. While the girl was writing everything down, the interlocutor added that there was no need to worry about the fee. He would pay for everything, no matter how much it cost. Miss Harper promises to come up with a design so that the Empress looks her best at the ball, while emphasizing the greatness of the ruler's wife of the country. The prince demands that the decoration does not look too rude and vulgar. The girl awkwardly says that she will try to do her best. While writing, she thinks that this is truly a great opportunity. If everything goes well, she will be able to work constantly with the imperial family. Miss Harper writes intensely in her notebook, lost in her thoughts about her work. Suddenly, the girl asks her interlocutor about the designer who will sew a suit for Her Majesty. Soon the girl was in the carriage. For lack of time, she decided to leave without notice. Miss Harper thinks as she looks out the window, wondering how she will react. The designer who has been responsible for the suits of members of the royal family, Ashley Dickinson, for over 5 years. She has exceptional design talent. No matter how beautiful the jewelry is, if it doesn't match the dress, then it's pointless. And therefore, it is necessary to ensure that the jewelry fits her perfectly. Miss Harper gets out of the carriage, approaches a dark alley, and remembers the day she first came to Mr. Penson. The girl sees a small building that doesn't look so bright, but has a sense of individuality. Miss Harper finally enters, and the worker asks if the lady is registered. The girl just says, in a friendly manner, that she has come to meet Baroness Dickinson. They reply that it is only possible to meet by appointment, because Alice arrived without prior notice. Suddenly, the Baroness's voice is heard, and Haley begins to explain that they came to her without an appointment. Miss Harper stands there awkwardly, imagining how stupid she might look. The designer of clothing for members of the imperial family, Ashley Dickinson, approaches them. Miss Harper bows politely as she introduces herself, and the Baroness wonders if she has come for clothes. The girl explains that this time she did not come for that, she needs to get information. And now both ladies are sitting opposite each other, with cups of aromatic tea. Ashley Dickinson looks at her interlocutor with disbelief, and realizes that she needs help. Miss Harper knows that her interlocutor is an experienced designer, and the lady herself is not sure if she can please the Empress. The design and color of the dress and hat that the Empress likes to wear at parties can be useful to her. The Baroness wonders if this is all, but it would be good if the girl also knew the dimensions. Dickinson is interested in this because it is quite unusual, and it is unknown what Alice was going to do with the dimensions. Miss Harper explains that the thickness and length of the precious stone must be adapted to the Empress's figure. Alice, smiling, gives an example that when designing a dress, it's important not only how fashionable it is, but first and foremost, it must match the figure. After Miss Harper's speech, Ashley Dickinson reports that she understood her. Now the girl wonders if the Baroness will help her in this matter. The order itself is not complicated, but Dickinson sits rubbing her chin. Miss Harper clenches her fists, which begin to tremble, realizing that the Baroness will dictate the terms. Ashley Dickinson wants to know what she will get for helping the lady. Miss Harper had already expected such a change and immediately responded by gifting part of the payment. Following the amount proposed by Alice, the designer falls silent, reflecting on the proposal. But Alice thinks faster and realizes that Dickinson needs to be appeased somehow. Miss Harper begins to talk about how the designer's help will be useful to her more than once in the future. The Baroness adjusts her glasses, interested in the offer of long-term cooperation. The Empress will be happy, and Alice will be able to supply stones to the imperial family continuously. She also promises to pay the designer 3 cents for every successful contract, and the more she receives, the more the Baroness will earn. Dickinson gives in to persuasion, agrees, and wonders how long she will need. Miss Harper rubs her chin, thinking, because everything needs to be thought through carefully. Finally, she decides that it will take her 4 days to determine if the jewelry matches the dress. And the Baroness is a master of her craft. Alice would like to hear her interlocutor's comments and observations. And then we can discuss further cooperation. Ashley Dickinson straightens up and explains that she still needs time to think about the proposal. Already in the evening, Miss Harper was sitting in her office and began to write something. The Baroness's words that, although the offer is tempting, come to her mind. She will not be able to give an immediate answer. Mrs. Harper rested her chin in her hand and exhaled, knowing that this deal would be the most difficult. During transactions with Mr. Penzan and Duke Rumister, the conditions were favorable. Yes, and Marquis Black, although initially hostile, changed his mind after the Duke's consent. On the other hand, Ashley Dickinson will give an answer only after careful consideration. Having calculated everything down to the smallest detail, you will have to try to cooperate with her. But Miss Harper has many more things she would like to do. The girl stretched, realizing that in the future she would definitely carry out all her plans. Suddenly, Neri enters the office and asks how Miss Harper is. The girl is happy to see her friend and tells her that they need to discuss something. Miss Harper hands her a letter and asks her to read it now. Neri, after reading what was written on the paper, looks at the girl with admiration and disbelief. Now, Miss Harper began to be in charge of the gems of Lady Empress. Neri sees how well the girl has done and congratulates her with admiration. She couldn't even imagine that her company would be involved in imperial affairs. Neri takes Miss Harper's arm and asks her to tell her more about everything. Sitting on the sofa, the girl exhales deeply and begins to tell that it really wasn't easy with Mrs. Dickinson. Neri laughs quietly because no one had ever improvised like that, going directly to the designer. The girl explains that Alice has excellent intuition because all this time it has only brought positive results. Now Miss Harper laughs, realizing that every day her friend is becoming more and more cunning. Then Neri approached and asked with interest what happened to the agreement with Duke Rumister. Miss Harper immediately looks away, a little embarrassed and twirling a strand of hair around her finger. She then informs them that they need to choose a date for the meeting. Neri supposes that Eugene is probably looking forward to hearing from Alice. The girl shakes her head and says that there is no such thing. Her friend immediately objects because she sees how interested the Duke is in the lady. A brilliant blush appears on Miss Harper's face because Eugene never showed that he was interested in her when she was a child. Alice understands that if Rumister is slightly interested in the lady, then it is only a minor interest. The girl thinks embarrassedly that her chest fluttered several times, but her company is barely developing, so she cannot hesitate about these thoughts. Alice puts her hand on her chest and realizes that she is also divorced now. Neri gets interested in what kind of relationship they have then, because it cannot be said that they are only business partners. Mrs. Harper gives a thumbs up, expressing the idea that he is just a friend. Neri remembers hearing that a man and a woman cannot be friends, but Miss Harper calms her down and explains that, in fact, they can, and that this happens quite often. The next day, Duke Rumister was looking at some papers in his office. Upon hearing the knock, Eugene let in the servant, who quickly shouted that a letter from Lady Harper had arrived. Duke Rumister immediately asked again, and his eyes shone with joy. The servant looked at the boy silently, surprised by such a vivid reaction from him. Duke Rumister looked disgruntledly at his interlocutor, who burst out laughing. He cleared his throat and said that the girl should definitely see Eugene's face. Finally, the Duke receives a letter, which he immediately begins to read with interest. Rumister sharply raises his head and joyfully shouts Hazen's name. The servant scratches his head, saying he is nearby, and there was no need to shout so loudly. Duke Rumister cheerfully announces that he needs to quickly send a message to his aunt by opening a desk drawer. Taking out a blank sheet of paper, Eugene began to write a letter to the woman with a smile. The servant applauded and realized that he hadn't seen the boy so happy in a long time. Because the power of love is amazing. In the evening, a dressed Miss Harper approached the boy and greeted the Duke. Eugene's heart immediately skipped a beat when he saw how happy he was to see the girl. Duke Rumister politely extended his hand to Miss Harper, inviting her to accompany him. The girl immediately extended her hand with a smile, and a slight blush appeared on their faces. Already in the carriage, Alice looked somewhere out the window, becoming increasingly embarrassed, and twirling her locks of hair around her finger. Thoughts about meeting the Duke's aunt worried her. Suddenly, Eugene starts talking, saying that his aunt was very happy when she heard that Lady Harper was coming. With her hand on her chest, the lady exhales in relief because she is happy to know that the woman is so happy to see her. The interlocutor says that the children at the aunt's house also made a fuss, because they were the first to have a guest in a long time. Miss Harper looks at the bag, containing a small gift she prepared for the children. Eugenio is sure they will be very happy, because it was the lady who prepared it. Miss Harper is worried and hopes that the atmosphere will be good enough. The girl examines the view out the window and wonders if she can pay attention to the fact that she is divorced. After all, in fact, when people who were previously friendly move away, the wound only gets worse. Miss Harper was walking arm in arm with Duke Rumister very cheerfully. Suddenly, Eugene realizes that the jewelry he gifted her looks good on the girl. The boy explains that the jewelry has a pattern that means life is beautiful, and it seems to him that the lady embodies these words. Miss Harper wonders if she has her own pattern now. Many noble families use pendants or rings with their family designs, and since the girl is now divorced from the Duke, her brand will characterize her better. Duke Rumister rubs his chin, thinking aloud that he gave her an insufficiently worthy decoration. That does not express enough beauty. The girl objects, because on the contrary, she wanted people to naturally remember this phrase when looking at her. Marquis Malcolm Moss's butler Gamel met the cheerful couple and greeted them. Completely embarrassed, Duke Rumister asks to relay information about their arrival to his aunt. Miss Harper was looking at the paintings in the mansion hallway, wondering if it was true that all the people in the paintings were Marquises of Malcomos. Duke Rumister confirmed it, explaining the order in which they were placed. Miss Harper begins to reflect and realizes the long history of this whole family. Suddenly, a voice is heard behind them calling Eugene. The voice turned out to be Lady Marquise Malcomos, who was very happy to see Duke Rumister. The boy smiled at his aunt, and the lady next to him awkwardly greets her. And stuttering, with her hand on her chest, Alice Harper introduces herself and politely thanks her for the invitation. Mrs. Malcomos says she heard the lady was very busy. Miss Harper's eyes lit up, realizing how friendly the Duke's aunt was. The lady asks if those who have come are hungry, saying it is already lunchtime. Marquise Malcomos takes Alice by the arm and tells her how hard the cook worked. The girl turns embarrassed towards Duke Rumister, expecting his help, but he only waved his hand. The ladies chatted quickly, walking arm in arm and talking, while Eugene watched them happily as he walked behind them. Alice Harper's parents were sitting in their mansion. The head of the family was reading the news in the newspaper, while his wife calmly drank tea. Suddenly, he banged the table with his fist, causing the woman opposite him to flinch confusedly. The man could not imagine that his daughter would be so successful in business. It is incomprehensible to him that only the parents are unaware of Alice Harper's successes. What comes to his memory is how they told him the lady had earned a lot of money with her business. The head of the family throws the glass of drink thinking there is no legal way to take this money from her. Alice Harper's parents realize they went too far by hitting her, because they did not yet know that she would receive so much money. The girl's brother was in the distance, listening to their conversation and thinking about something. The head of the family rubs his mustache, thinking they need to bring Alice back home. To claim their rights over what the girl has, they must return her to the family fence. His wife wonders if there is any decent excuse to return home. Suddenly, the man calls his son Rufinus loudly, which makes him flinch. The father confides everything to him and orders him to meet Alice and convince her. Rufin realizes that his sister will probably not succumb to his persuasion, but the man asks coldly if the boy will contradict his father. He starts trembling, trying to find excuses for the head of the family. The woman approaches from behind, puts her hands on the boy's shoulders, and explains that everything is for Alice's sake and her whole family. She takes pity and says that if they are together, they will love each other again and be happier. The woman convinces her son that he can serve as a bridge between them. At the same time, the Duke's aunt approaches one of the doors, which turns out to be the dining room. The servants greet them, and the rest of the family is already sitting at the set table. The lady points to the man in the center and reveals that he is her husband, the Marquis of Malcomos. On the other side of the table, the family of one of her sons is sitting. Miss Harper awkwardly introduces herself to them, bowing slightly. The Marquis of Malcomos smiles friendly and tells them about the difficult journey the lady made to reach them. The head of the family continues saying that Eugene has made friends with an incredible girl. Finally, the lady asks Lady Harper, who is standing in the hallway, to come over to them. The girl is happy how kindly the Duke's family greets her. The blonde lady asks her children to also greet the guest. The children smile sweetly and greet the arriving girl together. Miss Harper takes out a small box and announces that she has prepared a gift for the children. Her mother thanks the girl without expecting anything like that, while her little ones watch with admiration. Inside the box, there are several different cookies, after which the children sincerely thank Miss Harper for these gifts. The girl laughs, a little embarrassed, wishing the children bon appetit. Duke Rumister sketches a smile, and a blush appears on his face. His aunt immediately notices this and realizes that Eugene does not know how to hide his emotions. Duke Rumister's parents are happy to see such a beautiful lady in their home. The lady immediately realizes that everyone is probably hungry and asks the maids to prepare everything. Miss Harper immediately notices the splendor that the family has prepared for her arrival. After tasting it a little, the lady does not understand how the soup can be so tasty. Lady Harper delightedly realizes that these are the most delicious dishes she has ever tasted in this world. The Duke's aunt gets interested in the lady's opinion on the food and immediately hears that it is simply wonderful. One of the children whispers to the girl that they will be served muffins for dessert, and then adds that, when they are brought out, their grandmother always asks the guests what they taste like. Miss Harper immediately realizes how cute it is and covers herself with a slight blush. In the same whisper, she says, "Thank you," winking at the boy. It is very unusual for a girl to make the Marquise personally prepare the muffins. Lady Harper realizes that this is, in fact, the happy and friendly family she has always dreamed of. The girl immediately becomes sad, remembering that her mother not only didn't cook for her, but didn't even care to know if the lady had eats. Suddenly, the Duke's aunt calls Alice and immediately looks at her. The lady asks to tell how the girl came up with the idea to start a business. Miss Harper doesn't understand how such a thing comes to mind next to such warm people. After waiting a little, the girl starts talking about how everything started. In fact, the lady was originally going to buy stones matching her dress. While choosing gems for the Marquise family, she accidentally learned about the existence of Harley Penson. And then she saw the terrible conditions in which the craftsmen worked. As a result, Alice decided that she could offer them the most comfortable working conditions. Of course, communication with the Crown Prince began with a small quarrel. But then they met again at the ball and were able to resolve their differences. Everyone at the table immediately shouts at the news of the Crown Prince. The Duke's aunt could now realize what had happened to the boy. Miss Harper says that all this gave her the motivation to start her own business. Suddenly, the Duke's aunt asks if there is any interesting story related to Eugene. Turning face to face, they cover themselves with a bright blush. Completely embarrassed by this move, Alice begins to tell how the Duke once helped her in an unpleasant situation. Suddenly the lady screams and asks if it was Eugene. Those present begin to recall that Duke Rumister never defended anyone. The boy explains that his own aunt told him that protecting people in trouble is the privilege of a good person. The head of the family thought that the girl only had a talent for business, but it turned out she was also fair. The Duke, embarrassed, declares that Lady Harper has overcome more than one prejudice. The aunt begins to rejoice that she was able to talk to such an intelligent lady. The Duke's brother comments that he looks like a complete fool, surprised that he likes Miss Harper so much. Alice and Eugene only become more embarrassed, denying and saying that this is not the case at all. The blushing couple look at each other, not knowing what to do next. The uncle only adds his words so that everyone sees how embarrassed they are. The lady laughs, realizing that Eugene and Lady Harper are apparently very close. Alice rejects it, confirming that they have close and strong bonds of camaraderie. So they are not just partners, but comrades in arms. The Duke's aunt, with a malicious smile, wonders if this is really the case. Miss Harper is now trying to process what the Marquise just said. The woman abruptly suggests moving on to dessert, since they have already eaten everything. The Duke's aunt suggests that the guests try the muffins first. Miss Harper tastes the dessert and realizes how perfectly it melts in her mouth, and how delicious it is. The Marquise is glad that the lady liked it, but she still feels a little sorry for saying this, knowing that she was the one who prepared them. But Miss Harper assures that the dessert is really delicious, even much tastier than what she ate at home. Finally, the evening ended, and the whole family saw off the Duke and the girl. Upon leaving, Alice was happy with the evening and said it was very good, because the family of the Marquis of Malcomos is very friendly. Looking at nature, the girl admitted that she was even a little jealous. Duke Romister admits in response that his aunt's family is the ideal he desires. Mrs. Harper laughs, remembering that this boy, because he doesn't date girls, has been the subject of rumors about whether he likes men. Eugene notices that the girl is laughing, even though she says it with complete sincerity. The girl explains that this is not the case at all, and that she will definitely meet a beautiful girl. Miss Harper thinks that if she had fallen in love with someone like that before meeting Duke Faharin, maybe she could have created a happy family. Duke Rumister looks sadly at his interlocutor without uttering a word. The girl realizes that Eugene remains silent the whole way, looking somewhere out the window. Suddenly, he begins to say that when the lady said that the Duke would meet a good girl, for some reason he felt sad. After that, complete silence fell in the carriage. Everyone didn't know what else to say, but Duke Rumister continues to say that the main thing is that the girl had fun. Just as the aunt said, they would like to have more such opportunities, after which it turns out that they have already arrived at Miss Harper's house, and it's time for her to leave. From the carriage, Duke Rumister wishes the girl a good trip and smiles. Miss Harper, in return, wishes him the same and promises to see him again. The carriage moves away behind the girl, and Eugene himself watches the lady with his gaze. The boy would like to tell Lady Harper that he wants to continue creating memories with her, but this is not the time for such words. The next day, the girl and Neri look with admiration at their new building. Besides officials, it is difficult for anyone else to work in such a building, because, as expected, James is a very large company. Both girls confidently enter the room, admiring the interior beauty. They realize that the workers have already started moving actively, and their working day starts at 9 a.m. Suddenly, Neri notices that one of the workers is looking in her direction. The girl immediately tells this quietly to Miss Harper, so that she also pays attention. Alice understands that apparently the managers had already complained to him while the merger was taking place. For a girl, this is not the same feeling as when she only had a small shop at her disposal. A man who turned out to be the building administrator, Hans Marcel, introduced himself in front of Lady Harper with his hand on his chest. Alice also introduced her secretary, Neri Rotten, who greeted him with a friendly smile. The manager gave the girl a pleasant smile, telling her how happy he was to meet her. Neri's face immediately turned red, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at the man. Miss Harper immediately notices the friendly atmosphere between them and how her friend is smiling. Finally, the manager offers to take the ladies to his office, to which they immediately agree. Hans Marcel also handed Alice a floor plan of the building, which he drew himself, because he noticed that she was still not well oriented in that place. The girl realizes that everything is very clear and thanks the interlocutor. Alice resorts to her secret and already begins to tell him something. But suddenly she notices Neri's bright eyes and her cheeks flushed as she looked at Marcel. Miss Harper immediately understands everything perfectly and starts laughing. Entering her office, Alice calls her friend, who closes the door behind them, and then quickly turns to Neri and directly asks if she has fallen in love. A very bright blush appears on the girl's face, and she immediately starts denying everything. But Alice noticed how the lady looked at Hans Marcel without listening to her words. Neri immediately looks away, trying to find some kind of excuse. Lady Harper interrupts and explains that everything is fine and that, since Hans Marcel is the building administrator, they will be able to see each other often. But now the girl sits at the table. It's time to get to work, and first they must sort out the contracts. Neri begins to indicate that she will organize Alice's schedule and check if any new mail has arrived during this time. The lady explains that the size of her company has increased, so there will be much more work soon. Both girls talk and rejoice at what they were able to achieve. Miss Harper says that if she runs out of ink and paper, she will have to order it, and Neri carefully writes everything down in her book. The girl also remembers that she will have to go out for a while after lunch to explore. Already in her store, Alice is sitting opposite Miss Celine and Mr. Ajah. They had never heard of office work and wondered what they had to do. Mrs. Harper thinks while rubbing her chin and realizing that neither of them has ever done this. So some explanation will have to be given. The girl tells her employees that office work is not work in a shop, but inside an office. Alice would like them to take on the role of business managers. Miss Celine slumped, not knowing if they could handle this type of work. Mr. Aja also has doubts, because this is a very important place and the work is unusual. But Miss Harper smiles, because during her time working in the store, she saw how smart they are and what talent they have for helping customers. They immediately start denying everything, saying that she praises them too much. The girl recalls her work and realizes that if they understand how things are going within the company, they will do a great job. The salary will be higher, and Alice will be able to guarantee work while sitting in the office. The workers feel ashamed, but they understand how much the girl believes in them, and they are ready to try to learn a lot. Mrs. Harper smiled after their agreement and continued talking about the next steps. Already in the evening, at home, Alice was still devoting hours to documents. Neri looks at her friend worriedly and tells her she should take a break. Miss Harper immediately starts denying everything, pretending that everything is fine. The girls are much busier than before, but both are happy that everything is going so well. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door, and Neri gets up to open it. Slightly opening the door, the girl looked in shock at the silhouette in front of her. Miss Harper notices this silence and gets up from the sofa worriedly. And then Alice's brother enters, looking awkwardly somewhere. Ruffin bows weakly to his sister and tells her how long it has been since they saw each other. Dissatisfied, the girl still lets her brother in so that he can move on. Sitting at the table, both keep silent, not knowing how to properly start a dialogue. Miss Harper asks how her brother is, and he, looking away, begins to speak. Neri gets up from the table and says she will ask the cook for some simple snacks. Finally, the girl decides to ask how her brother found out where she lived. With trembling hands, Ruffin began to say that he recognized here and there. Looking at her interlocutor, the girl already guesses that her father probably did this. Suddenly, Miss Harper demands that her brother look at her and nod away. The lady directly asks why the boy decided to come to her house uninvited. The boy's hands are still trembling. Slowly, he begins to say that he has a request. Ruffin bowed his head and asked her to come home. Miss Harper realizes that they were cowardly and sent the boy to convince her. Alice begins to get angry because the adults, hatching their intrigues, are hiding behind a fragile child. She cannot call them family. Ruffin makes an excuse that the house is empty without a girl, and he would like them all to live together. The sister abruptly asks if it was her father who sent him to this house. Miss Harper asks him to tell the head of the family what she says now. The lady begins to say that the moment they kicked her out of the house, with the words that she was not their daughter, the relationship ended completely. Ruffin continues to say that in fact the head of the family is very sorry. And my mother also said that she got emotional last time. Miss Harper only gets angrier realizing that they only want the lady's money. Her brother thinks that it will probably be difficult for her to forgive them because of the huge wound she has in her soul. The girl interrupts the interlocutor and tells him that she can forgive them, but she will never share her money. She wonders if they would also care about forgiveness if she said she wouldn't give them a cent. The girl covers her eyes with the palm of her hand from fatigue and realizes that it's just about money. Miss Harper does not want to hurt Ruffin, but she needs to coldly push him away to distance herself forever from these people. The girl finally gets up from the table and asks him to tell them that she will never return to the family. And besides, she is not going to share her money. Miss Harper moves away from the table, and her brother jumps after her. Rufinus calls his sister worriedly, approaching her and not knowing what else to do. The girl simply hands him a bag with money, informing him that it is late, and that this will be enough for him for a room for the night. Without saying anything else, Lady Harper simply moves further and further away from the boy. His hands tremble, but he still thanks his sister for her kindness. Without turning around, the girl demands that her brother leave her house as soon as possible. Neri shouts at Alice, who runs up the stairs to stop. Lady Harper turns around with tears in her eyes and begins to talk about her parents. Without finishing, the girl covers her face and buries it in her friend's shoulder. Already in the lady's bedroom, Neri, sitting by her bed, wonders if everything is all right. Lady Harper informs that everything is fine, but she feels very uncomfortable with this situation. The girl lived without sparing herself for the sake of these people whom she considered family. She tried to tolerate the debauchery and coldness of Duke Faharin. She even tried to get along with him. After all, she thought she was doing it for the sake of her family, in the days when she lived without feeling alive. Finally, it all ended. Now the lady is on her way to her real life, but for some reason, these people want to interfere again and ruin everything. Miss Harper clutched the sheet with her trembling hand, and Neri covered it with her palm. The girl informs that Alice has her now and will always be there. Both girls were moved, and tears appeared in their eyes, and the lady realized that she could not get entangled again. She thanks Neri and promises not to worry about it anymore. Miss Harper must become stronger so that no one can disturb her happiness, and so that her greed, like a sticky net, could not harm her. Mr. Agi lay in his bed, breathing heavily and clutching his shirt with his hand. The boy dreamed that everything around him was on fire. It was very hot, but he couldn't put out the flames. Agi jumped up, trying to catch his breath and not understanding why he was having this nightmare again. Suddenly, the guy smells something burning and suddenly notices fire behind the door. He ran out of his room and saw all the neighbors running out into the street. The flames are getting closer and closer. You can hear people shouting that they must flee quickly. Mr. Agi suddenly realizes as he looks at this fire. The boy understands that he has the power to put out the fire using his abilities. Mr. Agi begins to create a kind of shield with water to put out the fire. Everyone starts turning towards the boy and realizes what he is doing. The boy notices curious looks and shouts at them to leave quickly. The guy stays alone in the hallway, trying with all his might to put out the fire. Mr. Agi realizes that he almost put out the unexpected fire. The boy suddenly hears shouts of fire from the top floor and immediately pays attention. He runs up to the helpless shouts of the people seeing how they are engulfed in flames. The man there uses all his abilities, creating a large stream of water. The guy starts shouting that the fire on the lower floors has already been extinguished, and that they should run. By order of the gentleman, Agi, people start running upstairs in a crowd. He himself realizes that there are probably still people on the upper floors. The only thing visible in the hallway is smoke and debris, but there is no more fire. Mr. Agi breathes a sigh of relief and wipes his face with the back of his hand. The guy came down the stairs with difficulty and realized that he had used too much magic. With difficulty, he left the building, holding his head with his hand and listening to the voices of the people. Everyone around him shouts, calls Mr. Agi a hero, and thanks him. His neighbors start bombarding him with questions and words about how he saved their lives. Mr. Agi says that, unlike the hallway, the rooms are in good condition, and the flames seem to have been extinguished, so they can return. Suddenly, a woman approaches the boy, attracting his attention. The innkeeper thanks him with sparkling eyes. Mr. Aji refuses thanks. It was just help, since if the fire continues, the situation could become very dangerous. The woman grabs the boy by the palm and tells him she has already heard how he put out the fire with his hands. The hostess starts wondering if Mr. Aji is one of the noble knights. He pulls his hand away, denying the words that he has become a hero to them. The boy is glad they are grateful, but hopes people won't keep mentioning it. He smiled sweetly at his neighbors, realizing they were probably very scared, and that it was time for them to go rest. Mr. There enters first, rubbing the bridge of his nose and listening to the people talking behind him. There were two guys in the forest, one of whom was sitting in the shade under a tall tree. The blond boy sat down next to him, wondering how the knight would feel. The man, holding his head with his hand, immediately reminds him not to call him that. Philip immediately apologizes to his interlocutor and tells him that somehow everything came to light by itself. They must be careful, because the dark-haired man has eyes and ears everywhere. Until they find him, they must stay alive, but before they can finish talking, he feels that he is getting worse. The boy winces, holds his head tighter with his hand, and closes his eyes. Memories arise of how one day the two of them found themselves surrounded by a fire, which they had to fight. The boy wipes the sweat from his chin and realizes that they need to find him quickly. Suddenly, amidst the huge flames of the fire, a tall, dark silhouette is seen. The knight, upon seeing him, immediately shouts, but Philip warns that it is too dangerous. With all his might, the guy moves through the fire, getting closer and closer to the silhouette. The stranger remains silent, making no move and saying nothing. Philip shouts that if he wants to save the emperor, he must stay alive. The master runs through the fire, promising to survive and return the Bethan Empire, and his brother to Celes. Already in the office, Lady Harper and Neri hear a knock on the door. Turning around. As the girl moved away to talk, Alice just watched in disbelief. Neri looks at the letter she is holding and realizes that something urgent happened at the store. Miss Harper takes the envelope with the letter from the lady's hands and reads it attentively. Neri sees the thoughtful look on the girl's face, wondering if something is wrong. Alice reads that Aji did not come to work at the store without explaining the reason. Miss Selene said that the guy didn't show up for work and the store couldn't be left empty. Both girls are worried that something happened to Mr. Angie. Lady Harper thinks about it and suggests that the boy might simply be sick. And then it occurs to the girl that he might also have been kidnapped. Neri suggests going to Mr. Angie's house to see how he is. Miss Harper suggests they wait, because they have a lot of work to do and should wait until the next day. The girl finally asks how Neri is doing with her meeting with the lawyer. The girl confidently says that she sent her consent to meet from 2 to 5 in 2 days. Miss Harper wants to ask the chef to prepare sweets for the lady's hard work. Neri looks away, awkwardly announcing that she would like to have dinner separately tomorrow. The girl was all blushing, thinking since she couldn't do this. Lady Harper immediately starts saying that of course she can, realizing that this is definitely a date. The girl looks at Alice in disbelief and again asks if she can do this. Suddenly, Miss Harper wants to know who Neri is meeting. The girl reminds Alice about her manager, Hans Marcel. She looks at her friend with a smile and realizes that this is what was expected. And then Lady Harper shouts, because the man invited Neri first. Alice believes she might even be a little jealous of her friend. Suddenly, Neri starts talking about how the girl has Duke Rumester. Alice asked again, not understanding what her interlocutor meant, and said that she was supporting them. Mrs. Harper exhales and says it would be better not to invest in these stocks. Now the girl banged the documents on the table and said it was time for them to get back to work. Neri chuckled and noticed that Lady Harper always behaves this way when it comes to the Duke. Late in the afternoon, getting out of the carriage near her house, 2 girls chatted without worries. Suddenly, the ladies notice a silhouette at their door, with its back to them. Neri starts whispering fearfully to her friend about this, while thinking that her father has sent someone again. Lady Harper steps in front of the girl and wonders aloud who the stranger is. The silhouette turns towards them and the gentleman. There he is revealed. Both girls were surprised to notice a familiar face and not understand what he was doing here. Miss Harper cannot understand why he is dressed in such suspicious clothes outside her house. The 3 of them enter the house sitting at a small table in the living room to talk. Lady Harper guesses that someone is chasing the guy, since he is hiding like this. Mr. Aji confirms the girl's words and adds that he also causes a lot of trouble and, therefore, he still won't be able to go to work at the store. Neri shouts, anxiously wondering if there will be a reward for the guy. Lady Harper frowns slightly and admits that she wanted him to tell her everything. Mr. Aggie clenches his fists, looks down and keeps an awkward silence. Memories come of how 8 hours ago the guy heard someone talking outside his door. Mr. Aggie jumps out of bed and realizes that he slept too deeply. He opens his room door, sticks his head out and wonders who is there. The guy collapsed, thinking that his uncle's henchmen were standing in front of his door. One of the men asked if it was true that he was Mr. Aggie Peworth. The guy tensed up, wondering what brought them here, to which he hears that the capital's police squad received a tip. That is, they found out that an unknown mage was here. Mr. Aggie realizes that what worried him so much has finally happened. The man heard that with the help of magic, Aggie managed to defeat the fire and looked at him with bright eyes. Aggie realizes that since a mage appeared, whose identity is not determined, they decided to approach him with the forces of the Empire. The most serious worker explained that they came to make sure that he was indeed registered at the Magic Tower. Mr. Aggie crossed his arms with disgust and said that, of course, he was registered. The guy asks them to leave because he is tired and wants to rest without giving the workers a chance to finish. But he is not allowed to close the door, demanding that he give them his registration number. Now the boy says that he is a foreigner and is not registered in this country. The workers demand a bill of lading, and Mr. Aggie is fed up with all this conversation. He realizes that he did not want to resort to this method, but he still has to do it. Mr. Aggie apologizes to the workers, and they have a bad feeling. Suddenly, the sand that the boy created using magic flew towards the two men. Mr. Aggie runs out of the room while the workers wipe their faces. Everyone around them notices a guy running down the hallway and remembers that it was he who saved them. After the story, he lowered his head, and while Neri was in shock, Miss Harper silently looked at the boy. The girl asked calmly, guessing that the gentleman there was not a commoner. The boy keeps silent, while Alice correctly says that in his country, he was from a noble family, and the surname he told the lady was not real. Neri is shocked by such words, and by the calm of her friend who had already guessed everything. The boy is ashamed and cannot tell in detail, but everything almost coincides with Lady Harper's thoughts. Mr. Aggie would like to talk about everything, but the girls couldn't accept the current situation. He grabbed his head with his hands, because if it turns out who he is, his life will be in danger. It is difficult for the boy to control himself, because now he is nothing more than the victim of a hunter. Both girls now understand that his situation is really difficult. Mr. Aggie tries to hold his trembling hands and summarizes that this is all he could say. The boy will need to wander around the area for some time in search of a new home. Miss Harper is thoughtful and thinks of a way to help Angie, and suddenly, the girl suggests that he could live in her house for now. Alice explains her idea by saying that if the boy lives with them, he will be able to travel with the girls in a carriage, so that for some time, it will be possible to avoid unnecessary looks. Mr. Angie worked very hard all the time and helped boost sales, so he can consider this special treatment for a great employee. Lady Harper approaches the boy's room, knocks on the door and warns him that it's time to eat. Thinking that he has overslept, the girl calmly enters the room and calls him again. Hearing a noise coming from somewhere on the other side, Alice turns her head there. Suddenly, Lady Harper's face turns bright red from the unexpected sight. The girl saw Mr. Aggie, who had just come out of the shower dressed only in a towel. Miss Harper cannot say a word, she just looks at him silently. The guy threw a second towel over his broad shoulders, wondering what happened. Blushing again, the girl begins to explain that she didn't know he was washing, and she started apologizing. Lady Harper ran out of her room and shouted at him to come down to eat. Mr. Aggie looks at the lady in shock, not understanding her reaction. Alice went downstairs, thinking about the surprise it was. Lady Harper remembers the boy and thinks that his body is beautiful, embarrassed. The girl quickly shook her head, not understanding what she was thinking. Neri realizes that Miss Harper is coming down alone and reminds her about Mr. Aggie. The disheveled girl waves her hand near her face, informing him that she will get dressed and will come down. Neri asks again, not understanding what her friend meant, and the lady tries to say something. The girls were interrupted by the cook, who had already brought a delicious dinner. Alice takes a deep breath and realizes that she must have confused Mr. Aggie. Finally, the guy came down, looking at his feet clumsily and scratching his neck. Finally, the three of them sat down at the table for dinner, without speaking to each other. Lady Harper looked towards Mr. Aggie, who was clumsily looking at his plate. The boy starts saying something, and the lady quickly turns her head so he doesn't notice the observation. He only comments on how wonderful the dish is, because he hasn't eaten anything so tasty for a long time. The girl laughs embarrassed, confirming that her cook is very talented. And Lady Harper sinks back into her thoughts, hoping the boy doesn't feel hostility. During dinner, Mr. Angie remembered Alice's look in his room, and a blush appeared on the boy's face, and his hand clenched into a fist under the table. The next day, Miss Harper spoke with Duke Roomister. The girl is sure that her interlocutor praises her too much, because she has not signed an exclusive rights contract. Moreover, soon it will be necessary to send the stones to Mrs. Dickinson for advice. Eugene breathes deeply and realizes that soon the lady will be so busy that it will be even harder to see her. The girl chuckles and realizes that the more she looks at him, the more new things she sees. The lady often saw him as worthy and strong, as befits a duke, but it was after meeting the Malcomos family that she saw other images. Duke Roomister warns that as soon as the lady becomes freer, he will have many cafes in mind and restaurants. Lady Harper looks silently at her interlocutor and realizes how warm and gentle he actually is. The girl says that they will see each other in the future, so he should show the lady new places every time. Such words greatly embarrass Duke Roomister, causing a blush to appear on his face. Suddenly, the boy asks if something special is happening in his affairs. Eugene admits that lately, he is often tormented by doubts about his case. Lady Harper looks at her interlocutor without understanding, wondering what kind of doubts there are. Duke Roomister begins to tell that a new mine was discovered in his family's domain, and in this mine there are very valuable stones. The girl clumsily asks if this news is wonderful, but Eugene explains that large investments are needed, and that, despite the future income from the field, no one is in a hurry to invest. His family's investment alone will not be enough, and the lady is thinking about it. Suddenly, Lady Harper offers to accept investments from private individuals. The people from whom she receives money will simply have to give her shares in return. The boy begins to understand that this is a reward and special rights for the investments. Duke Roomister notices that his interlocutor's eyes light up when she talks about entrepreneurship, which immediately embarrasses the lady. Miss Harper is quite embarrassed because she only wanted to help Eugene. Suddenly, the Duke wants to ask the lady a rather personal question, and she immediately becomes interested. Very embarrassed and looking down, he asks how the girl would react if she received a marriage proposal. Lady Harper looked at her interlocutor puzzled, not understanding why he was talking about marriage. The girl asks the question that interests her out loud, and Duke Roomister flinches. Eugene realizes that the question was too unexpected for the lady. The boy begins to explain that she might receive a marriage proposal at any moment and, therefore, to get married. Duke Roomister is completely embarrassed and lowers his head. The girls reason that they are unlikely to react positively. The Duke becomes more and more interested and asks if everything is due to the previous marriage. The lady remembers her relatives and realizes that if someone wants to marry her, her parents might be against it. After all, she will have to bow to them, admitting that this is her second marriage. And Alice absolutely does not want this. But now a question arises from the Duke about what happens if there are no such problems in the family. Lady Harper admits with a smile that she still does not want to be anyone's wife, but to live under her own name only. Duke Roomister frowns slightly, understanding and accepting the girl's feelings. Alice, seeing that the boy looks a little sad, changes the topic to very tasty pancakes. Already in the evening, at Duke Roomister's mansion, his servant enters the room. He looks at his master, not understanding why he has such a face. The fallen Eugene wonders what is wrong with him and stares at a spot. The servant immediately realizes how depressed Duke Roomister looks, since he is rarely seen. The boy wonders if Eugene was really rejected, which immediately strikes him in the heart. Exhaling, he admits that, now that he thinks about it, he was actually almost rejected. The Duke remembers Lady Harper and reflects. With every encounter, his feelings run deeper. The boy would like to approach the lady comfortably, and calmly, and open his soul to her. Duke Roomister looks at the servant and wonders if he is too bad a man to marry. The interlocutor immediately shouts without understanding who would refuse to marry a boy. But it is already obvious to him who this girl is, although the Duke denies that this is the point. In noble circles, there is no one worse than Duke Faharan, who is a womanizer, an alcoholic, a gambler, and an immeasurably arrogant man. After all, Lady Harper had just escaped the despotic embrace of this man, and she probably wouldn't have thought about getting married again. Duke Roomister realizes that he chose the wrong moment to propose. Eugene remembers that the girl did not refuse to eat with his aunt, but the interlocutor explains that this is also possible for friends. The Duke puts his hands on his head in despair, not knowing what else he can do. Suddenly, the servant wonders if this is the most the guy can do. The boy suggested that Duke Roomister seduce Lady Harper. Heisendort realizes that Eugene doesn't know what to do at all, so he will help him. Lady Harper was sitting in the royal palace, showing off her jewelry in front of the prince. The boy looks at them, and Alice calmly sits across from him, waiting. Finally, the prince begins to talk about how the jewelry will perfectly match the dresses his mother wears on a daily basis. Mrs. Harper smiles, grateful and relieved. Additional efforts were required to create jewelry for the imperial family. Of course, you can only get an opinion on jewelry by giving them to your mother. But in the prince's opinion, everything is fine. Lady Harper smiles, happy that the boy liked everything. Suddenly, blushing, the prince invites the girl to dinner. Miss Harper is surprised by such an offer from His Majesty. The boy wants to invite her to the palace in honor of their first collaboration. Alice is very embarrassed and says that she just did her job, for which she receives a salary. The prince immediately tells the girl that this is his personal wish. Lady Harper nods slightly and finally accepts her interlocutor's offer. With his hands crossed over his chest, the boy promises to send an official invitation in the near future. Getting out of the carriage at night, the girl immediately saw Neri waiting at the house. The girl looks worriedly at her mistress, who is holding an envelope in her hands. Miss Harper does not understand why her friend went out in such cold wind, but she simply hands her a letter asking her to look. Suddenly, the girl realizes that the message comes from Duke Faharin. Neri wonders if Alice will open the man's letter. The girl clutches the paper, firmly deciding not to read it, but to put it as far away as possible. And then both ladies return inside the house so as not to get cold. Upon entering the kitchen, the girls immediately go straight to the cook. Miss Harper handed a letter to the cook and asked with a smile to throw it directly into the oven. The woman stares at the envelope, which hasn't even been opened, although it is slightly crumpled. The girl immediately ignores it and asks her to consider it just fuel, which makes no sense. Already in the living room, Neri chuckles, unable to resist the charisma of her disgruntled friend. Suddenly, Lady Harper asks what is wrong with Mr. Ajay, but he only says that he was tired and that he wouldn't come out for dinner. Alice remembers that they haven't actually seen each other for several days. The girl decides she still needs to dine, and they decide to approach him together. After the lady started her company, she began to take care of her appearance at public events because the director must look beautiful and brilliant. Neri believes that this time Duke Roomister will pursue Miss Harper again, but she already has an agreement. The girl shouted, not understanding if another man had really appeared. Alice immediately calms her friend and explains that Mrs. Dickinson will be with her. Nuri is interested in Duke Roomister's opinion on this matter, and the lady is embarrassed by the memories. I remember how depressed Eugene was during the conversation. Alice simply explains innocently that Mrs. Dickinson was the first to suggest going together. But when he heard that Ashley and not another man would be with the lady, the Duke started smiling again. Eugene comments that the two girls will probably have a lot to talk about. With the tenderest smile, Alice promises to go with Duke Roomister next time. The man blushes slightly as he looks at his interlocutor. After the story, Neri remembers the words that it would be beneficial for her to be with the Duke. Miss Harper explains that he was a partner back then, but if they went together this time, there would be a real scandal. The girl shakes her head because she does not want rumors circulating that she stole one of the Empire's most eligible bachelors. Alice begins to wonder what will happen if her sales suddenly drop. Neri shouts, saying that her friend is just thinking about business again. Next to the lady is a rich and handsome boy who also feels something for Alice. The girl wonders if her heart has ever pounded, and Miss Harper immediately looks away. Embarrassed, Alice thinks that she is also a lady, and of course, her heart beat fast. She abruptly hugs Neri, admitting that for now she likes living with her. Suddenly, Mr. Agi appears behind the girls, looking down and rubbing his neck. Suddenly, he raises his head, looking more confident and announcing that he has something to say. Neri ran to the cook, leaving Mr. Agi and Miss Harper alone. First, the boy admits that he was able to sort out his thoughts at home. Firstly, he wanted to thank Alice for taking him in. Lady Harper smiles sweetly and says that if he wants, he can stay longer. Mr. there lowered his head and began to say that this might seem like a disgrace. But he still asks if the boy can visit Miss Harper, while the interlocutor looks at him sadly. The girl immediately calms him down and explains that she is ready to help him until he feels safe. The boy will sincerely try not to cause trouble for the lady for long and will save his salary to move out later. The boy suddenly raises his head, willing to even pay the lady rent. But chuckling, Lady Harper offers to provide security with her abilities. Instead of paying rent, the girl thanks Mr. Agi with a smile and shining eyes. Looking at his interlocutor, the boy blushes intensely from embarrassment and thanks him in return. Late in the evening, Alice sits alone on her bed and realizes that there are only a few days left until the ball. This time, everyone will see the imperial gems for the first time, so she should do even better than usual. Miss Harper will definitely try to ensure that the efforts of everyone who was with her are not in vain, and she will also show those who constantly humiliated and trampled the lady into the ground. What a valuable life she lives. Already on the day of the ball, Neri anxiously asked Miss Harper if she was very nervous. The girl carefully smoothed her hair with her hand, realizing that for some reason she was calm. Neri looks at her friend with bright eyes, seeing how beautiful Alice is. Finally, Miss Harper opens the large doors, goes out and says goodbye to her interlocutor. Already at the designated place, the girl met Ashley Dickinson, who would become her partner at the ball. The designer covered herself with her fan, waving it weakly and realizing that everyone was looking only at her partner. Miss Harper smiled, thinking that this time the looks were not at all unpleasant. Now everyone looks at her with admiration, not as a divorced woman, but as an entrepreneur. Inside the mansion, one of the young ladies realizes that Mrs. Dickinson is calling her. Suddenly, Ashley, having thought of something, grabbed her partner by the elbow as she looked at her incomprehensibly. Mrs. Dickinson says how happy she is to meet everyone, bringing Mrs. Harper closer and closer. One of the young ladies in the group directs her attention to Alice, curious. Miss Harper immediately makes a slight bow and politely introduces herself to her lover. The girls immediately notice that Dickinson and Alice are quite close. Suddenly, Ashley reveals that it was Miss Harper who was responsible for the Empress's precious stones. Finally, the butler asks everyone present at the ball to pay attention to him. The man loudly announced the appearance of the Empress Lady and His Majesty the Emperor. Miss Harper immediately became cautious as she examined the woman in the center of the room. The girl noticed that the balance between the dress and the jewelry was well maintained, and she could breathe a sigh of relief calmly. The ball guests next to the ladies began to admire the appearance of the Empress, noticing the jewelry she was wearing. Ashley Dickinson also noticed that the people around her responded well. The aristocrats began to approach Miss Harper, asking where her store was. A slight blush appeared on the young lady's face due to so much attention, and she began to talk about the branches. While the ladies next to her were talking about various shops, Alice exhaled with emotion. Miss Harper walked a little further down the hall thinking about getting a drink. Suddenly, a voice called the girl by her name, making her flinch. Miss Harper turned towards him and frowned upon realizing whose voice it was. The figure behind the lady turned out to be Duke Faharin, interested in how Alice was doing. The girl did not say a word, just looked with disgust at the man in front of her. Duke Faharin remembers that they did not part that badly and could at least say hello. He extended his palm, also recalling that in court they even shook hands. She still looks at the man with the same dissatisfaction and incomprehension, because it was the judge who forced them to shake hands. Not wanting to talk, Miss Harper says that she is leaving now, since the Duke has nothing to do with her anymore. But Faharin leaned toward the girl's ear, admitting that he had come to talk a little in private. Miss Harper quickly steps away from her interlocutor, who was too close. Alice remembered that the man already has a fiancé, and they should not create awkward situations. Duke Faharin just smiles and asks not to worry about Christy and changes the topic to her letter. Miss Harper said, with a sweet smile, that she threw the envelope directly into the oven. The man was shocked by these words, clenching his fists and shouting loudly, causing everyone around them to turn towards them. Lady Harper thinks that right in the middle of the ball in honor of the Queen, the divorced spouses are sorting out their relationship across the hall. And this can only create more rumors. The girl took a glass of drink as she passed the Duke and said goodbye to him. With dissatisfaction on his face, the man quickly turned towards the lady leaving him. Faharin tightly grabbed the wrist of his interlocutor, abruptly stopping her. Miss Harper spills her drink while struggling to escape his strong grip. The girl dropped the glass on the floor, breaking it, while the Duke was still hugging her tightly. Finally breaking free, Miss Harper shouted, not understanding what he was doing. Duke Faharin begins to justify himself about how much he wanted to tell Alice, and even wrote everything in a letter. Suddenly, the man realized where he was, and clumsily began to apologize for his anger. The Duke realizes that the girl is also very dissatisfied with him, and tries to maintain a conversation. He tells her how beautiful and intelligent Alice is, but all she can think about is how disgusting Faharin is. The man steps closer and admits that he regrets everything, but Miss Harper immediately interrupts him by telling him it's useless. Trying to control his anger, the Duke asks Alice to reconsider their relationship. Lady Harper covers her face with her hand, just wishing this would end soon. Suddenly, Duke Roomister appears behind the girl, placing his hands on her fragile shoulders. The boy told Faharin that he had agreed to meet Alice at the ball, and it seemed to him that their conversation had dragged on. The Duke felt even more dissatisfied, because it was rude to jump in like this in the middle of a conversation. Faharin suddenly realizes that the interlocutor is constantly close to Lady Harper, which may mean that he is interested in the lady as a man. The girl shouts, not understanding what her ex-husband is saying, but Duke Roomis tightly squeezed the lady's shoulder, wondering what would happen if he was actually interested in her. Faharin shouted, because Eugene doesn't even want to deny his interest. The Duke also thinks that others should not interfere in his and Lady Harper's affairs. And then he reminds the interlocutor that nothing connects him and Alice anymore. After these words, a smile appears on Faharin's face, and he no longer wants to restrain his anger. Eugene gently pushes Lady Harper aside so he can step closer and stand in front of her. Alice's eyes shine, and a slight blush appears on her cheeks from embarrassment. The girl looks at Duke Roomister's back and realizes that he is protecting her. Eugene calmly reports that Faharin is behaving inappropriately for an aristocrat. The Duke's hands are clenched into fists, and the veins on his neck are swollen from tension. Suddenly, Christy emerges from the crowd and angrily calls her fiancé by name. The girl hugs Duke Faharin's hand and looks at Lady Harper with clear hostility. Christy wonders what Alice was talking about with her fiancé and believes that the two are conspiring to annoy her. Duke Roomister immediately defends the lady and says that Lady Harper is not interested in this at all. Finally, the couple leaves arm in arm, saying goodbye and not wanting to see their interlocutor anymore. Already on the street, Lady Harper breathes heavily because she finally has the chance to catch her breath. Duke Roomister looks at the lady with regret and clumsily apologizes for his late appearance. But according to the girl, Eugene appeared just in time and she thanked him afterward. The lady thinks that in the end, by showing this to the Duke, he will probably look at her differently. Suddenly, Roomister touches Miss Harper's cheek and looks at her with a smile. Realizing what the boy had done, both blushed, embarrassed by this. Duke Roomister apologizes clumsily and explains that he has hair stuck to his face. Eugene realized that this was quite indecent on his part and turned away embarrassed. And then the girl remembered how the Duke protected her in the hallway, holding her by the shoulders. The girl quickly shook her head, not understanding why she suddenly remembered this scene. Lady Harper looks confusedly at Duke Roomister, searching for the right words. Alice explains that what happened could cause a big scandal, but Duke Roomister calmly informed her that he didn't care what they might think. The girl thinks that such a vagabond cannot harm Eugene's reputation, but rather, on the contrary, it is an honor for the lady. The boy exhales with a smile, realizing that because of his excitement, he is saying something completely different from what he thinks. The interlocutor assured her in words that she always behaves with dignity. Lady Harper put her hand on her chest, wanting to thank the Duke once more. Roomy Esther immediately begins to deny it, because he simply did not want the girl to end up in an unpleasant situation. But Alice realizes that if he hadn't shown up, she would still be listening to Faharin's insults. The girl begins to say that the Duke admitted he felt guilty and asks to go back with him. Eugene begins to get angry, not understanding how he dared to say such a thing. He doesn't know how someone so unscrupulous can even be called a human being. Lady Harper awkwardly called Duke Roomister upon seeing his displeasure, and the interlocutor immediately apologized. The boy frowned and admitted that he was very angry about what Faharin did to Alice. Lady Harper's eyes shone as she looked at her interlocutor and suddenly asked why it was so. Roomistra was confused by such a sharp question, which made him rub his neck and ask again. The girl stood in front of Eugene and asked him more confidently why he was so angry. Such a question greatly embarrassed Duke Rumistra, causing him to fall into an awkward silence. With a bright blush on his face, the boy admits that he perceives her affairs as his own. He likes the lady very much. Miss Harper was speechless because of this, and only gradually realized that the Duke had confessed his love to her. Eugene smiled and decided to continue telling the girl about his feelings, putting his hand on his heart. The boy wonders if Miss Harper knows how dazzling she is. Duke Rumistra was attracted by her confidence, her desire to do her job, and her pride. At first, he didn't even think that Alice attracted him as a woman. But over time, due to all these qualities, the Duke seemed to fall head over heels into a pond. Lady Harper cannot say anything, because she could not even guess that Eugene was thinking so seriously about her. Duke Rumister gently took the lady's hand and told her that one could learn a lot from her. While Eugene was telling Miss Harper about his love for her, she lost herself in thoughts that he loved her for who she was. However, will he be able to love Alice even when he finds out about all her wounds? The boy, with the same smile and embarrassment, spoke about wanting to be close and get to know the lady better. Miss Harper looked down sadly, unable to say a word in response. The girl stops the flow of the Duke's words by calling him and slowly withdrawing her hand from his. Alice presses her hand against her chest, announcing that she needs some time. Lady Harper realizes that even in such a romantic moment, it is important to maintain prudence. The girl admits that she would not like to reject Duke Rumister, but first and foremost, they are business partners. She is worried that emotional outbursts will ruin everything, but the Duke is radiant. He does not immediately ask her to open her heart and is willing to wait for the lady. Eugene gently takes the lady's hand again and tells her that she can approach him slowly. Covered with a bright blush, Miss Harper thanks her interlocutor for his understanding. Duke Rumister suggested choosing a time to get closer, but the lady looked at him confusedly. The boy cleared his throat and explained that he wanted to have an official date with Alice. The girl blushes again, agreeing with Duke Rumistra's proposal. Eugene offers to accompany the lady and not refuse him, so as not to hurt his feelings. Lady Harper chuckles, not understanding how he became so cunning in such a short time. But Duke Rumistra will simply no longer hide his feelings by extending his hand. The girl extended hers in response, placing it in his broad palm and accepting the offer to accompany her. The next day, sitting opposite her employees, the lady reports how sales in the main store have increased, and in its branches. But Miss Harper notices one detail. The profit is less than she thought. One of the employees suggests that this is because she also experienced rapid growth last quarter. Suddenly, Neri speaks up and says that she managed to study the product line. The girl noticed that all products made from precious stones, which form the basis of sales, are aimed at the female audience. One of the workers also seems to have something to add on this topic. The guy recounts that he visited several provincial branches and heard the same feedback. There are quite a few female customers in the capital's store, but the further you go, the higher the proportion of male customers. And due to the lack of products aimed at men, many customers leave without buying. Lady Harper applauded upon noticing the good work the worker had done. Men would be interested in tie clips or cufflinks, as well as a watch. And then the next employee has a couple of words she would like to express. She asks about the opinions of others regarding the launch of a budget collection. Neri adds that this can certainly help popularize precious stones. Finally, Lady Harper applauded, thanking everyone for their excellent opinions, and promising to think about everything she heard from them. Alice begins to think about the best way to conduct the promotion, and Neri is immediately surprised, because she thought she was planning to advertise in the newspaper. But Lady Harper realizes that everyone is tired of advertising in the newspaper, and that this is not a very effective way. Neri suddenly suggested publishing photographs of the new products from her store in the newspaper. Both girls begin to think ahead about how to present the new collection to customers. Lady Harper thought, gradually realizing the idea, what would be the best thing to do to move forward. The girl suddenly shouted, engaging Neri in her thoughts. Alice came up with the idea of creating a fashion show to showcase her new collection. If models covered in stones walk the runway in beautiful clothes, this promotion method will be much more effective than newspaper advertising. Mrs. Harper also decides to talk about clothes with Mrs. Dickinson. With a sweet smile on her face, Neri reports that the lady hasn't thought of anything yet. The girl remembers that due to work, Alice again forgot to choose clothes for dinner at the Imperial Palace. Neri accompanies Miss Harper so that she quickly decides on an outfit, because the meeting is already over. The next day, Alice sat at the same table with the entire royal family. The girl was trembling just from being in the palace, and she compared the princess to the Snow Queen. Lady Harper looked at the prince and realized that out of everyone present, he was the most comfortable. The lady, excited, couldn't understand if she could swallow at least one bite that evening. Suddenly, the emperor begins to talk about how they finally met face to face. After a brief silence, Lady Harper admits that she feels very honored. Alice grimaces when she says that the emperor has heard about the growth of her business. The man was amazed by the lady's skill in creating such beautiful jewelry. And then the empress begins to talk about how moved she was, because she received more praise than on any other birthday. The prince unexpectedly offers to create decorations for the princess's birthday. The girl herself simply placed her hand on the table silently, not uttering a word. The empress herself decided to ask her daughter about this idea. Lady Harper realizes that the princess is most likely uncomfortable with her. The prince whispers an invitation to the girl to eat, because she hasn't eaten anything yet. Alice picks up her cutlery and admits how nervous she was. The empress praises Miss Harper because her precious stones not only shine wonderfully, but they always harmonize perfectly with those who wear them. The woman is happy to have finally met Alice in person and has been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. Miss Harper feels embarrassed by these words from the royal family, which makes her blush. And to think, the girl wonders if the teachers felt the same when she found them. Alice is pleased because she feels that her existence is fully recognized. The emperor thanks Lady Harper for making the empress's birthday a success. And then he realizes how much the girl appreciates the effort of those who work with her. Mrs. Harper is interested in asking him to slowly answer a few questions. Despite the success of the order, Alice was afraid before arriving at the palace, but she couldn't be sure how the conservative imperial palace would treat the divorcee. But still, Lady Harper is happy now because she can tell her own story. Late at night, the prince takes the lady to a place where not even the noblest knights can enter without permission. The girl walks into the beautiful garden and looks at it with admiration. Miss Harper turns around and admits that it is an honor for her to be invited to such a place. The prince smiles and believes he has enough reasons for it. The girl stares at her interlocutor, trying to understand if she is as close to him as her friends. The boy moves a little further, admitting that he always comes to this place when he has doubts in his soul. Lady Harper moves a little closer, smiling slightly because she perfectly understands his feelings. Her home also has a garden, although it is not as beautiful, but it is always quiet. The prince looked silently somewhere, and there was a slight blush on his cheeks. He touched one of the flowers in the garden, wondering if something was bothering the lady. Miss Harper remained silent and briefly thought about her interlocutor's question. Suddenly, the image of Duke Rumister appeared in the girl's memory, telling her about his feelings. The lady blushed, not understanding how such an idea came to her. The prince, looking at his interlocutor, smiled confidently with a slight blush on his cheeks. Suddenly, the boy started moving closer to Alice, wondering what she thought of him. Miss Harper, leaning her back against a flower bush, informs that the prince is a good person to her. Suddenly, he leans close to the girl's ear, admitting how restless his soul is because of her. Alice stepped back to the side, not understanding at all what her interlocutor was talking about. The prince frowned slightly, rubbing the bridge of his nose and saying that he was overwhelmed by greed. He wanted the girl to become interested in him, and then she begins to understand. Miss Harper suddenly realized that the crown prince was asking for her attention. The girl frowns, at the same time realizing that she will have to say it herself. Lady Harper explains that things could not have turned out well for them from the beginning. With sadness on her face, she continues talking about the fact that there will be no state on this continent that will allow a divorced woman to enter the imperial family. The prince also cannot say that he was not aware of some difficulties, but he believes they can be overcome. He thinks he just needs to show the family and nobility that Alice is a good person, and then emphasize that divorce is nothing special. The lady realizes that the interlocutor didn't even think about the seriousness of the divorce in the opinions projected onto her in the empire. Lady Harper remembers how Duke Rumister, even during the confession, was concerned above all with her feelings. The girl asks the prince to give up his feelings because nothing is possible between them. She would not like to lose the goodwill of the emperor and empress, earned with so much effort. And finally, she asks the boy not to create situations that put her in an unpleasant position in the palace. The prince could only stand sadly in front of the girl, not uttering a word. Finally, Miss Harper entered her dark bedroom, wanting to rest. The girl fell tired onto the bed and put the back of her hand to her forehead. She again remembers how the prince asked her to give him some time, so he could imprint his image of a good person on her. Alice sighed, because if this is what he wants, then she has no way to stop him. The lady sits on the bed and realizes that she rejected him in the best way she could, so that the crown prince's feelings would soon calm down. Miss Harper stretched and realized that she should take a quiet walk. The girl went out into the courtyard with a smile, realizing that her soul was calming down. Suddenly, she noticed the figure of a man sitting on the stairs near the house. Lady Harper began to carefully approach him so as not to startle him. The man there heard her steps and, fearful, turned to look. They both looked at each other confusedly, not expecting such a meeting. Lady Harper asked the boy what he was doing at such a late hour. Mr. Agee replied clumsily that he was just looking at the night sky. The interlocutor asked again, looking into the darkness of the sky. The girl noticed, with admiration, that there were indeed many beautiful stars that night. With a shy smile, the lady noted that there was a special atmosphere when contemplating them alone. The boy admits that it's not that the stars are beautiful, but that, looking at the sky, he remembers his older brother. Miss Harper suddenly realizes that Angie is talking about his family for the first time. The girl suddenly asks him, with a smile, to tell her more if he doesn't mind. The boy begins to say that after the death of their parents, he and his brother were the closest in the world. For Mr. Aja, he was the only one he could trust. Lady Harper regrets that the boy cannot be close to the brother he values so much. Angie looks at the starry sky and wonders if they will ever see each other again. Alice put her hand on her interlocutor's shoulder and told him that if she could help in any way to find his brother, she was always ready to do it. Goodbye. The lady sits nearby, tries to support him, and wonders how this happened. He slowly says that although they are bound by blood, there was someone who separated them by death. Then he learned that even those he calls family will not always be kind to him. And the lady understands that Aja has the same pain as her. The boy apologized because it is too heavy a topic, but Miss Harper knows this feeling very well. And yet, now they live happily, having escaped the clutches of people who cause so much pain. Mr. Asha trusted her and told her this story, so she is very happy and feels that she can be useful. The boy nervously touches his fingers and says that he has already received exorbitant help from her. Asha's hands are trembling, and he listens to Alice saying that he is a special employee to her. Finally, the lady notices that the conversation has dragged on, and it's time to return by getting up. The man there begins to get up. After a short silence, he begins to say that she too. Lady Harper looks at her interlocutor without understanding, waiting for him to continue. The boy clumsily says that Alice is also special to him. After hearing these words from him, Miss Harper bit her lip and remained awkwardly silent. Suddenly, the lady begins to say that she really is a special director, merciful, who provides work and food. With a slight blush on his face, Mr. Ashe smiled as he looked at his interlocutor. Alice asks not to feel guilty, as she helps because she believes the boy deserves it. Mr. Agee thanked the girl as he got up from the stairs outside the house. Already at the Imperial Palace, Celine complained to her interlocutor that, although she wanted to say something, she had to restrain herself. The girl sitting in the chair opposite the princess is interested in what she couldn't tell. Celine says that there is a person whose name is now well known, Alice Harper. She explained that this girl was Duke Faharan's wife, and then achieved great success in the jewelry business. The princess jumped up, shouting that her brother was extremely in love with her. The girl paced back and forth, realizing that if something happened, she couldn't watch her brother's mental torment. But her interlocutor thinks she is worrying in vain. They say about Alice Harper that she is a capable and brave girl, and if so, she will receive the recognition she deserves. After such words, a smile appeared on the lady's face because her interlocutor was right, and she was hasty in her conclusions. Suddenly, the princess asks the girl to help her, and Sarah began to wait with interest. Sitting in the living room of her house, Neri and Lady Harper examined the envelope that had arrived. The girl read the inscription and realized that the letter came from Mrs. Dickinson. Ashley said that she viewed her proposal to organize a fashion show positively. She wants to rely on the experience and knowledge of the lady Harper to combine all the visually appealing elements to stimulate the public's imagination. Neri immediately realizes with admiration that her business is on the rise. It goes. Alice also could not imagine that Her Highness herself would invite her to a tea party. But she remembered how, during a joint meal, she noticed that the princess felt uncomfortable, and that she would find it difficult to find common ground. Mrs. Harper is confident that to win her favor and publicity for the upcoming show, she must be ready to shoot. Suddenly, the girl asked if Neri had chosen an outfit for her date, which made her whole face covered in a bright blush. The lady immediately began to quickly shake her head, acknowledging how embarrassed she was. Lady Harper realizes that the meeting with the Duke and the tea party fall on the same day. Neri also understands that the Duke was probably looking forward to meeting the lady, and he is probably upset. Suddenly, Miss Harper says that, although it is disrespectful, Her Highness does not offend her in the slightest. Immediately after her words, the girl turns bright red and covers her mouth with her hand. Neri laughs at her friend's behavior upon seeing how embarrassed she is. And finally, Miss Harper sat down at the table with the aristocrats at a tea party. Selene thanks the ladies for their presence, who came despite their busy schedules. Alice looked towards the princess, wondering if she had always been so charming. Selene focuses her attention on Miss Harper, who has become one of the most famous ladies in the state. The girl put her hand to her chest, thanking her and saying it was an incredible honor for her. The princess admits that many ladies wanted to chat with Lady Harper over a cup of tea. While everyone was laughing and having fun, one of the girls looked sadly at Alice. Miss Harper is delighted with the warmth with which she has been received and has nothing to say. Suddenly, the princess invites the girl to sit next to her because she wants to know more about her. Alice immediately stands up, thanking her with her hand on her chest because it is an honor for her. Suddenly, the lady notices that in front of her is a girl she hadn't seen before. The princess decides to ask if Alice knows everyone present. Miss Harper knew almost everyone, but she did not remember the girl sitting opposite her. The princess immediately points to this lady and realizes that Alice had not met her before. She introduced the lady as Sarah Riffin, a distinguished sorceress. She is the lead researcher, one of the best in the Empire's No Mages Horde. Alice immediately remembers Mr. Agi, who is a member of the same order. Lady Harper politely introduced herself to Sarah Riffin as the brand's director. Suddenly, the girl felt unfamiliar sensations, as if she were alone with her interlocutor. Alice felt that the sorceress's gaze seemed to pierce right through her. Sarah begins to talk about what she has heard about the ladies' company and the extraordinary decisions she makes. Sorceress Riffin believes that Alice is incredibly erudite, but she immediately started to deny it, because she was simply doing her best to implement her plan. The princess also joins the conversation and realizes that this is an indicator of how intelligent Lady Harper is. Suddenly, one of the aristocrats also wants to ask Alice a question. The girls at the table begin to talk, interested in Miss Harper's store, or in jewelry. Separated from everyone present, Sarah and the princess exchange glances. Selene asks her friend for her opinion, but she immediately informs her that Miss Harper is a very common person and ordinary. Sarah takes a sip of tea and listens to the princess's requests for explanations. The girl is not happy because the sorceress promised to find out everything, and that's why they organized a tea party. Lady Harper thinks about casually mentioning the fashion show. The aristocrat begins to tell Alice that she sent her maid to her store to order a necklace. Suddenly, Miss Harper realizes that this is her chance to mention the new collection. The girl says that the next time the lady visits them, they will give her additional gifts, and all because they are about to launch a new jewel. The princess is also interested if this is Miss Harper's personal development. Alice says that she is currently preparing an event at the opera where they will present their new products. The girls at the table are interested to know if they will be able to attend the event. Lady Harper thanks them because she will be glad if they really decide to come. The lady asks the princess if she can present her with the prepared gifts and invitations. After Celine's permission, Alice beckons the maid to bring everything. Perfume for everyone present appears on the table, in beautiful bottles. And then Miss Harper adds that there is something else for Her Highness. The princess is immediately interested in what is inside the box. Alice explains that the item is not for sale, but was made especially for Celine. The princess immediately notices the magnificent, strangely shaped necklace. Miss Harper had heard that the lady was born under the sign of Pisces, so they shaped the pendant like that sign. The princess feels flattered because such a gift didn't even occur to her. Selene really likes how attentive her interlocutor is, and if this continues, she will steal the princess's heart too. Late in the evening, Duke Rumisther realizes that Miss Harper has won over Her Highness. Alice, sitting on a nearby bench, admits that she finds it difficult to understand the princess's train of thought. The Duke finds it difficult to accept the fact that at first the lady fell in love with him, and now she charms other people too. Lady Harper chuckles upon realizing that Eugene is flattering her, but he only behaves this way with her. Suddenly, looking into each other's eyes, the couple freezes and blushes slightly. Duke Rumisther carefully and tenderly smoothed the girl's hair. The boy knows that Lady Harper's business is booming, and even he is happy about it. Alice confirms that this is so, but because of this, they constantly had to postpone their meeting. Duke Rumisther pretends to be heartbroken, because for the first time, he waited for someone so impatiently. The girl doesn't know what to do or how to make up for her guilt. The Duke laughed, because he only needed to be a little whimsical to get what he wanted. The boy took the lady's hand and explained that there was no need to apologize, because waiting is not a burden for him. The Duke gently kissed her hand and continued saying that if the lady needed him, she could turn to him at any time. Miss Harper lowered her head, because even after rejecting Eugene's feelings, he still cared about her. The Duke worried whether the lady was all right, thinking he had said something wrong. The girl shed a tear with a smile and explained that Rumisther has an understanding soul. Looking at the Duke, Alice realized that she at least wanted to try to open up to him. The boy rejoiced upon hearing these words, which made him smile immediately. Duke Rumisther remembers that his words that he was willing to wait for Alice were said seriously. Eugene promised that he would always be there for the girl, embarrassed by his own words. The lady remembers how, thanks to her ex-husband's efforts, she found herself on the edge of an abyss. He made her more unhappy than anyone, and although the crown prince said he liked Alice, there was no concern for her in his confession. However, the Duke, on the contrary, put Miss Harper first, and said he would wait as long as necessary. The girl covered Eugene's broad palm with her hand, promising that she would do her best. Lady Harper wondered if she could trust someone again. The princess stood in front of the mirror, examining herself and the gift, which she really liked. After which, the girl sat down opposite her brother, wondering if this was the first time she had seen such a decoration. The prince smiles and says he considers Miss Harper a woman of extraordinary skill. He realized that during a meal with his family, his sister did not like Alice at all, but for some reason she changed her mind. Selene explained that Lady Harper behaved courteously, observing all the rules of decency and formality, and also spoke in detail about her business. Touching the carefully made decoration, she added that the lady treats people with soul. The prince was immediately delighted with these words and wondered if Selene approved of Lady Harper. Suddenly, the sister asked if the boy had a romantic interest in this lady. Without uttering a single word, the prince smiled and nodded slightly in agreement. The girl rubbed her chin, lost in thought and starting to speak. The princess unexpectedly announced that she would try to support them. After these words, the boy smiled, beamed again, and blushed from embarrassment. The next day, the girls planned an event. Lady Harper was thinking about summer novelties, and one of the ladies decided to propose an idea to her. She said that this is a completely new event format and may seem unusual. After such words, Alice decided to shorten the event time so that the public would not get bored. Miss Harper said that they chose young women with outstanding appearances among the employees of her company as models. And then the lady showed a box with shining jewels. While writing something in her diary, Mrs. Dickinson did not understand how these products could be so beautiful. And then Alice remembered that she had heard about a wedding dress among the planned outfits. Ashley confirmed it with a smile, because for the first time in a long time, they decided to present a new style. Suddenly, Miss Harper offers to also sew the groom's suit, so that in the end they can perform a small show on the corresponding theme. The girls realize that this will be really exciting, and they must show everyone what they are capable of. Christy and her interlocutor drank tea and talked, which made the brunette happy that they were getting along. Fahiran's fiancé understood that it was all because she was adapting to the lady opposite. Suddenly, the lady announced that Alice Harper was present at the princess's tea party. Christy smiled and asked for more details about how the tea party went. Inside, the girl starts getting angry, because of Alice, she wasn't invited at all. The interlocutor recounts how everyone liked Lady Harper, even though no one even knows what she really looks like. Christy frowned, wondering what spells Alice had used to cloud the minds of Duke Roomister and members of the imperial family. To fill the awkward silence, the dark-haired lady says that Lady Harper and Mrs. Dickinson are going to hold a clothing and jewelry exhibition. She explained that at the tea party, Alice handed out invitation letters and gifts to everyone. Christy smiled, thinking of something and realizing that preparations were in full swing. Lady Harper entered the dark store and wondered if there was anyone inside. From behind the curtain, the light of a chandelier fell on the floor, and then the voice of Mrs. Dickinson was heard, inviting her in. Miss Harper carefully pushed aside the fabric, covering the bright room. And then Alice's eyes began to shine, and a light blush of admiration appeared on her cheeks. The girl noticed an impressive wedding dress inside, which was made by Mrs. Dickinson. Ashley proudly declared that this extraordinary dress would make the model the most beautiful bride in the world. Mrs. Harper points out that it would not be flattering to say that the designer made every girl's dream come true. Mrs. Dickinson is sure that with the jewelry, the ensemble will shine even brighter. She says the top of the dress is simple enough not to distract attention from the jewelry. Alice also pointed out that, unlike other wedding dresses, the unique design of this one will highlight the jewelry. Miss Harper believes that the main characters of the wedding show should be Nuri and Hans Marcel, because the participation of a real couple will make the hearts of the spectators race. Unexpectedly for her, Alice imagined herself in this outfit, in the arms of Duke Roomister. The girl's face immediately covered with a bright blush due to the lack of understanding of her thoughts. While Lady Harper was trying to calm her blushing face, Mrs. Dickinson called her. Out of nowhere, the designer asked if she could ask her a favor. Mrs. Dickinson told that the other day, one of the apprentices stole drafts of a business project. Competitors copied the design and launched it first, which left them in a difficult position. The designer asks Mrs. Harper to take all precautions. The lady nodded slightly, explaining that she pays special attention to all matters related to clothing. Mrs. Dickinson said that not only she, but Alice herself would be attacked. Miss Harper suggested leaving the plan in the opera warehouse, because the warehouse door is locked, and there is always a guard on duty outside the entrance. 5 days before the show, models were being prepared for the show in the building. Miss Harper praised them because they are not professional models, and even this result is already an achievement. And then, with a bright smile on her face, the girl offered to show a bridal performance. Nuri came off Marcel's arm and Alice immediately noticed that she looked like a real bride. Hans also confirmed that the girl's beauty was simply dazzling, which immediately made her feel embarrassed. Lady Harper suggests that they finish posing by standing close to each other and looking into each other's eyes. The lady realized with admiration that it would be fantastic if these two ever wore those outfits and exchanged rings. The photo of her with Duke Roomister in similar outfits reappeared in Miss Harper's memory. A bright blush appeared on the girl's face, and she quickly shook her head. Suddenly, she was informed that a visitor would come, and Alice stood up. Duke Roomister approached her and greeted her with a bright smile on his face. The girl felt embarrassed because she didn't expect Eugene to come and started smoothing her hair. The Duke reminded Lady Harper of her promise to attend the first day of rehearsal. The girl is embarrassed because she completely forgot about this due to the large amount of work. But nothing is wrong with the Duke. He fell in love with Miss Harper, who is so passionate about her work. The boy wonders if he will be able to see the rest of the show. Lady Harper is a little annoyed because she wanted to give the Duke an impeccable performance. Roomister is sure that everything will turn out perfect, but he would like to be with the lady during the rehearsal. After these words, the girl's eyes lit up, and she allowed Eugene to stay. The couple watched the rehearsal, unaware of the figure lurking from the edge. Lady Harper praises Nari and Marcel and points out that if this continues, they will look like professional models. Duke Roomister also confirmed that they look incredible and resemble a real couple. Alice smiled and explained that they were a real couple, and Eugene had a good eye. The girl thought it would be beautiful if they showed a performance with the participation of real lovers. Lady Harper admires the models on stage, while the Duke admires her. The girl applauded, offering to end the rehearsal for that day. Afterwards, Alice suggested rechecking the lighting so that everything would be perfect. Duke Roomister frowns embarrassed upon realizing how focused the lady is on her work. The boy looked at Alice and kept thinking that one cannot be so selfish. The girl praises everyone present for the good work upon finishing the rehearsal. On the other hand, she thanks Neri, who ran up to her from behind. The girl was worried whether Lady Harper was tired, because she also gave her all. Everything around her seems like a dream to Alice, and she is not tired at all and does not want to stop. Miss Harper suggested that the couple should first have a date and then return to the mansion, since they had worked hard. Neri was surprised by this proposal and reminded her friend about the dinner. Duke Rumester intervenes in the dialogue, placing his hands on the lady's shoulders and promising to take care of her. Now Neri realized that it was completely in vain to worry about her friend. Finally, Marcel and his lady announced that they will go. Lady Harper said goodbye to the couple and left them alone with the Duke. Eugene extends his hand to the lady, wondering if he can finally capture her attention. Miss Harper puts her hand in the boy's and tells him he can steal her for about 3 hours. The Duke laughs, noticing that the girl has become as cunning as him. But becoming a little more serious, Eugene admits that he is honored. Already at the Imperial Palace, Sarah informs the princess that Miss Harper has a different energy, and Selene immediately asks again. The sorceress begins to explain that the feeling that mana provokes is quite strange, and it is not the same as that of common people. At the tea party, the lady noticed that Alice did not match the mage's energy at all, but Sarah Riffin saw such mana for the first time in her life, without feeling anything similar. Even when the princess talked about Miss Harper, the sorceress thought her way of thinking was different. A woman who just a few years ago was sitting calmly at home suddenly decides to start her own business, which surprises Sarah. The princess sighs deeply, confirming that this is true. Celine wondered why Lady Harper doesn't even come from a family of entrepreneurs, and how such an idea came to her. The sorceress suddenly suggested that Alice was a person who came from another world. Seeing Her Highness's bewilderment, Sarah explains what she meant from the opposite end of the universe. She said that some mages believe that this world is actually a sphere, and everyone sincerely believes that some people can also live there. The princess exhales, asking her interlocutor to stop, because they could be accused of heresy. The sorceress jumps up and explains that this also cannot be ruled out. If it turns out to be true, there will be a real breakthrough. Sarah confidently states that she would like to meet Lady Harper in person. The princess looks silently at her interlocutor and realizes how scary she looks at those moments. The night guard locked the opera warehouse door and checked. After making sure the door was securely locked, he turned around, yawning, to leave. Suddenly, a figure behind the night guard calls him with a smile on his face. The man turned around, wondering who the figure in the dark cloak was. The girl says she has an excellent offer, but the security guard immediately chases her away, inviting him to come during working hours. But suddenly, the stranger pulls out a bag of coins from under his cloak. The girl understands that the guard has never seen such a sum of money before. Christy shakes the bag and explains that the man will have to do something for her. A smile forms on the girl's face after hearing the words about what he will have to do. Christy slowly approached and leaned towards his ear, whispering what needed to be done. And then she informed that a man could get twice as much from her. Early in the morning, upon entering Miss Harper's office, Neri noticed that the lady had fallen asleep on the table. The girl immediately took Alice to bed, laid her down, and covered her with a blanket. The tired Lady Harper fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Leaving Alice's room, Neri saw Mr. Aja in the hallway. With a tray in his hands, the boy was surprised that the lady was still awake. He explained that he had prepared medicinal herbs to regain energy. But the lady immediately annoyed him by telling him that Miss Harper had just fallen asleep. Mr. Aji realized that he was late and admitted that it was the first time he had prepared the potion. Neri suggests serving the broth the next morning, but for now it would be better to go to bed. Suddenly, the girl becomes interested in knowing when he managed to buy medicinal herbs. Mr. Aji explains that he went to the mountain for them, because for him it is nothing. The next day, one of the employees burst into Miss Harper's office, shouting that there was trouble. Alice freezes when she hears that a fire has suddenly broken out in the opera warehouse. Lady Harper shouts, asking again, and not believing what she just heard. But they say that all the costumes and decorations burned down at night, so they had to be thrown away. Miss Harper ran to Mrs. Dickinson's shop and realized that they had very little time. The ladies inside were talking about the fire, not understanding what would happen next. Mrs. Dickinson, away from them, looked away thinking. Lady Harper quickly entered the room, and all those present turned in her direction. The distressed girl looked at the floor, clutching her dress and announcing her arrival. Mrs. Dickinson sat down, clumsily about to say something to her. But after interrupting the lady, Miss Harper bowed deeply. and sincerely apologized. Coming closer, Mrs. Dickinson wanted to stop the lady from apologizing, but Alice felt guilty for causing trouble and not being able to save the work. Mrs. Dickinson understands that if they immediately announce the cancellation of the show, the guests will not be too angry. The girl admitted that she also thought this would be the best solution, but if they give up, the efforts of everyone who worked together on this event will be in vain. Suddenly, Lady Harper confidently asks them not to despair. After all, there is still time before the start of the fashion show, and they can make it on time if they try. The girls understand that they have additional jewelry, but their outfits will need to be adapted. Mrs. Dickinson speculates that the wedding dress was made in a single copy. Lady Harper was immediately upset when she realized that the highlight of the show was missing. Ashley made the first dress in 3 days, but if you work day and night, the second can be sewn in 3 days. But to avoid information leakage, the designer created an outfit based on a sketch from her head. Without patterns, this means that Mrs. Dickinson will not be able to sew exactly the same dress. Lady Harper remembered that all sketches were stored and could not be restored. The girl starts biting her nails, wondering if anything else can be changed. It is necessary to create a style that will attract attention and also be able to convey the beauty of the bride and move the viewer. Since the culmination of the show is a wedding performance, it means you can let your imagination run wild. Suddenly, Miss Harper realizes something and forms an idea in her head. The girl asks the designer to sew her a simple, long silk dress without any decorative elements. Ashley can achieve this, but you can't imagine a dress without anything. Hand on her chest, the lady confidently declares that she has precious stones with which they will adorn her dress. The lady also immediately understands that this might seem like a crazy idea. This design can surprise the audience because they are used to seeing classic dresses, but in their time, this is no longer uncommon. Alice explains that you have to be careful not to make the dress too heavy so that the final product doesn't look bulky. The designer doubts that clients will like the experimental wedding dress embroidered with rhinestones. Miss Harper stops her thoughts by saying that the dress will only serve as a beautiful finale for the fashion show. Alice is also sure that if Ashley takes care of the tailoring, she will once again prove that she is the best designer in the empire. Mrs. Dickinson still has doubts and asks to be given time to think before the end of the day. Duke Roomister, upon hearing about the fire in the opera house, jumped up from the table. He immediately began to ask the servant if Miss Harper was safe, to which he heard that everything happened in the darkness of the night, and only the costumes were damaged. The boy understands that they prepared a lot for this show, and he is probably completely desperate. The Duke hurries to put on his jacket and demands that the next meeting be cancelled. At the Imperial Palace, the prince tried to find out if there was a possibility that someone had deliberately ruined the upcoming event. His servant says that they forced the lock, but the cause of the fire could not be determined. The prince immediately realized that there was clearly an intruder involved in the matter. The guy gave the order to catch him and quickly bring him to the Imperial Palace. The prince promised himself that whoever it was, he would definitely make them pay. As soon as Lady Harper got out of the carriage, Mr. Ajay immediately ran up to her. Worried about her, the girl assures him that everything is in perfect order. She just needs to solve a couple of problems. The boy asks Lady Harper to take care of her safety, because she takes the ethos too lightly. Alice, with a bright smile, explains that she has a reliable bodyguard. Mr. Ajay blames himself because he couldn't do anything, and the lady could have been hurt. Mrs. Harper suggests going inside because she needs to pick up some documents from the house and return to the office. The boy looked at the lady's back and realized that he had to protect her. Alice's life was the most important thing. The lady looked at the pages, wondering which product would be best to use among those available. Suddenly, a voice breaking into her small office calls Lady Harper. Duke Roomister, out of breath, appears in the doorway, trying to catch his breath. The lady approaches Eugene, not understanding what brought him to this moment. Miss Harper was confused by the silence of the boy in front of her and called him again. The Duke, without uttering a word, without restraining himself, tightly squeezed the girl. Hugging her, the girl's eyes shone with surprise, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Through force, Lady Harper said that she was already having difficulty breathing under his strong grip. Duke Rumester abruptly stepped back and apologized to the girl for his actions. A bright blush of shame appeared on his face, and he admitted that he had simply found the person he had been looking for all day. When the Duke heard the news, he didn't have time to come to his senses before running out into the street. Alice explained that she was in a meeting with Mrs. Dickinson and did not expect Eugene to be so worried. Now that the boy saw his beloved, all his worries immediately disappeared. Alice brought her hand to his face, and the Duke leaned his head a little further. Lady Harper carefully and tenderly smoothed the boy's tangled hair. Duke Rumister explained that he was in such a hurry to reach the girl that he was already sweating. A bright smile appeared on Alice's face as she looked at her companion. The Duke immediately offers to help with something because he will do anything. Lady Harper exhales deeply and realizes that she will have to wait for Mrs. Dickinson's decision. The girl realizes that Duke Rumister is an overly good companion. The boy promises to do everything in his power to help Alice, so she shouldn't be shy. Mr. Augie stood outside the jewelry store and realized that it was unknown when the criminal would appear, so it was better to be on guard. That night, Mrs. Dickinson fulfilled Lady Harper's request. To finish everything on time, they focused together with Mr. They thought about finding the right jewelry. Lady Harper promises herself to see the matter through to the end, no matter what. Late at night, the tired girl fell asleep on the table again because of work. Mr. Augie silently approached her and carefully covered her with a blanket. The guy was worried that Miss Harper would accidentally catch a cold. Suddenly, Duke Remister opened the office door with a small basket in his hand. At that moment, Miss Harper also woke up, drowsy, rubbing her drooping eyes. Followed, Duke Rumister frowned at the boy who was next to the girl, who had just woken up. Mr. Agee gave the newcomer exactly the same look when he was introduced. Eugene finally smiled, raised the small basket and announced dinner. Mr. Agee looked awkwardly at Alice and explained that he thought the lady was late for work. Miss Harper slowly approached the newcomer boy. The Duke noticed that besides him, there are people who care about and look after the lady. The expression of Mr. There subsided upon noticing how happy they were with each other. Suddenly, Alice noticed the time on the clock and realized that the wedding dress was almost finished. The lady apologized, leaving the two boys alone, because it was time for her to run to the dressing room. The door slammed shut, and an awkward silence reigned between them. Suddenly, Duke Rumister smiled and announced that he would follow Miss Harper, and then added that the gentleman there could be free to go wherever he wanted. The boy indifferently and calmly said only one word and decided to follow the lady. Without expecting such an answer, Duke Rumister remained silent for a moment, looking at his interlocutor. Suddenly he smiled and offered to accompany him and travel comfortably in the carriage. Mr. Agee simply pulled up his hood and said he would prefer to get there himself. Without saying anything else, the guy walked past Duke Rumister towards the door. Already in the shop, Mrs. Dickinson, Ashley, and Mr. Penzin were trying on Nary's wedding dress. Alice quickly ran in, wondering if the dress was ready. They invited the girl to come closer to them, because the ensemble was almost finished. Nary stepped forward and asked Lady Harper her opinion on the dress. The bright-eyed girl looked at her interlocutor, admiring her appearance. The boys who came behind Alice decided which of them would help the lady. Miss Harper admits that they could use a little help. Both boys immediately run to the girl, wondering what exactly needs to be done. Lady Harper felt embarrassed by so much attention towards her and the desire to help her. Already at the opera house, Nary rehearsed her walk so that everything would turn out perfect. Alice briefly stopped the lady, wondering if the dress was too heavy. The girls remember that, according to the script, Mr. Hands was supposed to hug and lift Nary at noon. But now this is unlikely to happen, Alice thinks, suggesting that Marcel kiss his lady on the forehead while looking at each other. Nary's face was covered with a bright blush at the thought that she would be kissed right in front of a crowd of spectators. Lady Harper reminds her that it will be a simple kiss on the forehead. During the rehearsal, Alice sighs deeply from fatigue and hard work. Mr. Agee approaches the girl, calls her, and hands her a small cloth. Miss Harper thanks him with a smile because she forgot her handkerchief at home. The boy was satisfied with this reaction, which made him smile back. Covered by a slight blush, the gentleman there began to speak, wanting to suggest something, but the lady immediately interrupted him with a question about where the Duke had gone. The boy felt uncomfortable and unpleasant at her mention of Rumistra, which made him fall silent. But gathering strength, he explained that the Duke went out to the courtyard for a while. Alice put her hand on his shoulder, understanding how tired the boy could be. With a kind smile, Lady Harper asks to take care of the Duke too. Suddenly, the girl looks behind Mr. Aja and notices another silhouette. It turned out to be Duke Rumister, approaching them with a package in his hand. Eugene explained that he had decided to bring some food to Lady Harper. He explained that whatever happens, one must eat well, so he took more so that others could eat too. Alice realized that the Duke was probably also completely exhausted. Thanks to him, the gentleman there offers to hand him the package so he can give it to him and to the others. Finally, he turned around and added that Alice could also use some relaxation. Duke Roomister silently watched the departing boy, thinking. His memory recalled how well they had communicated before Eugene arrived. Still without uttering a single word, Duke Roomister frowned. The girl looked at Eugene and realized how tired he looked. But in fact, this is understandable because they stayed up all night rehearsing. Lady Harper finds it touching that so many people are working hard for the show. Alice called everyone present, and they immediately turned to look at the girl. She bowed, wanting to thank them again and apologize for everything. Neri immediately runs to her, because when else would she have the chance to wear such a beautiful dress with many precious stones? Mrs. Dickinson and Mr. Penzin also added that they were happy to have this opportunity to work on the project. And it was all thanks to Alice. The girl immediately shed tears, a little embarrassed and again thanking them for everything. On the day of the event, Lady Harper cheered up knowing she had done everything in her power. At that moment, many people in security uniforms were already standing on the street. Alice looked at the crowd in disbelief and realized she hadn't asked for so much security. Duke Roomister appeared unexpectedly, although the event was not supposed to start until the evening. The girl immediately asked him about the security company, as they sent double what was expected. Alice thought it was the Duke who recommended them, and the company decided to pay special attention to the event. Roomister looked aside and rubbed his cheek with his finger, embarrassed. He remembered telling them that if they wanted to continue working with his family, they would have to prepare well. Hearing sounds behind them, the couple turned with wide eyes. Behind them were many people dressed in identical security uniforms. The main one stepped forward, bringing his hand to his head in greeting. The man handed them an envelope, informing them of a letter from His Highness, the Crown Prince. Lady Harper clumsily opened the envelope and took out a piece of paper. The prince reported that he had decided to send imperial mercenaries as additional security. It was unclear to Duke Roomister why the crown prince was showing so much attention to the lady. Already at the opera house, the girl looked at the time and decided they would still have time to check the lighting. And then Lady Harper raised her head and suddenly remembered something. The girl started shaking her head from side to side, looking for something in the room. Duke Roomister spoke from behind her and explained where it was. Lady Harper couldn't understand how Eugene had guessed she was looking for it. The girl approached and offered to join the celebration party after the event. The Duke admitted that it was an honor to spend the whole day with Alice, which was full of joy. Already in the afternoon, the opera house filled with numerous spectators. Neri peeked around the corner, worried about the large number of people. Lady Harper admitted that she was also very worried and had no idea how she would look them in the eye. The girl exhaled, realizing that she had to recover quickly. Mrs. Harper asks all models to gather for a moment. Alice patted them on the back, asking them to relax, because everything would be fine. The girl praises them with a smile for managing to get this far. Everyone will have to remember that the lady believes in them as much as they believe in her. One of the boys offers to say their motto, to which he hears a positive response. The whole team put their hands together, awaiting continuation. With confidence in her voice, Lady Harper says the name of her brand for them to perform. While everyone was talking among themselves, Christie's figure appeared behind Alice. The girl walked alone down the dark corridor, starting to tremble with anger. Finally, the presenter asked for attention, announcing that the show was beginning. Lady Harper exhaled excitedly, knowing the show was about to start. The girl now just hopes that everything goes well. Suddenly, Lady Harper feels the touch of another person's palm on hers. She looks slightly aside and notices Duke Roomister smiling next to her. The boy immediately promises the lady that everything will be wonderful. Mrs. Harper thanked Duke Roomister while waiting for the show to begin. The presenter introduced the first dress in the color of fresh spring leaves, and the lady's jewelry included a beautiful emerald pendant and earrings. The second ensemble was an outfit in a warm autumn palette, complemented by a set of amber brooches and gold. The couple backstage noticed the positive reaction from the audience. The model walked from the stage to the front row, handing one of the ladies a beautiful rose. The Duke became interested in such a gesture, and Alicia explained to him that this way they could liven up the atmosphere a little. And then an outfit prepared for a summer vacation appeared. Lady Harper watched with admiration and realized how well everything was going on stage. The host announced the evening's most striking look, the one everyone was waiting for. Neri started appearing on stage, walking arm in arm with Marcel in a wedding dress. Lady Harper immediately noticed how incredible the couple looked together. The presenter drew attention to the fact that the bride was wearing a rather simple dress. The spectators looked on with admiration upon hearing that the outfit was embroidered with precious stones. The couple enacted a scene where Marcel had to kiss his lady on the forehead. Lady Harper and the Duke heard the exclamations of admiration from the audience backstage. Suddenly, a bright blush appeared on Rumistra's face due to his own thoughts. The boy imagined that instead of a couple on stage, it could be him and Lady Harper. Duke Rumistra scratched his head and realized he had gone too far. With the same embarrassed look, the girl looked at her interlocutor. Suddenly, the couple froze, their faces blushing as they looked at each other. The two turned to look at each other without saying a word, but looking into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Lady Harper announced that it was all over. Duke Rumister, caught up in his thoughts, didn't even notice how the event ended. Overwhelmed by emotion, the girl threw herself into Eugene's arms, holding him around the neck. She cannot believe at all that the parade went so easily and without unnecessary trouble. She reports how happy she is and thanks Duke Rumister for his huge help. Eugene placed his hand on Lady Harper's head, hugging her and praising her great work. At the end of the event, the presenter announced the designers, Mrs. Dickinson and Lady Harper. The girls came to the front of the stage, waving and saying goodbye until we meet again. Christy was alone in the empty corridor, clutching her dress. She felt like she had taken everything from Miss Harper, but something had turned out well. Finally, after the event concluded, everyone gathered to celebrate. Alyssa praised Neri because she became the main star of the evening in the show. Marcel jokes that it's time to worry that so many male eyes were focused on the lady. Mrs. Dickinson admits that although she suffers from insomnia, this time she will sleep soundly. Lady Harper thanks everyone present because without them, the event would not have been so excellent. Alice raises her glass and offers to drink as if the next day would never come. Sitting at the table with everyone, the girl realized how good she felt with them. A slightly drunk lady decides to walk in the garden, wandering somewhere further ahead. Suddenly, Duke Rumister appears behind her, holding the lady close to him. He looked at Lady Harper worriedly, wondering if everything was all right. The girl turned to Eugene and thanked him for his presence at the celebration. Operation. Duke Rumister realized that Alice had clearly drunk too much, and that it was time to stop. Mr. Agee approached the couple, wanting to tell the girl something, but the boy quickly stopped, noticing Duke Rumister, who was so worried about the lady. Eugene covered Lady Harper with his jacket and suggested they take a walk. Suddenly, the sound of a bottle of alcohol shattering is heard behind Mr. Agee. Mrs. Dickinson, who dropped it, realizes she shouldn't have drunk so much. Mr. Agee asks not to touch anything so that the lady doesn't get hurt and starts cleaning by himself. Duke Rumister and Lady Harper at that moment went deeper and deeper into the garden. Eugene carefully sat the girl on one of the swings, holding her with his jacket. Miss Harper murmured something, closed her eyes, and tilted her head to the side. Duke Rumister asks the girl how she feels. Alice opens her eyes and raises her head towards Eugene, causing their faces to get very close to each other. They froze and the Duke's eyes shone with their closeness, not knowing what to do next. The couple remained frozen looking into each other's eyes, but without saying a word. The Duke placed his hand on Miss Harper's cheek and carefully stroked it. In tenderness, the lady started saying that the wind that had picked up was very refreshing. Duke Rumister frowns embarrassed upon realizing that they almost kissed. Finally, the boy sat on the swing next to Lady Harper, without touching her. Alice looked awkwardly at her interlocutor, searching for the right words. Looking at the Duke, the girl suddenly wonders when he became so handsome. Rumister starts laughing awkwardly, not understanding what Alice is talking about. The girl points her finger at him and explains that sometimes it's hard to concentrate when such a handsome boy is nearby. Alice looks away and realizes that he probably had many fans. Duke Rumister immediately denies it and promises that he is telling her the truth. The girl touched Eugene on the cheek, watching him smile as she spoke so seriously. Suddenly, the Duke asks Lady Harper what is so special about her. The lady looks at Rumistra, and an awkward silence hangs in the air again. This situation confused Eugene, and he realized that he probably shouldn't have asked. But suddenly, Lady Harper grabbed her interlocutor by the clothes and moved closer. Looking directly into the Duke's eyes, the lady asks with displeasure how it is possible not to fall in love. There is an awkward silence again between the couple, and neither is sure what to do. Duke Rumister carefully took the girl by the wrist. Eugene slowly approached Alice and asked if he could kiss her. After a few brief words, Miss Harper felt Duke Rumister's lips on hers. The couple separated for a moment, and the lady tried to understand if this was not really a dream. The Duke, covered in a bright blush, exhaled, asking once more, and placing his hands on the girl's face, Eugene gently kissed her lips again. Miss Harper closed her eyes and realized that even if it was a dream, it should last forever. All the time the couple was alone, Mr. Angie was behind the fence, watching. The boy's face suddenly darkened after what he saw in the garden, and his whole body froze. Already at the Imperial Palace, the prince realized how surprising it was that, despite everything Alice had to go through, she could reach such heights. The girl is not only smart, but also extremely strong, which makes it impossible not to love her. Behind His Highness, a knock on the door was heard, to which he paid attention. Allowing him to enter, the servant entered the room and politely reminded the prince that he had called him. The man immediately asked how the investigation into the fire was proceeding. That he asked to investigate. The second immediately explained that they were monitoring one of the suspects. The servant says they have circumstantial evidence against Duke Faharin's fiancée, but no physical evidence. The prince looked confusedly at his interlocutor because he thought the Duke had broken up with her. The boy confirmed His Highness's words, saying that Christie appeared at the show for a short time, and then suddenly disappeared. The prince thought about it because everywhere he seemed extremely suspicious. The guy allowed me not to be careful, because the main thing was to find irrefutable evidence. The prince didn't even care that there might be rumors about His Highness's intervention. The boy realizes on his own that there is something much more important than any gossip. Lady Harper was sitting opposite Duke Rumester in the same garden, looking into each other's eyes. Alice's eyes shone, and a bright blush appeared on her cheeks, making her not utter a word. The Duke was disturbed by the awkward silence between them, which made him think the lady didn't like it. But at the same time, the boy admitted that he was willing to do anything in order to become Alice's young man. After his confession, an awkward silence reigned again between the couple because no one dared to speak. But suddenly Lady Harper utters words of recognition, which makes Eugene almost shout, and asks if she means it. The girl smiles happily, reassures her interlocutor, and speaks again about how much she likes the Duke. Rumi Esther still looks at his interlocutor with disbelief, and a smile blooms on his face. The now happy couple hugs, cuddling closer to each other. Alice laughs, thinking that even now Eugene will keep calling her by her last name. Duke Rumi Esther abruptly stepped away, understanding and trying to think of something, and Eugene coughed awkwardly into his fist, clumsily preparing his voice. With an even more intense blush on his face, the Duke calls his interlocutor by name for the first time. Lady Harper, with embarrassment and a smile, confirms to the boy that this is her name. The Duke promised to do everything possible to make the lady happy and asked her to trust him. But immediately after, the boy sadly admitted that he knew nothing about relationships, because he almost never had them. The girl remembered her own words, that the Duke probably had many admirers. Lady Harper realized that he was forced to say this because of the words she had said when she was drunk. The Duke looked around and realized that it would be good to stay in the garden a little longer. But they would have their time later. When the couple approached the table, they suddenly noticed Mr. Agi standing next to them. The boy immediately approached Miss Harper and told her that everything was ready. At the same time, Duke Rumister's gaze crossed with Mr. Age's. Alice noticed that a tense atmosphere floated between the two boys, incomprehensible to the lady. There was now tension between the three of them, which made the girl feel increasingly uncomfortable. Mr. Agi slightly bowed his head, apologizing for not putting it that way. Lady Harper also offered to explain everything to Duke Rumister to resolve the awkward situation. The girl told the story and added that the three of them live in different rooms and on different floors. Duke Rumister immediately understood the whole situation, and suddenly an idea occurred to him. Addressing the gentleman, Eugene said he had a proposal. Duke Rumister wondered if the boy would agree to move into his mansion. Miss Harper was immediately surprised by such a proposal, because they barely knew each other. But the Duke, placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, explained that if someone is important to her, Then he is important to Eugene. Besides, it will be more comfortable to live in the same house with a man than surrounded by women. Mr. Ajay sunk upon realizing that if he kept refusing, Lady Harper would be in trouble. Finally, the boy announced that he was ready to accept Duke Roomister's offer. Miss Harper exhaled a sigh of relief, happy that everything had finally been resolved. The girl and Eugene walked past Mr. Aja and decided to leave. The boy realized that it was time to let Lady Harper go and stop doing everything. The newspaper commented on the news that it was impossible to take your eyes off the real beauty festival. Everyone wondered how much time and money it took to make the world's only dress made of precious stones. A couple of days after the event, all newspapers were simply full of headlines about the past fashion show. Nuri exclaimed upon realizing that all newspapers only wrote about her event. This brand eclipses Jane's and becomes the most famous jewelry company in the country. Lady Harper feels embarrassed by Neri's words about how wonderful Alice is. But there are those who didn't really like her show and said the lady wouldn't have achieved anything without her ex-husband's money. Miss Harper realized that things had reached the point of publishing provocative articles about her personal life. Neri once again happily noted how sales grow day by day, and they also continue to receive invitations from high society. At dinner, Alice can talk more about her business, but she didn't expect one of the letters. Sarah Riffin wrote that lately many people are interested in the lady, and she understands it very well. But if Alice has a free minute, the girl would like to discuss something with her individually. Lady Harper noticed that Sarah wasn't particularly interested in gems. Alice asks Neri to free up a day in her schedule during the week, despite her tight schedule. Miss Harper rejects Lady Hedish's tea party due to her curiosity. At the end of the week, the girl sat opposite Sarah Ripton, waiting for something. The lady doesn't know if Alice will like the gift, because she doesn't understand what young women like. But Lady Harper immediately thanks her interlocutor for the offered dessert. Sarah Riffin thanks Alice for responding quickly to her letter, because she was already prepared to wait. Mrs. Harper reminded her that she wanted to talk face to face, but Sarah wanted to ask the girl something before asking the question. Riffin immediately asked not to be too surprised by what Lady Harper might hear. After preparing for the conversation, Sarah is interested to know if the interlocutor really comes from her world. Miss Harper froze, expecting something more than this, not knowing what to answer now. The girl apologized, clumsily asking again and hoping she hadn't heard the question. Sarah explained that when she looks at Alice, she has a strong feeling that the lady comes from another world. The girl started laughing, stating that she was born and raised in this place. But in her thoughts, Lady Harper cannot understand how her interlocutor guessed it. Since she has been in Alice's body, it has been easy for her to adapt to life in this world thanks to the memories and knowledge that she passed on to her. However, despite this, a man appeared who began to suspect something about her. Sarah Riffin realizes that she still needs to clarify something about this matter. She is a sorceress who, thanks to fortunate circumstances, was able to grasp high magic at an early age. Due to this, Sarah is much more sensitive than others to the energy of magical forces. And Lady Harper herself exudes a completely different magical energy. The girl immediately realizes that she won't be able to keep acting like a fool. If Sarah tries to accuse her of witchcraft, Alice will get into big trouble. Riffin notices how tense Miss Harper is and asks her to relax. She warns that she doesn't say this to make the lady look bad. Immediately after these words, the lady asks what the sorceress wants from her in this case. The gentleman there enters Duke Rummister's mansion with his things, and the owner gets up from the sofa to greet him. The boy explains that on the second floor is the interlocutor's room, where he tried to prepare everything he needed. Mr. Aji thanks him because the Duke has already done too much for him. Eugene said that his uncle lived in the room he provided him. He liked several things from Eastern countries very much, so the entire interior was made in this style. Duke Roomister doesn't know if Aji will like the overall design of the room, but he can assure him that the bed is soft and comfortable. The boy doesn't understand why Eugene is so kind to him, because he is a commoner and ordinary. Duke Roomister immediately explained that he was just trying to treat his guests well. Eugene asks you to ask him questions without hesitation, if you suddenly have any. Mr. Augie will ask again, not fully understanding what the interlocutor means. Duke Roomister is very interested to know if the guy is hiding something. And then he corrects himself, suddenly calling him Highness Prince Asiles. Back at Sarah Riffin's mansion, the sorceress places her teacup on the table. Suddenly, the girl with bright eyes asks Lady Harper to be her colleague. Alice again asks her interlocutor, without thinking she will hear something like this. Sarah jumps up from her seat and wonders again if she comes from another universe. The girl tells Lady Harper that she is investigating. She starts looking for something among the books and further explains that she has been doing this for several years. After all, even in the oldest records, another universe is mentioned. Miss Harper reflects on the sorceress's words without saying a word. Sarah asks the girl not to worry because she knows how to keep secrets. The sorceress only wanted to talk to Miss Harper about the world she had been studying for a long time. This is a bit unexpected for the girl, so she doesn't even know exactly how she can help. But for Sarah Riffin, this is nothing wrong. She is very happy to meet the lady. Thanks to Lady Harper, she realized that her assumptions were correct. The sorceress extends her hand to the girl and still asks her to help her in this matter. Alice is trying to understand if this is luck or a punishment for her, because her secret has been solved. In fact, it would be good for Mrs. Harper to make some friends, but the girl achieved everything thanks to the help of her companions. But finally, Lady Harper approaches the sorceress and shakes her hand. Sarah Riffin immediately thanks her interlocutor happily and smiles at her. Lady Harper, with the same smile, replied by saying she trusted her. The girl hopes that Sarah Riffin can become a good friend for her. Duke Roomister in his mansion asked Mr. Aja if anyone would really know the truth. The boy did not expect that someone could find out so easily, which is even amusing. Mr. Augie trapped the Duke using the guild services. But still, Eugene still has several questions. A commoner with so much power is suspicious, and Duke Rumester found it quite strange that the guy was avoiding the magic tower. Eugene warned that, since Mr. Augie wanted to hide his identity, he should have been more careful. The boy silently covered his face with his hand out of discomfort, confirming that his interlocutor was right. Mr. Agi realized that this meant others could soon guess everything. The boy knows that the only culprit is himself, but he hopes the Duke will keep his secret. Mr. Agi bowed slightly and politely asked again. The boy stopped caring about his pride. For him, the most important thing in this situation is to survive. The Duke assumed that Augie, fleeing persecution, saw the advertisement and decided to serve Miss Harper. Yu Jun also heard that the Crown Prince has an older brother. Mr. Augie confirmed his words, but he didn't know if he was alive or not. Duke Roomister, after thinking for a while, asked if his interlocutor was trying to regain his throne. With a smile, Augie admitted that he would like to work for Alice and live a quiet life. And measured, if possible, the boy would forget his past forever. A person who had everything wants to give it up, pretending everything is fine for him. Alice was the first to understand that everything desirable to others was detestable to him, and that is why she extended a hand to him. Mr. Ajay is grateful to Lady Harper for protecting him and hopes she won't find out about their conversation. The boy clenches his fists, promising that when the time comes, he will tell her everything himself. Duke Roomister nodded to his interlocutor and promised not to tell anything. Eugene will do his best to help Mr. Augie, and he shouldn't worry at all. But at the same time, he says that the boy must promise him something. Mr. Augie shakes Duke Rummister's hand, thinking it needs to be kissed, but that's not at all what his interlocutor meant. Eugene immediately begins to explain that the two of them will help Lady Harper. Mr. Augie shook Duke Rummister's hand and realized what he was talking about. The boy promised to do his best to reward Miss Harper for her kindness. Duke Roomister begins to talk about the need to quickly catch the arsonist. Mr. Agi frowns slightly and wonders what he should do. Eugene only warned his interlocutor that he would have to work hard. Already in the morning, Mr. Agi heard a knock on his room door, allowing him to enter. Immediately after these words, Duke Roomister carefully looked inside the room and offered to have breakfast together. The boy started tidying his things, preparing for life with Eugene. Mr. Ajay recalled part of the conversation with the Duke, where he spoke about his older brother. The boy also learned that his relative was born that day. Already in Charles's duchy, the men listened as the guard chased them away. The young man shouted at him because the guard didn't even understand who was next to him. Frowning, he demanded that the head of this duchy be called to speak. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard asking what was going on. An adult man immediately approached them, calling the silent boy his nephew all this time. He thought the youngest had died and almost died of terrible grief. Suddenly, the uncle will ask him what really happened then, so he immediately informed his interlocutor that he needed his help. The guy needs to return the empire so he can avenge Haley's. In the shop, Ashley and Lady Harper talked about the sensation their collection had created. Mrs. Dickinson suggested they keep holding similar events, exclaimed Mrs. Harper at the designer's unexpected suggestion. When most of the ensemble burned down, they thought it would be difficult to sew a new one in such a short time. Alice promises to call the decorators next time to decorate the stage. Sitting in the carriage, Lady Harper didn't even notice how quickly time passed. Finally, everything is going like clockwork, and the girl is really happy. But after a couple of minutes, Lady Harper looked at the newcomer with dissatisfaction and disgust. Her father began to talk about how much time had passed since they last saw each other. Maybe about 6 months. The man opened his arms, communicating how much he truly missed her. Lady Harper went straight to the main question, wondering what he was doing here. The father continued to pretend, to say that this is how loving children meet their parents. Alice looked incomprehensibly at the head of the family, upon hearing how offended he was. The girl immediately began to chase him away, as she didn't want to see him anymore. But suddenly the man knelt on the floor, causing Alice to scream. He started swearing how truly sorry he was and asking for forgiveness. Lady Harper frowned again, upon realizing that he decided to apologize only after 6 months. The girl remembered how they abandoned her penniless, and they didn't regret it even half as much. The man admitted that he didn't care about his daughter's hatred, but his younger brother was sick, and he did nothing to deserve such treatment. Alice immediately clutched her head with her hand because she felt not a trace of pity for him. Starting to get up from his knees, the father recalled that the lady still enjoys the benefits of the family. Annoyed, Miss Harper looked at her interlocutor again, wondering what he was using. With an unpleasant smile, the head of the family reminded her of the common last name. After all, she doesn't just belong to Alice, and therefore is still part of the family. The girl immediately asked again, not understanding what the interlocutor meant. The man approached Alice, believing that she wouldn't have achieved such success without his last name. Lady Harper immediately realized he was talking nonsense and demanded to leave immediately. He put his hand on his daughter's shoulder, realizing that he would have to look for other methods to reason with the lady. The girl immediately warned that no threat would work on her. After which, the father of the Harper family calmly left, without looking at his own daughter. The girl remained standing in place, trying to understand what he might be planning. A couple of days later, Lady Harper read a letter stating that her father had decided to sue her. Neri screamed because this man abandoned his own daughter and didn't even give her a dowry. And then Alice added that now, he claims a percentage of her business profits. Lady Harper realizes that she cannot stand idly by like this, but urgently needs to see a lawyer. The girl threw the letter on the table, with no intention of losing it so easily. Soon, sitting opposite their lawyer, the ladies waited as their interlocutor sorted through the documents. The boy understands that technically the court can grant Alice's father's complaint. Miss Harper objects because when she married, she didn't take a penny from him. The lawyer knows this and explains that an ordinary family does not have a dowry, but noble families have an average expenditure amount. If she doesn't provide proof that Alice did not receive the dowry, the court will assume that she did not return it after the divorce. Legally, the girl is still part of the former Harper family. Alice began to rub the bridge of her nose with irritation, realizing how absurd this was. The girl suggests that there are some loopholes that will help them get out of this situation. The lawyer confirms these words, but explains that it will be difficult to protect her company. It was lucky that Miss Harper did not do business under her own name. But then the ladies immediately exclaimed when they heard the required amount of compensation payments. The girl begins to wonder if she needs to know anything else. The lawyer immediately begins to say that if Alice had an accident, then all her property and savings would go to the Harper family. The lady clenched her fists, which began to tremble upon realizing that she could not completely detach herself from them. Suddenly, the lawyer begins to say that there is still a way to solve this problem. That is, you can only change your last name for everything to be resolved. And the simplest way to do this is simply to marry someone. Lady Harper understands that this is the most logical solution that can be offered to her. Although the girl started dating the Duke, she hadn't thought about getting married yet. Already in the evening, the lady sat silently with Eugene, who immediately noticed that she had no face at all. Lady Harper wonders if she can talk about the situation and see if the Duke will turn his back on her. Suddenly, the boy interrupts her thoughts by placing his hand on the lady's head and bringing her closer to his shoulder. Duke Roomister promises the girl that she can always rely on him. Miss Harper wonders again what kind of love Eugene truly is. The girl finally decides to talk about what really happened recently. After a brief story, Eugene exclaimed, not understanding how his family could sue. Lady Harper clutches her dress and confesses how sad she is about it. The Duke immediately wonders if there is any way to cut the legal ties with her family. The girl falls silent as Eugene realizes that there must be a way out. Mrs. Harper smiled as she explained that there was an option for her. Alice realizes that it would be better for her to become the daughter of a childless old man. The girl first wants to try to understand if it is possible or not. The Duke wants to help, but the lady immediately refuses because it is her family problems that she must solve herself. Alice looks at Eugene and realizes that she wouldn't want to become Eugene's wife under such circumstances. After all, the girl was clear that she truly loved him. The prince in his garden smiles, remembering Lady Harper. Suddenly, the butler called the guy and had something to tell His Highness. He remembers that the prince ordered Duke Faharin to keep an eye on his fiancée. The servant said that when she meets with friends, the Duchess gossips about Lady Harper and clearly doesn't like her very much. But for His Highness, the words don't make sense. What interests him most is how the investigation is progressing. The boy realizes that this is all that has been learned about the investigation of the fire. The guy is sure that it would be faster if he dealt with this girl himself, but the servant dissuades him by telling him that he should not get his hands dirty with blood. His Highness agrees with the boy and realizes that he wants to be a good person, at least in Alice's eyes. Already in an unknown building, the guy was sitting with a bag on his head, not knowing what to expect. Finally, the disturbing fabric was removed, causing the young man to look around in fear. In a trembling voice, the boy began to ask why he was in that place. The gentleman there brought the fire he held in his hand close to the interlocutor and demanded answers to his questions. He was forced to admit that he had started the fire in the opera, which he immediately confessed. The guy started making excuses by saying he was only doing what he was ordered. The gentleman there brings the fire closer and demands a faster answer to the question of who ordered him. The guy swears he doesn't know who it was. They just offered him a large sum for arson. Their demands to remember everything he knows about the girl who proposed it to him. The scared boy started saying that the lady was red-haired, bright makeup, and a strong scent of perfume. Tears were already appearing on his face, but he continued to say that she was probably a duchess. Achai could have finished him off right away, but decides to let him live. The boy demands that their meeting be kept secret, to which the stuttering interlocutor agrees. The prisoner, hearing the order to leave the room, immediately escaped. The figure behind him is glad that they finally found the culprit. And then the silhouette, which turns out to be the Duke, suggests moving to the next stage. Eugene is confident that everything is going well thanks to the competent distribution of roles. The gentleman there also reports that he cannot act freely, so it is difficult to conduct a secret investigation. But at the same time, he realizes that for Lady Harper it would be much harder. Duke Rumister patted his interlocutor on the shoulder, assuring him that he had an idea. The Crown Prince sat alone in the room, waiting for his guest. And then finally, the long-awaited knock on the door was heard, which the boy immediately drew attention to. Lady Harper entered the room and politely greeted His Highness. The Crown Prince immediately smiled upon seeing the lady, inviting her in. The boy asked the girl if she wanted to find an impoverished nobleman living in the village. Alice confirmed his words, saying she wouldn't be able to visit him for some time. Lady Harper remembered that once a week the prince, under various pretexts, invites a lady to a tea party, and she completely rejects half of them. The girl wonders if she should tell His Highness about Eugene, but Alice quickly comes to her senses, since she doesn't want to put the prince in an awkward position for her own comfort. The interlocutor asks if something really happened to the lady. The prince was interested in this, because the girl was looking for a reason to change her good last name. Lady Harper explained that it was all to break ties with her family. After all, they want to take Alice's property away, and she cannot resist. The girl understands that it won't be easy, but she must ensure that they lose. The Crown Prince suddenly offers to take her last name with a smile. Miss Harper looked at her interlocutor confusedly, not expecting everything to be so simple. After all, besides the title, you will receive an inheritance and an army if you have made a great contribution to the development of the state, or you have returned as a war hero. The Crown Prince leaves the choice to Lady Harper because it is a great opportunity for her. The girl realizes that although this is cheekiness, she would like to take his last name. But first the boy reminded me that to receive something, you need to give something. Following the girl's words, she remembers that free cheese is only in a mousetrap. The prince asks Lady Harper in advance not to be offended, because his request is not difficult. The boy says that he will soon have to organize a gala event. The crown prince only wants the lady to make gifts for his guests. Alice immediately agrees, because this is better than going to the village to see an unknown nobleman and buy him the title. Finally, the girl wonders what she will have to do. The boy extends his open palm and asks her to communicate with him. Lady Harper looked at her interlocutor bewilderedly, without understanding what he meant. The girl wondered why exactly she could do this. The prince explained that trade-related matters would be discussed at the event, and the boy heard that Lady Harper is good at economics and diplomacy, and is also a very good orator. The girl objects and realizes that her skills are exaggerated because she understands nothing about politics. Miss Harper wonders how she can make an excuse, because she has never been interested in international relations. Alice begins to ask how she can help the crown prince. He begins to tell how, several decades ago, Tellil sent an admiral to their ruler and took the entire imperial family hostage. Therefore, the inhabitants of the empire treated the Tale immigrants with disdain, who only became victims of discrimination, but just 3 years ago. As a result of the war, Tale achieved independence, gradually increasing its possessions, gaining part of the lands of neighboring countries, and now their government demands a customs union with his empire on equal terms. The girl still doesn't understand how she can agree with them on something. The prince explains that they misunderstood him because he wants to reach an agreement and satisfy the interests of both parties. The guy needs an independent person who can understand this situation and negotiate, and then points to Alice, trusting that she will cope perfectly with this task. After thinking about it for a while, the lady placed her hand on her chest, promising to do everything she could. Lady Harper believes this is the least she can do as thanks for her help. The girl sinks back into her thoughts and realizes that this is a very responsible matter. In the evening, after the lady leaves, the prince asks the maid to send a letter for the Harper family. The boy smiles and realizes there is one more thing to do. The next day, Lady Harper held the letter that had arrived in her hands. Neri shouted with joy, not expecting to be able to obtain a new title so quickly. The girl read her new name on the letter, Alice Viscountess of Medhiplin. The lady scratches her cheek and confesses to her interlocutor that she now has mixed feelings. Neri realizes how good it is that her friend is no longer a lady, but a viscountess. Alice remembers that she will also have to meet with her lawyer in the evening. The boy couldn't believe the lady got a new title so quickly, confirming she was truly amazing. The lawyer realizes that the Harper family's complaint will probably be dismissed, even before the trial begins. The boy also says that the girl's father was probably preparing a conspiracy against her. Haplin remembers feeling as if her family was pushing her towards a cliff. But the moment she received the pre-trial claim, she had the desire to throw them there herself. But if Alice does this, her brother will also suffer. Even if she doesn't love him, the lady doesn't want to ruin his life that way. Finally, we reach the document about the right of inheritance, which we mentioned earlier. The lawyer asks who the Viscountess wants to include in the inheritance. During dinner, Duke Rumister was surprised that Alice decided to include Rufinus in the legacy. Alice realizes she was never close to her brother, but she cannot leave this child with nothing. Eugene thinks this is very noble of her, and the boy will definitely thank her for it. The girl, smiling, thanks her interlocutor for those words. Suddenly Alice starts talking about how she and Neri were preparing for a trip, because they had never rested. The Duke listens awkwardly, as the ladies want to go to the sea. And then, tilting his head, he said how wonderful it was, without saying another word. The couple walked down the bright street, in an awkward silence, when no one dared to say anything. The Viscountess thought she had bothered the Duke about something, because he had been silent for a long time. The girl abruptly grabbed Eugene's hand, wondering what happened. Duke Rumister immediately begins to explain that Haplin did nothing of the sort. The boy was ashamed to admit to his lady that he was actually jealous. Alice asked again immediately, trying to grasp the meaning of her interlocutor's words. Duke Rumister admits that he would like to be the one Alice wanted to go somewhere with. Eugene apologizes for his childish behavior, while the girl regrets what happened. Alice smiles and sincerely apologizes to the Duke, because she has no right to make him wait any longer. Eugene asks the lady not to apologize, because he knows how much she cares about Neri. Duke Rumister admitted that he just wanted a little attention from the girl. After these words, Haplin clings tightly to Eugene because she did not know his feelings. The girl explains with a smile that the interlocutor is not stupid at all, and that it was Alice who did not notice those details. The Duke pats the Viscountess on the head and realizes that when you love someone, you start behaving like a child. The girl immediately offered to go somewhere together later. But for Eugene, the only thing that matters is that the lady is by his side. Already at the Imperial Palace, the father of the Harper family stood in front of the wide door, and his legs faltered. Inside the room, the Crown Prince was already waiting for the man, looking at him coldly. The head of the family stood at the door, unable to move or look up. His Highness smiled upon realizing that the man who had caused Alice so much pain was standing in front of him. The prince began to approach and told him that he had given his daughter a new title. His Highness asks the man, placing his hand on his shoulder, if he understands what this means. He immediately fell to his knees, rested his head on the floor, and began to tremble with fear. The prince immediately stepped on his hand, ordering him to be silent, because that would be the last warning. At Faharen's mansion, the frightened maids discuss how their mistress is dissatisfied with something. Suddenly, the loud voice of a woman was heard, calling one of the ladies. Christy is already sitting inside the room, sadly waiting for her servant. The girl was reprimanded for how poorly she was doing her job, so she couldn't look up. She decided to ask what she did wrong, and a comb immediately flew towards the servant. The girl began to tremble with fear when Faharen's fiancé approached her. Christy states that her hair has become dull due to the maid's mistake. And then the girl starts shouting loudly, wanting to fire her interlocutor. The rest of the servants listen outside the door and realize how much their friend has suffered. The girls whisper about how much they miss the Duchess. Duke Faharen, passing by, calls the ladies, which makes them flinch immediately. The man became cautious and listened to the sounds from the next room. Duke Faharen decides to abruptly open the door and enter the premises. Christy immediately screams, not expecting such an appearance from her fiancé. Duke Faharen wonders what noise is coming from the room. The girl runs to her fiancé, hugs him tightly, and tells him how sad she is. Christy says that the servants don't care about her because she is not a duchess yet. Duke Faharen lightly pushes his fiancé away because they shouldn't be in such a hurry. The man realized that Alice Haplin also saw everything in his lady. Faharen starts leaving the room, wanting to talk to her later. The girl is left completely alone, not knowing what to do next. Christy grabs her hair, screams, and realizes that it is all because of Alice. After all, if it weren't for the Viscountess's howling, the Duke could only love her alone. Haplin was sitting in her office, reviewing the documents again. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door, which made Alice think it was Neri knocking. But immediately after this, the lady heard and saw Duke Rumister, who hadn't announced his arrival. The Viscountess immediately became interested in what the boy was doing at such a late hour. Eugenio handed the lady a small box containing cake because he heard that girls like it. Alice sincerely apologized to him for the fact that they see each other so rarely. And to meet, the boy has to look for a reason. But Duke Rumister interrupted her with a tender smile, insisting that an apology was not necessary. After all, Eugene gives all these gifts only because he wants to. Pulling away from the brief kiss, the Duke asked if he could ask the lady out. He touched Alice's hand, admitting that he still wanted to spend more time with her, to which the girl immediately agreed. Smiling happily, a couple of days later, Haplin sat tensely at a meeting with the Crown Prince. Listening to him, the girl looked aside and realized how stuck she was, because she was already late for the meeting. The prince called Alice thinking she wanted to say something, but immediately heard a negative answer. After her words, the boy continued talking about how Tellil was located next to his family. It has become important that this state primarily exports natural resources. The lady immediately asked if her state would import finished goods, because they have few mineral resources. And Tellil has undeveloped production. The prince explained that among the aristocrats, there are those who own mines and forests, and they are unlikely to think that this agreement is mutually beneficial. When cheap resources flow into their country, the prices of resources from the nobles' mines may fall. The lady thinks, realizing how difficult it will be to get them to change their minds. His Highness confirms Alice's words, because aristocrats care about nothing more than their own wallet. Subsequently, the girl decides to immediately inform the prince of her absence for 4 days. The boy frowns and wonders who Haplin will leave with this time. Upon hearing about Alice's secretary, the prince's face changes and he wishes them a fun trip and exciting stories. The girl gets up, thanks her interlocutor, and prepares to leave. Finally, Alice runs to the meeting place with Duke Roomister and realizes how late she is. Eugene hears his lover's voice and immediately turns to her. Breathless, Haplin admitted that it had been a long time since she had a date, so she was afraid of being late. Eugene immediately suggested they rest a little, which surprised the Viscountess, as she thought it was time for them to go to the show. The Duke immediately showed the tickets he had bought for the next performance. After a short wait, they entered the hall and sat in the front row. The couple watched the performance and the elegant acting of the actors on stage with admiration. At the end of the performance, everyone on stage stepped forward to the applause of their audience. Already in the carriage, after the performance, Alice talked about how excellent it was, without forgetting to thank the Duke. Eugene looked at the lady with a happy smile, pleased that she liked everything. Duke Roomister asked Alice to contact him if she needed help, because he would never refuse her. After admitting how awkward he felt about not being able to help her last time, the girl, after the Duke's speech, did not say a word, only slowly approached. Unexpectedly, Haplin kissed Eugene first, which made his eyes open wide. But then he quickly hugged the Viscountess, pulling her closer and closer to him. Finally, the girl awkwardly moved away, sighing deeply and looking at Duke Roomister. Eugene pulled the lady closer to him again and stroked her cheek with his fingers. The couple didn't say another word, melting again into a tender kiss. Taking a break from each other, Haplin admitted that she could never have managed without Eugene. The boy pressed the Viscountess's hand to his chest, realizing that she would actually always lack something. Alice fell silent, never expecting to experience such feelings. After all, when the girl was Duke Faharen's wife, love caused only pain. But now, next to Eugene, the Viscountess became truly happy. Finally, the couple arrived at Alice's house and said goodbye near the door. Duke Roomister felt sad because the lady was leaving on a trip very soon. Without letting go of the boy's hand, the Viscountess suddenly suggested that they walk a little further together. After all, the lady is also sad that they have to part again. At the same time, a stranger in a dark cloak watched the couple. Suddenly, Mr. Augie attacked the man from the corner and stabbed him in the back. The guy asked the stranger who he was, using force. The man realized that in front of him was a rather powerful mage, figuring out how to escape. Suddenly, the stranger abruptly pushed Mr. Augie away to hide from him. Breaking free from the guy's grip, he quickly ran into a dark alley. Suddenly, behind Aja, the voice of another man was heard, who was interested in what was happening. The guy pretended to be lost while walking the streets at night. Afterwards, Mr. Agi also thanked the stranger for his concern, bowing slightly. For his part, he realized that lately some suspicious people had been following Alice. The next day, the girls were near the sea, admiring it. Neri immediately walked ahead of her friend and realized that the water was still cold. Deciding to be a little mischievous, the Viscountess decided to splash water on the girl, after which the lady decided to do the same in return, laughing along with her friend. Deciding to sit on the sand, Neri expresses that the sea is different from what is shown in pictures. The girl believes that it is actually more mysterious than they say. While listening to her friend, the Viscountess suddenly notices something next to her. Alice points somewhere to the side, while Neri looks at her incomprehensibly. Turning her head, the girl realizes that Haplin was pointing at dolphins swimming in the sea. Alice at that moment realized how calm her soul became in this place. Having seen enough, the girls finally decided to walk along the shore. Suddenly, behind Alice, an unknown man called her and asked her to watch her step. Looking down, the girl noticed a small crab near her leg. The Viscountess backed away abruptly towards the man, screaming in fear. The stranger told the girl how many such creatures were found in these places, to which she immediately thanked him. Neri at that moment looked at the man with dissatisfaction, becoming cautious, and only after hearing his invitation to drink, the lady intervened in the conversation. Drawing attention, Neri pushed her friend away from the man and asked if he knew who Alice's husband was. The interlocutor asked the lady again without understanding, trying to grasp the essence of the question. Approaching him, Neri quickly whispered something in his ear. Immediately after, he shouted, apologizing and quickly fleeing from the two girls. Neri explained to her friend that she had told him that Alice was a married woman and that her husband had just gotten out of prison. The Viscountess asked, who taught the girl to respond to insinuations in that way. Neri remembered Duke Roomister, who told her this, but told her friend it was a secret. The topic closed, the girls decided to go to a nearby establishment for lunch. The Viscountess was handed a menu and told about fresh seafood, which immediately interested her. Neri was also interested in such a proposal and immediately announced her desire to try it. Having quickly decided on their order, the girls began to wait. To pass the time, the Viscountess initiated a conversation by inviting Neri to contemplate the view from her spot. Both girls looked at the bright and gentle sea, admiring it again. Neri believes it would be nice to move to this place when they are done with everything. During the conversation, the ladies forgot about time, and now there was a variety of dishes on their table. Taking their cutlery in hand, the girls wished each other bon appetit as they accepted the food. During the meal, the friends continued to talk about various topics without getting tired of each other. After finishing washing the dishes, the ladies realized that they had eaten too much, and they decided to take a walk to the market so the food would digest faster. And as they walked among the shops with various goods, their eyes met jewelry made of clamshells. The Viscountess immediately asked if they should add something similar to the summer collection. Neri looks menacingly at her interlocutor because she started talking about work again. Even on vacation, the friends laughed at the awkward situation and were already deciding where they would go next. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard, interrupting the fun of the two ladies. The Viscountess became cautious, clearly smelling smoke, believing there was a fire somewhere. But the girls' thoughts were interrupted by shouts about pirates attacking the street near the sea. Neri's first concern was whether Haplin was okay, but Alice, without thinking for long, immediately announced that they needed to escape quickly from this place. Moving away, the Viscountess began to ask Neri if she had injured herself. But before she could answer, the girl shouted that there was a person next to her. Turning around, Alice immediately saw a bloody woman on the ground. Haplin realized that she had suffered too much damage and had lost a lot of blood. Hearing that the pirates were approaching, Alice began to think faster, trying to decide what to do. After all, if she rushes to help the girl, she will fall into the hands of the pirates. But if she leaves her like that, she will die. The Viscountess turns around and abruptly orders Neri to take the lady by the arms. On the way, Alice realized that the wounded woman had a serious shoulder injury, which meant she needed to quickly find shelter to provide her with first aid. Suddenly, an unknown woman calls everyone to run inside the house to hide. But the girls were immediately pushed, demanding to get out of the way. And let them pass, the couple pushed towards the front of the house, not giving way to the three girls. The exhausted ladies shout for someone to wait for them and help them. But the door slammed shut in front of the girls, not wanting to let anyone else in. Alice realizes that she cannot give up. If the wounded woman loses consciousness, her life will be in danger. The girls keep running to find at least a minimum of shelter. Suddenly, a little girl opens the door, waves her hand, and loudly invites them inside. The girls immediately ran quickly into the room, falling to the floor, and trying to catch their breath. The girl immediately began to worry whether the arrivals had been injured. Neri began to calm the little one at the same time as wondering where her parents were. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes when she talked about how they went to work, but they never returned. The Viscountess at that moment assured the wounded lady that they were safe now. Alice laid the girl on her back and began to examine her wounds. Pulling a lock of hair away, Haplin suddenly noticed that she was an elf. Alice immediately recalls that such creatures rarely appear in the human world. Neri approached the Viscountess, who managed to find a small first aid kit. Alice examines the elf again and realizes that the wounds are too serious, and they will need stitches. Haplin is overwhelmed with doubts because she is neither a doctor nor even a seamstress. It is unknown whether she will be able to cope with the situation. But still, Alice asks her friend to find thread and needles, which makes her look at her interlocutor with incomprehension. The girl explains that she needs to be sewn up, otherwise she will lose even more blood and might die. Finally, the ladies get to work, trying to do everything carefully. Neri doesn't believe she can do something like this again, but Alice warns that they still have a lot to do. It is necessary to take the girl to the hospital, because if everything is left as it is, blood poisoning will occur. Suddenly, the baby's parents burst into the house and notice the uninvited guests. The head of the family immediately starts asking who they are and where their daughter is. The Viscountess immediately apologizes for the intrusion and asks them to listen to an explanation of what is happening. First of all, Alice thanked them for their wonderful daughter, who helped them greatly in such a difficult situation. After which, the girl began to say that they needed to provide emergency first aid to the wounded woman. However, even after this, she doesn't feel better. They urgently need to go to the hospital. The Viscountess bowed and thanked them for allowing them to hide in this house. The girl's mother smiled and suddenly said that she knew how she could help the girls. Already sitting in the hospital, Haplin was tense due to the agonizing wait. Suddenly, they called the girl, informing her that the patient had already been admitted. Alice is happy about her luck because she didn't know where the hospital was and didn't expect to run into a nurse. The woman explained that, because the wound received first aid, her life was not in danger. The Viscountess did not expect to need what she learned during the preparation for the fashion show. And even in such a situation, the nurse continued saying that the doctor put new stitches on her, so there is nothing to worry about. Neri runs into the room and reports that the elf was taken for surgery. And then I started to worry if everything was fine with Alice, because she was quite pale. The girl admitted she was only worried because it was the first time she saw a person bleed. The Viscountess slowly begins to realize that she feels sick from nerves, and that her consciousness becomes hazy. The girl fell unconscious to the floor while Neri screamed and asked her to wake up. The Viscountess closed her eyes, remembering the figure of the smiling Duke Rumister. The girl woke up in a bright room with a small piece of cloth on her forehead. Suddenly, Haplin heard the voice of Duke Rumister, which she initially mistook for auditory hallucinations. But Eugene was really by her side, happy that she had finally woken up. Despite the ban on getting up, Alice slowly approached the Duke. Without further ado, the girl hugged Eugene tightly, snuggling ever closer to him, and admitting how much she missed him. The boy said the same, and then said that they are together again now. The Crown Prince, upon hearing the news about the Viscountess, jumped up and asked again. The boy realizes that while he waits, anything can happen to the lady. His Highness demands that knights be sent to the Viscountess immediately, and then he shouts to ensure that not a single hair falls from Haplin's head. Duke Rumister was still sitting next to Alice, realizing the noble act he had committed. The girl felt ashamed and apologized for having to stress so much about another person's life. Suddenly, Neri, standing next to the couple, asked how Eugene had found them. The boy laughed upon hearing the Viscountess call him, and then approached Alice, and told her that, when you love a person, you know absolutely everything about them. At the same time, Duke Rumister's servant was escorting his business partners out of the mansion, apologizing. The boy was angry, not understanding what his master was doing, abruptly canceling the meeting. He recalled the dialogue when he reminded the Duke how much money he had invested in the project. The servant proposed starting by sending someone else to the Viscountess instead of himself. Eugene turned to his interlocutor and wondered through tears if he really thought the guy would die there. The servant stood by his side, unable to find the right words for the situation. The boy recalled that Duke Rumister was not so sensitive before. At the same time, the women at the hospital were surprised by how expensive the treatment was. The administrator explained to them that if a person has no insurance or documents, 1 day of hospitalization costs 100,000 denets. The woman next to her shouted because she had such a large sum of money. The women realized that many could not afford to pay for treatment. Already standing near the carriage, Duke Rumister couldn't understand why Alice refused to go with them. The Viscountess explained that her friend, who had undergone surgery, had not yet woken up. Eugene declares his desire to stay with the girl because he is worried that she will get sick again or lose consciousness, but Haplin refuses because she realizes that Duke Rumister also needs Kaisen. The Viscountess asks you to trust her, hugging her lover tightly. Looking at the departing carriage, the lady realizes that she wants to be close to her loved one, but the neighbors need help. Alice returns to the administrator, asks who is responsible for funding the hospital, and asks to meet him. Very soon the girl stood in the hallway, looking at the man who was no longer young. The administrator explained that this was a representative of patients who wanted to tell her something. Mr. Roque Pin invites the Viscountess to sit on the sofa in front of him. The man immediately realized that the interlocutor did not look like someone who could not pay the hospital bill. The girl admits that she thinks the cost of hospital treatment is too high. Rockbin explained that the cost of services provided depends on the patient's condition, but on average, it amounts to about 2 million denets. The girl realizes that for nobles and merchants, this is a small amount, but for commoners, it is unaffordable. Mr. Rockbin doesn't understand what's wrong with refusing treatment. Suddenly, the Viscountess announces that she is willing to pay all their bills down to the last coin. The girl quickly produced a check for 200 million deniets and handed it to her interlocutor. The man looked closely at the paper, interested because he hadn't met philanthropists in a long time. Leaving Mr. Ruckbin's office, the Viscountess thought about the fact that she doesn't donate funds privately to charities. However, she couldn't sell any of the jewelry, either if others didn't show interest in them. The Viscountess realizes that she was helped once, and now it is her turn to help someone. It is a moral duty for her. Upon reaching the desired room, Haplin asked Neri if the wounded woman had woken up. But the girl still lay unconscious, and her friends hoped she would wake up soon. Neri noticed the wounded woman's ears, wondering if she was an elf, to which she received an affirmative answer. The girls decide to stay with her until she regains consciousness. The next day, a knight bowed before the Viscountess and informed her of the prince's order to escort the lady to the capital. Alice took the man aside and explained that she could not leave at that moment. Upon learning that a friend had not yet woken up, the knight decided to take the lady later after the injured one woke up. The Viscountess asks him to return, because in reality everything is much more complicated than it seems. The knight can already imagine how angry His Highness will be if the girl does not come with him. The Viscountess decides to write a letter for the Crown Prince in which she explains all the details of her situation. The knight thanked the girl because she literally saved his life. Suddenly, the Viscountess was called and told that the wounded woman had finally woken up. The elf opened her eyes, looking fearfully at the two girls and trying to figure out where she was. Neri immediately calms her down and explains that she is in the hospital and should not be so tense. The Viscountess takes on explaining everything and asks to be heard. After a long story, the girl finally understood everything and thanked the ladies for their help. The girls smiled and decided to introduce themselves and briefly talk about themselves. Suddenly, Cecilia brought her hand to her ear, changing her appearance. The girl explained that the magic disguise disappeared when she lost consciousness. The Viscountess became interested in her, because in front of her was an elf who knew how to use magic. Haplin awkwardly wondered if she could ask her interlocutor a question. Alice wondered why the elf decided to come to the world of common people. After all, Haplin heard that her people do not show their true appearance. Cecilia awkwardly admitted that she was an elf princess, exclaimed both girls, not expecting that someone like that could be in front of them. Cecilia only asks that what she tells those present remains a secret. The girl decides to tell them everything because they became her saviors. In ancient times, trying to hide from people, the elves settled very far across the sea. They built a temple and cultivated a forest, which they called the Forest of Life. Several thousand years ago, as a result of an internal war between two princes, a split occurred and one of the brothers lost the battle, so he had to die. But he fled to the forest, taking a tree from the Forest of Life with him, marking the beginning of a new dynasty. Thanks to the stolen tree, the new kingdom flourished for a whole millennium. However, its borders were closed, and the residents were deprived of the opportunity to interact with intelligent beings. A young princess, who dreamed of seeing the world once, promised herself to escape her golden cage. While her father was away, she sailed away forever from her native kingdom. And now Cecilia is in front of the girls, not knowing what to do next. The Viscountess realized that the elf princess, who had never left her home, decided to bravely board the ship and sail towards her dream. The girl realized that Cecilia and Sarah Riffin could probably find common ground. The princess doesn't even know if the boatman she hired for the trip is alive. Alice takes the lady's hand in hers and tells her that they can look for him together. Cecilia smiled happily afterwards, realizing how lucky they were to have met. The girl remembered how a group of people rushed past her, but no one reached out a hand to her. Cecilia squeezed the Viscountess's hand tighter, sincerely thanking her for saving her. But for Alice this is nothing, because everyone may need help. The girl said that they would return to the lady the next day, because they were staying in a hotel not far from the hospital. Cecilia realized sadly that she was taking up an unacceptable amount of the lady's time. But the Viscountess asks not to apologize for such nonsense, because they will still have time to rest, but not to see the elf princess. The girls laughed, not noticing the passage of time during a good conversation. The next day, the Viscountess exclaimed, without expecting that Cecilia could recover so quickly. Neri also noted how phenomenal it was that no trace of the wound remained on the skin. The princess put on her outerwear and was happy that she was being discharged now. Cecilia remembered that the girls still had time to rest and offered to visit the elves' kingdom. The friends were immediately surprised, not understanding if the interlocutor was serious. The princess explained that she wanted to thank them because they saved her from imminent death. Alice hesitated because if she was absent for a long time, there would be no one to manage her business. And besides, the Viscountess eagerly awaits her lover in the capital. Unexpectedly, the princess clarified if her interlocutor was involved in jewelry. Cecilia talked about magic stones, which are very valuable in other countries because they are very rare materials. Neri immediately realizes that they cannot miss such a great opportunity. The lady reflects and realizes that she can become famous throughout the continent if she launches a jewelry collection inlaid with these stones. And finally, Cecilia smiles when she hears Alice's question about how many days the trip to the kingdom will take. Upon learning that the journey would only take 2 days, the Viscountess decided to leave. Neri immediately shouted with joy, rejoicing for her trip to the kingdom of the elves. That very day, the ladies easily found the princess's boatman, who was happy that she was fine. The man thanked the girls for saving Cecilia and admitted that he was indebted to them. The princess happily said that she had decided to thank them, and that was why she invited them to visit. Cecilia looked around and asked the man when they would set sail. He awkwardly scratched the back of his neck and said that the boat was damaged during the pirate invasion. The man realized that not only she suffered, but the entire city suffered significant losses. The princess was confused, not knowing what to do, because she really wanted to thank the girls for saving her. The Viscountess promises to help her find a safe way back home. Alice wandered around the city asking residents in search of a boat or materials for it, but each time she heard a negative answer. Gathered again, the ladies understood that it was not easy to find everything they needed. Neri offers to send the carriage to another area, but even to the nearest point, it takes half a day. Suddenly, the girls' thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice, making everyone turn towards him. The Viscountess almost screamed with surprise when she turned around. Behind the group of girls, there were several men with materials in hand, already at Duke Roomister's mansion. The owner remembered his beloved, immersed in his thoughts. Suddenly, Eugene flinched when the servant called him loudly. The boy whispered to the Duke to get ready, because they had an important meeting at stake. Eugene cleared his throat and briefly apologized to those present. Duke Roomister smiled and asked the guests to repeat their words, because he remembered what he wanted to say. The servant exhaled upon realizing that it was painful to look at such an Eugene. After finishing the meeting, the boy expressed his displeasure at how confused Eugene was. The boy listened that although he was in love, this was too much, and quickly agreed with the interlocutor. Kaysen was surprised by the ease with which Duke Roomister accepted such a truth. Eugene explained that he didn't think it was that noticeable because he was worried about his lady. And he missed her. Duke Roomister realized that he couldn't get the girl out of his head so easily. Suddenly, footsteps of a man were heard behind him, getting closer and closer. Duke Roomister, without turning his head, thought of the servant and asked him not to bother him. But still, the guy looked towards the gates and heard the voice of Mr. Aja. The boy calmly handed the papers to Eugene, explaining that in them he had summarized everything he managed to discover. Duke Roomister accepted the documents and realized that he had dealt with his interlocutor even faster than expected. Mr. Agi admitted that without Eugene's help, he wouldn't have gotten so far. Suddenly, the owner of the house heard a question about how he managed to send spies to Duke Fahiren's residence. The boy smiled and explained that if you want to protect your beloved, you must be willing to do anything for her. And then he asked if Aja had any evidence of Christie's guilt, and immediately heard a negative answer. The boy thought out loud and realized that something was wrong there. Mr. Ajay began to say that he saw the Duke's man almost every day. We learned that Christie has become more sensitive lately and seems nervous about the ball organized by the imperial family. Eugene was immediately surprised because this is not the first ball of the imperial family, and it is not clear how Alice relates to this. Angie continued to say that they say the crown prince began to meet with the main suspect frequently. Finally, the boy comes to the conclusion that they might be planning to frame Alice. Duke Roomister clenched his fist and firmly decided that no one could harm the Viscountess again. At the same time, one of the men was interested in who Viscountess Haplin was here. Alice shielded the other ladies by standing in front of them and explaining that she was the one they were looking for. Then they started asking if Cecilia was with her at the hospital. The Viscountess confirmed this and asked in return what they needed. Alice realized with concern that the residents might find out that Cecilia is an elf. Suddenly, the boy cheerfully grabbed the girl's hand, happy to have found the Viscountess. The residents began to thank Haplin in unison, while the lady remained incomprehensible. The boy explained that everyone present was indebted to Alice for paying all the hospital bills. The Viscountess was glad she managed to save someone's life. The boy also heard that the girls needed help repairing the boat. The neighbors decided to join forces to fix everything together. Cecilia watched everything with admiration in her eyes, not expecting such help. Late in the evening, the boat had been repaired and was ready to set sail. The Viscountess thanked those present for their good work, rejoicing. Cecilia smiled mischievously, looking at everything happening and planning something. The Viscountess turned to the princess and offered to look at the boat. Noticing Alice's gaze, the girl smiled sweetly and agreed to look. Cecilia realized how lucky she was to have met this lady. The Viscountess was surprised by how quickly the boat was repaired and thanked the neighbors. In return, they thanked the girl because she paid the large bills. Now the Viscountess became interested in what the elves' kingdom would be like. Finally, the girls walked together through the forest to their destination. Alice decided to ask how much time they had left, but the words immediately reassured her upon learning they were almost there. Cecilia asks her companions to have a little patience and not be discouraged by the difficult path. But suddenly the girls stop in front of a majestic tree, seeing a dead end in front of them. The princess explains that finding the entrance to the kingdom is not that easy. Cecilia stood in front of the tall bushes, carefully touching them. Then she turned to her surprised and silent companions. The princess explained that the path was deliberately hidden from human eyes. She said that her people started a war with Beneland hundreds of years ago and hid from people in the forest. They kidnapped elves, enslaved them, and killed them, after which they completely stopped contacting people. The Viscountess only wanted to reply to the elf story when she was interrupted by words that no longer matter. Finally, the princess touched the last foliage and moved it aside. A magnificent castle, surrounded by flower gardens, opened up before the girls. The friends compared this place to a fairy tale dream that only they could live. The Viscountess immediately drew attention to the bright gems. Neri also noticed them and reported that it was the first time she had seen such crystals. But suddenly the girl turned her attention behind the princess, wondering who it was. Cecilia said that the elves of her tribe were heading towards them. They bowed to greet the princess and tell her how worried the king was about her. And then Cecilia introduced the girls as people who saved her life in a foreign land and demanded that they be warmly welcomed. The princess asked to wait a little because she needed to explain everything to her father. The servants led the two girls through a long corridor while they observed everything. Upon reaching the bright door, the elves stopped near it and slowly opened it. In front of the girls appeared a luxuriously decorated hall, in the middle of which sat the ruler himself. The elf king greeted his dear guests with a smile. The girls greeted the man with a slight bow. They politely introduced themselves to the king and thanked him for his hospitality. Cecilia argued with her father that they should be thanked for saving her life and helping her return home. The king angrily recalled how worried he was about his daughter, who left the kingdom without his knowledge. But finally, he directed his attention to the guests, smiling and sincerely thanking them on behalf of the people. Cecilia suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten anything for a long time, and it was time for lunch. The girls laughed, quietly realizing that the elf's life was no different from theirs. The king realized that he would have to do a little magic, which caused a bright glow to appear. Very soon, a luxurious table, with all the cutlery, appeared in the huge hall. And then the food appeared on the table, prepared from the best ingredients. During the meal, the Viscountess looked at those present, examining them. It was at that moment that the girl realized what a loving father he was. The king turned back to the ladies, hoping they liked the elves' kingdom. He will demand that the guests be treated appropriately, because they saved his daughter. Suddenly, Cecilia invites her father to give the magic stones to the Viscountess. The man decided to ask why the girls needed the glass that was on the floor. But the magic stones have been used as the main material for research for centuries. They are so hard that they had to be melted at very high temperatures. But unfortunately, Alice couldn't find them even in the magic towers, and she was willing to pay a good sum for them. The Viscountess said that she was engaged in jewelry and knew everything about precious stones. and a real magic stone in her world is a very expensive and valuable resource. Cecilia, who had been watching the girl the whole time, smiled upon realizing that she would want these stones. Once lunch was over, the princess took the ladies to their temporary room. After saying good night to her, the elf explained that the maids would wake her up in the morning. The Viscountess smiled sweetly, thanking the princess and wishing her good night in return. Outside the room door, Cecilia stopped, holding her forearm with her hand, and wondering if she could do it. Standing in front of her father, the lady heard the question of why she left the kingdom. The princess started to get angry, wondering how long the isolated kingdom could survive. She reminded them that the tree of life is wilting, which means they must move forward. The king immediately said that he himself would find a solution to this problem, but only together with the elders. Late at night, Alice lay in bed, thinking and unable to sleep. The Viscountess realized that if she could get the magic stone, she would become richer than other jewelers. Suddenly, the girl jumped up and realized that this was possible if she could find investors. Neri also woke up from abrupt movements, wondering why the Viscountess wasn't sleeping. But despite her fatigue, Haplin's heart beats so much that she cannot sleep. The girl returns to bed and realizes that she still misses Duke Rumister. Upon waking, Neri started rubbing her eyes and then looked around the room. Suddenly, she noticed that the Viscountess, who was already quickly getting ready, was heading somewhere. Alice explained that she needed to meet the elf elders and promised to return soon. Already walking down the luxurious corridor, Haplin wondered if the elders would be like ancient gods. But as soon as she entered, the Viscountess saw 3 handsome men. One of them recognized Alice as the princess's savior and invited her to sit with them. The elders wonder if they can do something for the girl in exchange for her help. Instead of answering, the Viscountess placed a small magic crystal on the table in front of them. The elders didn't understand what they were for, because for them, it was just a paving stone of compressed mana. Alice explained that, in fact, in the human world, this is a very rare and valuable material. When he saw the crystal, he immediately realized what it was, as he was involved in jewelry. All the elders looked at each other and quickly nodded. The men promise with a smile to take care of this matter and their return home. The Viscountess thanked them, admitting she wanted to ask them something else. Suddenly, the girl asked the elders to sell her these magic stones. At that moment, Cecilia was wandering in the large garden and realized that she needed to find Alice. Suddenly, Haplin appears behind the princess, who calls her. The Viscountess starts giving her opinion about the elders, when she is suddenly interrupted. Cecilia sadly admits that she has something to tell Alice.